Chapter 76. The door is tightly closed, with extremely complex patterns on it, as well as structures and gears that are too fine to be seen with the naked eye. You have to use a magnifying glass to observe carefully to see the tiny, magical, and shocking gear meshing inside. And some blue-green plate-like things that have never been seen before. These things are connected into a whole piece by these complex paths. Incredible! What kind of method did the person who refined it use? It's no wonder that the idiots in the Ministry of Magic couldn't figure out a creation of this level. Dumbledore's eyes were complicated, and he murmured in a low voice, perhaps, only an alchemist who transcends the times like Nick Flamel can analyze it. He studied this creation for a long time, but he had no clue. When he was in Diagon Alley, Dumbledore tried to crack this door, but failed. Even he was lost in it. In the end, he could only dismantle it violently and bring it to the office to study day and night. The structure of this thing. He touched the extremely delicate patterns on it with his hand, his voice heavy and amazed. It's complex and magical. It's like it's not a product of this world. If Professor McGonagall saw her teacher showing such an expression, she would probably be surprised. In this world, besides him, is there any other thing that can make this living legend feel difficult and amazed? Strange and funny sounds rang out in the office, and even the portraits of former headmasters on the wall were now well behaved. The candle light flickered, and occasionally the sound of fox shaking feathers could be heard. Dumbledore stood quietly, slightly lowered his head, his eyes thoughtful. In front of him was an alchemical product that was extremely inconsistent with this room, and even extremely contradictory to this world. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. After a long time, he gently let out a sigh. Alas! Long and heavy. He knew that if he could understand the code contained in it one day, the wizarding world would be transformed. The threat of the mysterious man would not be worth mentioning. Who is it? Who put him in the doorway? What is his purpose? Instantly, a sigh-like whisper was heard in the office. Sniff! The flying motorcycle slowly came to a stop, and everyone gathered around eagerly. It was really cool. To Aaron, this thing was a small gadget made on a whim, but to them and the entire wizarding world, it was indeed a product of the times. However, Aaron didn't care about the opinions of the outside world. He had his own plans and goals. Playing the pig to eat the tiger, you also have to consider the situation. Don't become a pig when the time comes. People's sharpness should be appropriately revealed. Only then will you get the treatment you deserve. Hurry up, third mode. George Weasley was even more curious about the third form, and hurried forward to urge him. Chew, Cedric, and the Quidditch team members who were watching also looked forward to it. So far, everything Aaron did was beyond their imagination. Their brains were numb at this moment. If Aaron suddenly turned into a fire dragon and burned Hogwarts with a breath of fire, they probably wouldn't be surprised. Hey! You really can turn Aaron into a dragon? Aaron didn't waste any words. He reached out and pressed the control console, and then, with a burst of mechanical sounds, Fly the Sky bike began to disassemble and then reassemble. First, it was a frame similar to a car, and then transparent glass covers began to rise on all sides, wrapping it tightly. The whole body looked like a crystal car. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the body glowed with colorful light. Chew stared straight at the body of the car. It was so beautiful, just like the crystal shoes in a fairy tale. Noble and pure. If she knew that Aaron had refined the third form for sword shock and bringing girls, would Chew still think so? The Ravenclaw girls exclaimed and surrounded them, and then stepped forward to touch. This is the third form, with a girl. Aaron quickly changed the subject. No, this is the safety mode. In this mode, it is very safe, even if you fall from the sky. It also has an excellent shock absorption system to ensure that you will not get hurt. After saying that, he opened the glass door and stretched out a hand like a gentleman. Chew, next, are you willing to demonstrate the third mode with me? As soon as these words came out, the surroundings instantly became quiet. The girls of Ravenclaw looked at Chew with envy. Then they looked at Aaron, handsome, elegant, noble, and possessed such great talent and gifts. He was simply a dream witch. They all shouted in their hearts, why not themselves? But there was no way, in the entire Ravenclaw, even in the entire Hogwarts, Chew's beauty was ranked at the forefront. The wizards all cursed inwardly, damn goddess, please don't agree. He is just better, more handsome, and more powerful than us. Cedric actually likes Chew very much. He has had a crush on Chew since the first day. But it seems that Chu's eyes are all on Aaron, which makes him retreat. But he won't be too frustrated. Just ask, who will not be ended by Aaron in this semester? Chu was stunned at first, and then her heart was happy and joyful, her heart was beating wildly, he is inviting me, he is inviting me. She tried her best to curb her excitement, lightly tied her hair, so that she didn't look so eager. Of course, Mr. Aaron. She stretched out her hand and gently placed it on Aaron's hand. Aaron took Chu's delicate and smooth hand and gently pulled her up. Cedric lowered his head and walked inside, but was stopped by Aaron. What are you doing? Aaron asked. Cedric said, is he here to learn how to operate a flying car with you? Aaron waved his hand and said, go away, there are only 2 of us. But isn't there a 3-seater here? Cedric argued. Bang! Aaron slammed the door shut and gave him a middle finger. Take a rest. BCEA. Then, with a buzzing sound, the third form of the flying sword began to rise into the air. Cedric looked up at the flying broom, no, flying car, flying higher and higher. He raised his middle finger and looked at it with some confusion. He didn't understand what Aaron meant by this. High in the sky. The flying car had already flown over the height of Hogwarts and was hovering steadily in the sky. Chu's heart was pounding. It was the first time she had close contact with a boy. And she was alone. The space in the car was small. The 2 of them were only 1 seat apart. She could even smell the boy's scent. Turning her head, she glanced at the boy next to her, who was seriously controlling the flying car. The afterglow hit his side face, making Chu's eyes blurry for a moment. In fact, Aaron was not seriously controlling the flying car. The flying car only needed to maintain this state, and he could lie down now. But the small space made Aaron, a pure and shy virgin, very nervous. In an instant, Chu retracted her gaze and sighed softly. Looking into the distance, she saw the scenery farther away. This was the first time she had seen such a beautiful scenery since she grew up. The afterglow painted the horizon, birds flew by, the forbidden forest stretched endlessly, and everything seemed to become very small. Even Hogwarts. Chu's eyes froze when he turned to the top of Hogwarts. Pieces of bird droppings stuck on it were particularly glaring. Aaron felt that the atmosphere seemed a little tense, and he planned to break the deadlock. Come and play. He invited. Chu was startled and asked in surprise, ah? Here. Aaron, otherwise, where else do you want to go? Chu bit her lip lightly, thought for a moment, and nodded shyly okay. Her voice was very soft, and she looked down and didn't dare to look at Aaron. Then she felt Aaron start to move in the flying car, and Chu's face became even redder. Why are you still standing there? Come sit up. Aaron urged. Chu took a deep breath, suddenly opened his eyes, and looked at Aaron. He saw that Aaron had changed his seat, pointed to the seat where he sat before and said, come on, come sit up. Ah. Chu blinked, then reacted, oh, I know. Her face was as red as the sunset, and she bent over and moved towards that side with difficulty. To sit in the driver's seat, she would inevitably come into contact with Aaron. This made her face even redder. Finally, she felt as if a century had passed, and finally sat in the driver's seat. How, what should I do? Her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Aaron took out a can of Coke that he made himself, opened it with a bang, lay down comfortably, and commanded. It's very simple, you put your hand on it and move it up and down. Up means flying upwards, down means falling down, put your hand forward means forward, and backward means backward. It's easier to drive than an excavator. He took a sip, it was still cold, and sighed comfortably, refreshing. Chu opened her beautiful eyes and looked sideways at the Coke in Aaron's hand. A trace of curiosity flashed across her face. It was another new thing she had never seen before. And what is an excavator? But she didn't ask. Aaron then realized that as a gentleman, he actually forgot to give a bottle of Coke to the lady in front of him. Oh, sorry, I thought it was alcohol. Aaron took out another bottle from his arms and handed it over, while reminding, don't drive fast after drinking, and don't drink when driving fast. Regarding safety, he is thorough. Driving, Aaron is an old driver. Chu took it, feeling the cold touch, and then imitated Aaron to pull the can, and a white foam sprayed on her face. The girl screamed and reached out to wipe it, which made Aaron a little uneasy. Chu took a sip and squinted her eyes. The taste of cola was not tasted for a long time. Drinking it again, this magical taste still amazed her. After drinking half of it, she put the cola next to the console, and then controlled the flying car to fly back and forth. The more she controlled, the more surprised she was. Because, it was too simple. And the speed was not slow at all. Compared with the flying broom, she felt that anyone could get started quickly. She had an idea, why not try to get a batch of such flying brooms for her Quidditch team? That, Chu levitated the flying car and said shyly, "Can we have a batch of such flying brooms for our school team?" Seeing Aaron's surprised look, Chu quickly added, "I'm willing to do anything." Hearing this, Aaron's eyes lit up and he stood up straight. No. His body stood up straight. Real? Chapter 77. She was not a shy little girl, otherwise she would not have joined the school team as a chaser. Chasing is not something that a little princess who only knows how to play with dolls can do. Yes. Chu said affirmatively, "I agree to any condition." She needs this magical flying broom. In other words, she needs honor. Only by hanging some gold medals on her body can she feel that she is not too mediocre. Although her appearance is outstanding enough, compared with her younger brother who is a few years younger than her, she seems so powerless. She can't do this, her family is still waiting for her. Zhangqiu, her family believes in hard work and gain. She firmly believes that nothing comes by itself, but you pursue it, so she chose the most dangerous chaser. Aaron noticed the change in Chu's eyes. His expression became serious. If Chu was an ordinary girl before, then Chu now gave him a completely different feeling. It seems that a girl carrying something is staring at herself. Say to herself, "Come on, as long as you can give me what I want, then you take what you want." But Aaron is still a baby, he is still a child. How can he understand these twists and turns, the complicated world of adults? Okay, let's make a deal. Aaron also became serious. What deal? Chu asked doubtfully. Aaron leaned forward and stared at Chu's black and white eyes. He thought to himself that black eyes looked better. He said softly, "What on earth are you carrying?" Ah! After saying this, Chu jumped up like a ragdoll cat, but her head hit the glass above her head. She didn't care about the pain, she covered her head with her right hand, and stared at Aaron vigilantly. "You, how do you know?" "I didn't tell anyone." "Are you investigating me?" 3 questions from the girl's soul. Aaron. He was getting nervous. Damn, I seem to have asked something unintentionally. Ever since the black dragon animagus appeared, his feelings seemed to have become very strange. He was just following his intuition and teasing the girl casually, but he didn't expect that he would really ask something. Ahem. Aaron had no choice but to pretend. "Since you don't want to say it, forget it." Chu calmed down now, staring at Aaron with a pair of beautiful eyes. She felt more and more that this young man was shrouded in a thick mist. Dangerous, but extremely charming. But at the same time, it also let Chu know that the boy in front of him was not as easy to fool as he looked. He was definitely smarter and more cunning than any old antique she had ever seen. But at the same time, Chu became more determined in her inner thoughts. "Little brother, sister will definitely get you." However, Aaron suddenly said, and Chu pricked up his ears. "As the woman who accompanied me to experience the third mode, this experience machine is for you." Aaron said seriously, "Okay. That's it, it's already an exception, there is only one, as for how your team distributes it, that's your business." Chu opened her mouth and stopped talking. The aura that the boy just exuded made her feel a strong sense of oppression. Aaron likes beautiful women and is lustful, he admits this, but he is not a licking witch. You just want it with your mouth open, and I don't want to say anything. Giving you one is already the most kind. Women, will only affect the speed of my sword drawing. Controlling the flying car to land on the training ground. Chu walked down without saying a word, and Aaron followed closely. All the members gathered around, and everyone had ulterior motives. To sum it up in one sentence, I wanted to. The Ravenclaw team directly pulled Chu aside, and then asked quietly. Chu was surrounded by girls with a blush on her face. From time to time, she looked at Aaron. The members of the Ravenclaw team showed surprise and cheers at first, but then they heard something and looked lost. "Aaron, no, Godfather." George and Fred each held Aaron on one side. Cedric wanted to come forward, but was pushed aside by the two. "You Hufflepuffs occupy Aaron every day, so what's wrong with us Gryffindors occupying him for a few minutes? Godfather is everyone's godfather, not your Hufflepuff's godfather." The two said it so confidently and indignantly, as if there was a grudge between them because of their father's death. Aaron rolled his eyes after hearing this. You didn't say that before. Cedric waved his hand generously. Get out. Since Aaron had promised his own house team, he would not regret it easily, and then walked towards the crystal car. He wants to try this crystal car himself. The Weasley twins dragged Aaron to a deserted place. That, Godfather! George called out very smoothly. Can you give us a batch of this stuff? Fred nodded expectantly. Okay. Aaron agreed readily. The twins were stunned. Ah. Do you agree now? Aaron said, which college are you from? Gryffindor. Fred said in surprise, don't you know? If you drop out and join Hufflepuff, I can consider it. Aaron certainly wouldn't let them drop out, he just declined. After saying that, he walked towards Cedric, who was holding the flying sword and playing with it. The Weasley twins looked at each other, regretting that they were not Hufflepuffs. But they could understand Aaron's decision. No one else would give such a thing to other colleges. What to do? What else can we do? Just wait to die. The two of them exchanged a few words and walked towards the castle. They couldn't stay any longer. It was too damn tempting. They could see it but couldn't get it. Do you like it? Aaron asked. Cedric turned the flying sword into a motorcycle shape, rode on it, and rumbled the accelerator. He nodded excitedly. Great, Aaron. Aaron waved at him. Cedric had doubts in his eyes, but he still jumped off the flying car. What's wrong? Cedric asked. Aaron looked around and saw that there was no one around them, so he said softly, do you want it? Think. Be mine. Okay. Cedric suddenly realized something. Wait. What did you just say? Aaron repeated. Become my man. Seeing the suspicion in Cedric's eyes, he explained, I want to set up an organization called the BK Party, an organization that belongs to me exclusively. The members of the organization obey me and do something for me. Of course, I won't ask you to do something you don't want to do. He didn't explain what BK meant. The current organization is just a prototype, so let's take it slow. Now try to recruit the first member and see his attitude. Cedric thought about it, then said, I don't agree. End. Chapter 78. Aaron raised his eyebrows. This was something he had not expected. No, that's not what I meant. Cedric explained. Aaron motioned for him to continue. There are several reasons. Cedric said seriously. First, I have no idea about this organization you are talking about, what it does, what its goals are, whether it is good or bad. Second, we have only known each other for about a week, and we don't know each other very well. Everything is just on the surface. Third, I think, regarding choice, I also hope to have my own choice. Finally, he said sincerely, I am very happy that you recognize me. Your excellence, talent, and brilliance will shine throughout the wizarding world in the future. However, I hope this choice is mutual, and when I truly recognize you, I will choose to join you. So, before that, I want to see if you are worthy of my following. After Cedric finished speaking, he stared at Aaron closely. He couldn't see through this young man, but his intuition told him that Aaron would not be the evil party. But sometimes, he gave him a weird feeling, so he didn't dare to jump to conclusion for a while. Aaron was silent. You are a good Cedric with thick eyebrows and big eyes. You have a lot of thoughts in your mind. If he said this to the Weasley twins, they would definitely rush to become Aaron's people. As for whether he is afraid of betrayal, Aaron is not afraid, because everyone who follows him loyally will be marked with the black dragon mark by him. Completely become the shape of Aaron. Aaron was actually quite satisfied with Cedric's answer, which proved that Cedric was thinking seriously instead of agreeing casually. In this way, Aaron values such talents more. Aren't you afraid that I won't give you a flying broom? Aaron deliberately kept a straight face. Cedric smiled evilly. You won't, you promised in front of so many people, if you go back on your word, it will ruin your reputation. Aaron blurted out. He he he. Cedric Silver laughed. Aaron was speechless. You have become a bad boy. You are no longer the innocent good boy. The evil he had done, the boomerang finally gave him a hard blow one day. Okay, a complete batch, I'll give it to you tomorrow. Aaron turned and walked into the castle. I promised to give that sample to Chew. Cedric watched the boy put his hands on the back of his head and walked away leisurely, his eyes complicated. At this time, the girl's screams came from behind. Cedric looked back and saw Chu riding on a flying motorcycle, rumbling into the air. Then, with a whoosh, he drew a graceful arc and rushed into the distance. Along the way, he left a white airline, which slowly faded away. What will happen to the wizarding world because of you? Cedric murmured. Aaron frowned at the door of the Hufflepuff house common room. He could smell a strong smell of vinegar. Are there people from other colleges here? Aaron guessed. But it could also be from his own college. But the probability is not high. Because no one from his own college has missed the rhythm in the past week. Could it be that Harry came here to break through? Aaron muttered to himself. He knocked on the passage skillfully and went in. There was also a strong smell of vinegar inside. Aaron wondered, what careless person came in without cleaning up, afraid that no one would know? After leaving the passage, Aaron came to the common room. It was already late at night, the setting sun had already set, leaving only a trace of red on the edge of the clouds, and candles were lit in the Hufflepuff common room. Aaron was just about to go to the dormitory, and the next moment he stopped. Hannah. Hannah was sitting on the sofa by the window in the lounge, with a faint smile on her face. Next to her, a slightly sloppy fat woman was sitting next to her, holding a white porcelain cup in both hands, sipping coffee. The coffee was given to Hannah by Aaron. Dean? Aaron asked in surprise, his eyes turned. Why are you here? He walked over and sat opposite them. The jealousy was stronger, as if it came from his own Dean. Good fellow, as a Hufflepuff, you are looking forward to the Dean. You have forgotten the rhythm of your own house, right? His own Dean is quite mysterious, and he doesn't see anyone at ordinary times, but during meals, Aaron noticed that his own Dean is always the first to arrive. To be honest, he knows the Deans of Gryffindor better than his own Dean. Aaron winked at Hannah and said hello. The girl made a face at him, and Dean Sprout next to her was sipping a cup of coffee. Both of them knew what to do and didn't say anything. It's really delicious. The principal always kept it secret, but I finally got to drink it today. Sprout finished the last sip of coffee, then touched Hannah's head beside him. Thank you, Hannah Brooke, right? Ah. Hannah shook her head again and again. No, I'm not, my name is Hannah. Aibo. Aaron was speechless. It was understandable that his Dean had hit the wrong rhythm. Oh, okay, Hannah Abbott. Sprout said with a smile, then turned to look at Aaron. You are Aaron Granger, right? Aaron. Aaron Brooke, thank you. Oh, Brooke, what a nice name. Miss Sprout pondered. I seem to have heard it somewhere, such a familiar name. The next moment she said, but it doesn't matter. Then, Miss Sprout took Aaron and talked about this and that for a while. Aaron had to admire the Dean's wild imagination. You could never keep up with her thinking. In the last second, she was still talking about how good the veal steak was today, and in the next second she asked if you knew the 3 ways to grow umbrella flowers. If you say you don't know, then she will chatter and tell you. If you say you know, then she will ask you, and then chatter and tell you. This reminded Aaron of an old friend in his previous life. Just when Aaron and Hannah were about to fall asleep, Sprout finally returned to the topic. Actually, the reason why I came here today is that, Sprout looked a little embarrassed to say, oh, I'm really a little embarrassed. Aaron, please, it's okay to tell me. Dean, please speak. Aaron said politely, and he quietly cast a cleansing spell. The smell of vinegar in the air was finally gone. In the closed space, Hannah was almost crying. Sprout's eyes changed slightly, but he quickly hid it. Do you want to join the Quidditch house team? Sprout said, in fact, first-year students are not allowed to join because riding a flying broom is dangerous. But you know, as the Dean, I can recommend you and make an exception to admit you. I have heard no less than 3 people today say that you have the qualifications to be a chaser, but I rejected them all. Aaron asked, then why did you come to me again? Oh, this one. Sprout laughed and said, I heard from the principal that if the champion team and college win this year, they will get an extra meal. Then she added, it's a very rare ingredient. Aaron. Hannah. I'm very sorry, Dean. Aaron said without hesitation. You may be disappointed, I refuse. Miss Sprout's eyes flashed with surprise. You know, this is everyone's dream. Cute girl? Oh, dream. Hannah next to her was also surprised. Quidditch is a highly anticipated game. It is even recorded in books and people chase after it. But Aaron must have his own reasons for refusing. I personally have no interest in this kind of game. Aaron said with a smile. If it was a gunfight, he would definitely be the captain. What's the fun of a group of people chasing a ball? It's not a ball game. However, I can make Hufflepuff win the Quidditch championship this year. Sprout was curious. Are you so sure? But, we Hufflepuffs haven't won the championship for a long time. Also, Gryffindor may surpass Slytherin and become the new champion this year because they have found a natural chaser. Aaron said lightly. Harry. Miss Sprout nodded. Maybe. Aaron nodded. But Hufflepuff is sure to win. This is based on a promise. Promise? Yes, I made a promise to Cedric. Miss Sprout was silent. She didn't quite believe what Aaron said, that he would definitely become the champion. Children always have a kind of blind self-confidence. Although, she was very optimistic about this year's Hufflepuff freshman. What was his name? Aaron Abbott? Or Aaron? Never mind, it doesn't matter. But Quidditch is about teamwork, flying broom facilities and so on. Cedric is indeed very good, but not good enough. Everyone thinks that she doesn't care about the championship. It's not that she doesn't care, but that Hufflepuff is really ordinary. Her children don't have smart minds, the courage to venture, and the ability to harm others. Thinking. They are moderate, and they have already put in 120% of their spirit in everything they do. As the dean, she cannot show too much concern and put pressure on these children. What she has to do is to let nature take its course and let them live easily and happily in the academy. As for the championship, life is not about who wins at a certain moment, but who has the last laugh. But these were her previous thoughts. Now, the child in front of her gave her hope. No one wanted to win the championship more than her. She also wanted to make an academy that was mediocre by the crowd shine. This child can definitely do it. But now he refused, which was unexpected. All right. Sprout stood up, smiled slightly, and said lightly, it seems that this year's feast is not so delicious. Aaron smiled slightly and stood up, but did not refute. Well, sorry to bother you guys. Sprout said with a smile and started to walk outside. Suddenly she turned around and said, by the way, don't tell anyone what happened today. Aaron nodded. She watched the dean's fat body bend down and crawl towards the passage. Dean. Aaron suddenly spoke. Sprout went halfway in, then backed out, turned around and asked curiously, what's wrong? Hufflepuff will win. Okay, I believe it too. She nodded with a smile, then waved her hand, go and have a rest. Then she went into the passage and soon disappeared. The two of them stood there for a long time. The dean didn't even ask you for coffee. Chapter 79. She loves food so much. When I was learning to cook with the house elves, I encountered the dean coming to the kitchen to steal food several times. Although she didn't need to steal at all, she just needed to tell the house elves. The elves would make it for her, but she would always take it secretly. Aaron's eyes flickered. Maybe she doesn't like to trouble the children of her own academy. Hannah listened thoughtfully. What did you do this afternoon? Hannah couldn't figure it out and changed the subject. Nothing. Aaron said perfunctorily. Okay, go back to your own homes and find your own mothers. But we don't have a mother here. Then go back to your own dormitories. Aaron pinched the girl's chubby face and walked towards his own dormitories. Hannah pouted, feeling a little aggrieved, and the feeling faded. Faded. He used to touch his head. The night enveloped Hogwarts castle, and a pitch-black crow flew to the top of the castle. Then, another pitch-black crow also flew over and stopped in front of the previous crow. But it was a little puzzled at this time. That's right, this is the breath of the master, what's going on? Why is it different from before? Just when the crow was confused, the crow opposite it that looked like it suddenly raised its wings and hit it hard. Damn, what are you standing there for? Take out the gold coins. The crow on the other side spoke in human language. Yeah, it feels right, that's the feeling. The crow was very satisfied and began to shake out the gold galleons. Soon, the gold coins floated in the air and condensed into a ball, and then a white channel appeared out of thin air, and the gold coins were thrown into it by a force. Okay, keep going. Aaron turned into a crow and went into the white passage. Crow tilted his neck and thought for a second, then flew in. Soon, the white passage closed, and nothing happened on the top of the tower. But soon, the white passage reappeared. A crow was thrown out, accompanied by a curse. Get to work. Do you know how many gold galleons you will lose for every minute you waste? If you don't want to do it, there are crows who will do it. The white circular passage closed, leaving only a pitch-black crow standing there, with a human-like look of confusion on its face. Whoosh! A dark crow descended, and in midair it turned into a teenager in formal attire. The teenager turned over in the air, and then landed steadily on the ground. He looked around, and the ring space had changed a lot. The surroundings were lush and green, and the river was flowing. His laboratory and warehouse were located in a dense forest. Some strange small flying insects were flying over the surrounding flowers, and one or two strange-shaped fish jumped out of the river from time to time. If there was no sun in the sky, this would really be the real world. Ang! Suddenly, a majestic and excited cry resounded through the surrounding jungle. Soon, a fiery red shadow rushed out of the forest, and then circled around Aaron's feet anxiously and excitedly. This was a creature as big as an adult chicken, but it didn't look like a chicken at all. On the top of the forehead, there was a curved upward divine spike, the whole body was fiery red, redder than the phoenix, and its body was burning with a faint vermilion flame. At the tail, the long feathers had not grown out yet, only half of them had grown. Its wings were very small, and it was flapping them eagerly, wanting to fly into Aaron's arms, but it had just hatched and was not yet able to fly. Little bird. Aaron bent down and picked up Suzaku. Little bird was the name he gave it. Suzaku was picked up by Aaron and rubbed its head against Aaron's face affectionately, making flattering sounds. The flames on Suzaku could not burn Aaron, because this was its master. However, as a divine beast, Aaron had a headache. He spent so much fear points, but you were born unable to fly? How come you can't fly? Zuck seemed to be a little angry at what Aaron said. He jumped off Aaron's body. Then he stood on the ground, jumping up and down in frustration, as if protesting something. What? Are you saying that this world is too low level and that caused your stunted development? Aaron looked at him strangely also. You have never had enough to eat since you hatched. What do you eat then? Now it was Aaron's turn to be embarrassed. It turned out to be his fault. What, eating meat? Aaron pondered for a moment and made a decision. His space was really too barren. Okay, I will let you out. Remember, you are not allowed to hurt anyone and you are only allowed to eat meat. But remember, don't eat creatures with good intentions. Aaron reminded him, but it was not necessary, because Suzaku was a divine beast, and he could tell the difference. Suzaku nodded repeatedly, with joy in his eyes. A white circular passage appeared out of thin air at the top of Hogwarts. A young man came out with a bird burning in his arms. The scarlet flames emitted a holy light in the dark night, and even the night was a little afraid of it. Crack! Thunder suddenly exploded in the sky. Aaron was startled. He looked down, but the little bird in his arms was not afraid at all, but proudly raised its head. Look, it's all my fault. Aaron flicked the little bird's head lightly. You're pretty proud, aren't you? Okay, go there, remember to be careful not to make too much noise. Aaron pointed in the direction of the forbidden forest, and before he could react, the Suzaku in his arms kicked his legs, turned into a red light, and ran downwards. Aaron was shocked, it was dozens of meters high. He looked down and saw that the red light fell steadily to the ground, and then ran towards the surrounding forbidden forest at a very fast speed, and soon disappeared. But Aaron could roughly sense his position. Suzaku, worthy of being one of the 4 saints. Little bird, grow up quickly. Aaron murmured, then turned into a crow and plunged headfirst downwards. In the principal's office, Dumbledore was writing something at the table with his head down. In front of him was the admission book, and traces of him flipping through it could be seen. Today, the U.S. Ministry of Magic suddenly sent a letter to tell him that a transfer student from the British world would come to Hogwarts in the next few days. What puzzled him was when the U.S. Ministry of Magic started to take care of these trivial matters in the British world. But it is certain that the power behind this new transfer student is extremely extraordinary. And, a little wizard from the British world? He looked through the admission book, but couldn't find the name of this transfer student. Why was the American Ministry of Magic so sure that this was a wizard from the British world? Cassandra Worley. What is your purpose? Since you are a little wizard in the British world, why is your name not in the admission book? He murmured. Dumbledore did not reject the request of the U.S. Ministry of Magic. In fact, he was happy to strengthen Hogwarts. The British and American magic circles were not on good terms, so it was not a bad thing to have some good communication bridges. Crack! A muffled thunder suddenly exploded outside the window. Dumbledore put down his pen, his expression more solemn than ever. He stood up and looked out the window. He saw nothing, but at this point, he could feel that there seemed to be something more in this world. Something terrible has been born. At the same time, at the Ministry of Magic in London, Newt ignored Fudge's chatter, stood up, and looked in one direction. Although he was at the bottom, he could clearly feel something. Fudge behind him was still mumbling something. Master Newt, have you decided to go to Hogwarts without even resolving the incident at Malfoy Manor? Our newly established department in the Ministry of Magic should quickly make some achievements. The British world is watching this. Not only the British world, but also the American Ministry of Magic knows about this. You. Newt was annoyed by the noise and turned around. Shut up. Fudge shut up like a quail. Although he is the Minister of Magic, his status is far inferior to that of the Master of Magical Beasts. Newt's hands trembled slightly, and his grey eyes began to emit light. He could feel that a powerful magical animal had arrived. He was born with an affinity for animals and could feel this feeling better than ordinary people. Even the arrival of the Kylan could not give him such an incomparable feeling now. He has been dealing with magical animals all his life, protecting them from persecution by the wizarding world. It is his lifelong duty not to be known by muggles, not to be hurt, and not to hurt humans. But there is one more thing, that is, to constantly discover new magical animals. He is almost 100 years old, and death is not scary. He is worried about what will happen to this box of magical animals after his death. Until now, he has not found a satisfactory successor. There are some annoying guys who stare at him every day and make him sign a box inheritance issue after his death. Are those rubbish really qualified? Newt certainly knew what they were up to, but he was afraid that he would not be able to find a new heir until he died. No one in this world was worthy of this box. However, now, new magical animals have arrived. It feels like a new species. 760 landed at Hogwarts. Newt muttered, and he turned his head number 1 and number 2, now, let's go to Hogwarts. In the office, the two masked men shuddered. Frank, are you going to meet our baby? Yes, Alice. New York said, also, don't show your emotions. I know it's hard. The two people wearing masks fell silent. Fudge snorted. Of course, he knew who these two people were. Apparition. 3 spells were chanted. Suddenly, a strong magic wave blew in the office, blowing documents everywhere. A newspaper was stuck on Fudge's face. When he took the newspaper off, he was the only one in the office. Damn it, how rude. He lowered his head, and the newspaper in his hand was the latest Daily Prophet. It was still the news from a few days ago, one of which was about the Minister of Magic. Connery. Fudge appeared naked from the doorway. Damn Skeeter. He crumpled up the newspaper and threw it into the trash can, then used Restore to restore the office. Suddenly his eyes flickered and stopped on an envelope. There was the mark of the United States Ministry of Magic on it. It had just been delivered today and he hadn't had time to open it. He opened it, flattened the envelope, looked at it, and soon his brows frowned. Transfer student. Cassandra. Who is this? Such a powerful wizard from the British wizarding world. Fudge almost laughed. Is the American Ministry of Magic so kind? But soon his eyes flickered and he realized something. A giant red-eyed creature? A parrot. The British Ministry of Magic's newly established Department for the Control and Containment of Supernatural and Magical Creatures. The British transfer student Cassandra Worley was notified by the US Ministry of Magic. Fudge connected all the recent information together and couldn't help but get goosebumps. Although he still didn't get any answers, even a fool could smell the smell of conspiracy. Chapter 80. There were too many things to do. He spent several hours refining a batch of flying sword number 2. On the basis of the previous one, he added a music function. Of course, it was not real music. He recorded the roar of his black dragon. As long as the set speed was reached, the flying sword would emit a dragon roar that resounded through the world. This was also one of his thoughts. I hope it will not scare them. In addition, he looked at the creation value. It was more than 8,000. His creation was still not enough. He finally made a soul-confusing door, but it was dismantled by that old bee lamp. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. But he will be able to draw again soon. Today's goal is simple, to find his dean to get some mandrake grass. Because he slept a little longer today, when he entered the auditorium, he found that there were many people. He sat in his seat under the attention of many people. As soon as he sat down, Cedric surrounded him and began to touch his chest. Aaron was surprised and knocked his hand away. Good guy, has Cedric been possessed? Why is his character becoming more and more broken? Cedric chuckled and whispered in his ear, Aaron. Godfather, where is the flying broom? Aaron rolled his eyes at him. It's gone if you ask again. He was still in a bad mood after getting up. Cedric had to give up, sat in his seat obediently and started to eat. Hannah at the side asked curiously, what are you doing recently, so mysterious? Hannah is relatively quiet. Usually she will look for Aaron in the afternoon when she has nothing to do. If she can't find him, she will sit in the public lounge and wait for Aaron. If she can't wait, she will go back to her dormitory to sleep. It can be said that the school and Aaron's dormitory are the only 3 points in a straight line. So she is not sensitive to information from the outside world. Nothing. Aaron got up early and drank some black coffee to refresh himself. Suddenly he remembered something and took out a big bag of red stuff from his pocket. Here, the hot pot I promised you. Suddenly, a bag of red solid material wrapped in transparent plastic was thrown on the table in front of Hannah. This hot pot base is an improved version, because it is really hard to find the spices in the previous life, such as star anise, cinnamon, bibu, cloves, grassfruit, nutmeg, and so on. These are basically not available. These are the unique cultural heritage of the country of etiquette in the previous life. A British in 1991 knows nothing. So, he used some alchemy techniques and replaced them with magical materials. Aaron tasted it and it tasted great. It's just that there are too many kinds of magic potions in it, and all kinds of ingredients have effects. After Aaron ate it last night, it was so good. Excited, dizzy, stripped naked and took a shower in the river. After that, he turned into a black dragon and ran around in his own world. There were several things, just like eating mushrooms. Aaron felt that this kind of good thing should be shared. Who made him generous? Hannah picked it up and looked at it puzzledly. Is it a cake? It really looks like a cake. No, Aaron explained, open it, put it in clean water, and then cut all the ingredients and put them into rinse. Hannah tilted her head and thought for a while. I don't understand. Okay, I'll take you to the kitchen at noon to teach you how to make it, and by the way, give everyone a snack today. Aaron thought for a moment and said with a smile in his eyes. Yeah. Hannah nodded. She felt sweet at the thought of cooking with Aaron. Cedric saw it, of course, but his heart was on the flying sword at the moment, so he didn't take it seriously. Whoosh! At this time, a pure white owl flew in and headed towards the Hufflepuff position. Everyone noticed it. But they didn't care. There were always 1 or 2 owls giving something to the little wizards. The white owl landed in front of Aaron, put down something packaged in a long strip, and then left. Everyone's eyes lit up. That was what Aaron bought. But class was about to start, so the students from other colleges just looked at it and didn't come to join in the fun. What is that? Cedric asked vaguely with something in his mouth. Hannah also stopped chewing and looked at it. It's nothing. Aaron picked it up and slowly unpacked it. It's just a wand. The day before yesterday, he scorched Madame Hooch's wand, and he had to pay for it. The wand is not like other materials. It cannot be restored to its original state after being damaged. Although he may become the public enemy of the wizarding world in the future as a vessel of dark magic, he knows what is good and what is bad. He came to this world alone, his parents died, and no one cared about him except those indifferent relatives. When he came to Hogwarts, many people cared about him, including Madame Hooch. He still remembered that day, Madame Hooch risked her life to catch him. This was enough to move him and make him respect her. Aaron felt that even the devil would be moved by the selflessness of some people. If not, he was not a human being. Aaron considered himself to be a person who had gotten rid of vulgar tastes. Soon, a brand new wand was in Aaron's hand. Don't you have a wand? Cedric said in surprise. Also, the wand needs to be selected personally at Ollivander's wand-making shop. Mr. Ollivander is a very particular person. How could he make an exception? Do you know why Nicholas Flamel lived for hundreds of years? Aaron interrupted him. Why? Because he never meddles in other people's business. Cedric. Aaron stood up and looked around the hall. As a flying instructor, Ms. Hooch never sat in the professor's seat. She always found an empty seat to kill time during lunch. Soon, he found her in a corner near the window of a hall. Miss Hooch sat alone at a table, looking a little lonely. Aaron picked up his wand and walked over there. Hooch ate the breakfast in front of her in silence. She was so depressed. The day before yesterday, her wand was burnt by a new student's magic riot. It was completely unusable. As a flying instructor, her salary was very little. In order to buy a second wand, she searched her room. In the end, she only found 6 gold galleons, 17 silver sickles, and 20 copper nuts. This was far from enough. Could she go to Ollivander to buy it on credit? But with Mr. Ollivander's temper. Hooch shook her head and wondered whether she should go to the headmaster to borrow some. Can a wizard do without a wand? Although she had her own pride, there were some things that she had to bow her head to. Just as she made up her mind, a childish and polite voice sounded in her ears. Professor Huoqi, is it convenient for me to sit here? Huoqi looked up and saw a flax-haired boy standing with his hands behind his back, smiling at him. It was he who blew up my wand. Huoqi thought, but she couldn't really hate the child in front of her. She smiled and said, "Of course, my child, but I'm not a professor, just call me madam." After Aaron sat down, he said seriously, "No, in my heart, you are the professor." Huoqi stared at him with her yellow eagle eyes, and her eyes suddenly turned red. She quickly lowered her head and said with a smile, "The wind is indeed a little stronger today." For a teacher who is the only one without the title of professor, she may be more eager for some recognition. And Aaron just gave it to her. Huoqi rubbed her eyes and raised her head again. She was about to speak, but suddenly froze. Because there was a wand in front of her. It was very new, she could recognize it at a glance. This was a wand that was suitable for her. Aaron whispered on the side, "Professor Huoqi, if I remember correctly. The wand you are using should be made of spruce wood, 10 2/3 inches, and made of thunderbird tail feather core. This is the new wand I asked Mr. Ollivander to make for you overnight. I think it will be very suitable. Also, I'm very sorry for the trouble I caused you the day before yesterday." Huoqi looked at Aaron with her yellow eagle eyes, her pupils trembling. Without saying a word, she stretched out her hand, which was also shaking violently, and gently picked up the wand. Soon, she could feel the wand blending with her. Fit. Too fit. Even more fit than before. Suddenly she realized something, and asked in a trembling voice, "Child, tell me, how many gold galleons did you spend?" "It's not much, just a little pocket money." Aaron spread out his hands. It was only 300 gold galleons. In the letter, he specifically told Ollivander to use the best and most advanced materials. Galleons, Aaron really had plenty of them. But this made Madame Hooch feel different. This kid, maybe he spent all his money. Huoqi's heart almost melted. Maybe, he acted so relaxed, just to relieve himself from the pressure. All the children thought they were strict and difficult to approach, but this kid. Huoqi gently took Aaron's hand and said softly, "Thank you, kid, I don't know how to." "Professor Huoqi, this is my gift to you, and also my compensation." Aaron stood up and said, "Everything is my responsibility, and I should compensate you. It's time for class, I should go." After saying that, Aaron said goodbye politely and left. Huoqi looked at the boy's back, her lips trembling, and she clenched her wand. After teaching for so long, for the first time, she felt the respect and recognition from her students. She was very happy. In the morning class, apart from a drowsy history of magic, there was the herbology class that made all the students happy. The herbology class was held in the greenhouse behind the castle, and there were 3 classes a week. It was one of the few courses that the little wizards liked. The main reason was that Professor Sprout was really gentle and friendly. She would teach you some knowledge step by step. Secondly, you can also get to know some strange, scary, and shocking magical plants. This was the second time the freshmen came to the greenhouse, and they made a lot of jokes the first time. For example, some people were frightened by the mandrake and forgot to bring some necessary materials. When they were working, they got skin abscesses from being stung by the juice of the herb. This time, the little wizards all wore dragon skin protective gloves and earmuffs. Hufflepuff and Gryffindor went to class together. When Hermione met Aaron, Aaron greeted her, but the little witch snorted and ignored him. Aaron knew that she had been neglected during this period. Professor Sprout always waited there early. As the Dean of Hufflepuff, the Badgers gave her enough face. No need to ask about other classes, the herbology class will definitely be the first one to arrive. Today's class is in the third greenhouse. Professor Sprout was covered in mud and looked like she had just finished managing the floral mud and fertilizer soil for the plants. She smiled and pointed to a huge plant next to her and introduced it. This is a plant called umbrella flower, and its efficacy. No one paid attention to the following introduction. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. It was so beautiful. It was the first time they saw a huge umbrella-shaped plant. Its huge flowers hung from the ceiling. There were stamens as thick as a human arm, and the fragrance was rich. Sprout only took the little wizards to familiarize themselves with the plants in the book and their specific uses. Then he took everyone to another greenhouse. The greenhouse was familiar to everyone. There was a long rectangular area inside, which was full of mandrakes. Okay, kids, now, please put on your dragon skin protective gear. Sprout said gently, and the wizards, including Aaron, all put on their protective gear obediently. After seeing everyone put on their protective gear, Sprout said, last time, the mandrakes were still underage, but today some of them have matured. So our lesson today is how to transplant and harvest. Of course, as for the final potion, we can only ask Professor Snape. Then, she taught everyone how to identify mature mandrakes. It was very simple to identify. You just need to pull it up. If it screams, it is not mature. Just put it back, but remember to fill it with soil. If the mandrake starts to be moody and silent, it is mature. Most of the mandrakes pulled out by the children seemed irritable and manic. But almost all the mandrakes pulled out by Aaron were mature, which made Miss Sprout give Hufflepuff a few points. Damn it! Ron pulled out another mandrake, and it started screaming as soon as it was pulled out. Even with earmuffs, you could hear the sound of killing chickens. Why can Aaron always pull out the mature ones? He complained. Harry, who was standing by, naturally couldn't hear it because he had just thrust a screaming mandrake back in. The class ended quickly and everyone packed up their equipment and started to leave. But only Aaron stayed. Oh! Sprout showed a hint of surprise after seeing it. What can I do for you, kid? Aaron waited until everyone left before stepping forward and saying, Dean, I want a few mandrakes. Then she added, I can pay with gold galleons. Miss Sprout said in surprise, this kind of material is only used by senior students in potions class. What do you want it for? Aaron thought for a while and said, I'm an alchemist, so I'm very curious about this material and want a few to study carefully. He did not hide the fact that many people knew his identity as an alchemist. Sprout stared at Aaron for a while with his kind eyes, and suddenly said, if you join the school team, I can give you a few. Aaron was speechless. His dean was very persistent. I promise. Aaron said seriously, Hufflepuff will definitely win. Sprout shrugged, although I don't know where your confidence comes from, but okay, you can take it yourself. She pointed to the area where the mandrakes were planted. I can give you 4 chances. You can take it if you pull it out mature. If you fail 4 times. She didn't say the rest, but the meaning was obvious. After listening, Aaron rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the mandrake area. Child, you haven't put on protective gear yet. Aaron waved his hand, indicating that it was not necessary. Mature mandrakes did not need protective gear. This was also telling his dean that he had confidence. Proper display of strength would also make Sprout like him more. If he needed any rare materials in the future, he could just take them. Aaron stepped forward and pulled one up. The mandrake was silent at first, and then the ugly baby face began to show impatience, and then it was about to open its mouth and shout. Pa! Aaron slapped it directly. The mandrake closed its mouth obediently. The mature mandrake was moody. Sprout's eyelids twitched as she watched from the side. It was the first time she saw such a method of picking mandrakes. The remaining 3 were very well behaved. Aaron put them into the cloth bag he carried with him, and then thanked him. Thank you, Dean. Sprout looked at the cloth bag in Aaron's hand. Wow, this was planned for a long time. Okay, don't tell anyone about this. She warned, then waved her hand and said, go back. Aaron said goodbye politely and walked out. This kid is really different. Sprout said with a smile, looking at Aaron's back. Suddenly, she found a shiny thing in the greenhouse, and when she walked over, she found that it was a pile of gold galleons. As expected of a Hufflepuff kid, he doesn't owe anyone any favors. I'm not going away. Chapter 81. The lattice windows of the Gothic castle of Hogwarts sparkled in the sun. A huge black balloon-like object floated over from a distance and headed towards a separate tower. Puff! Suddenly, the huge black balloon shrank rapidly and turned into a magical bird with a black body, colorful wings, and a beak like a shoe bill. It turned in the air, let out a strange cry, and landed on a round window table, pecking at the glass with its beak. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat on the sofa and concentrated on reading a book called Mundane Philosophy, Why Muggles Don't Like to Get to the Bottom of Things. To be honest, he particularly liked this book published by Dust and Mold Publishing House. He also found its author ridiculous. From time to time, his hazy laughter could be heard in the office. Why don't Muggles like to ask questions? Because the Oblivion Charm prevented them from asking, my dear Maudix Ager. Author. He read the marriage and love between wizards and Muggles with great interest, and just when he saw the exciting part, he had to turn the page again. Bang, bang, bang. Dumbledore just raised his hand and was frightened by the sudden sound. He quickly waved his hand, and the book closed automatically, flew up, and hid under the carpet. When he found that it was just a bird knocking on the window, he breathed a sigh of relief, then stood up, propped up the round window with his hand, and the bird flew in and landed on his shoulder. Oh, my God! Dumbledore stroked the bird and said in surprise, it's you, Airbird. Let me see what Newt brought me. This bird is the magical animal of his student Newt. He always likes to use some magical animals to contact himself occasionally. Vomit. The airbird opened its mouth and vomited a cylinder with mucus. Dumbledore complained, pinched it and opened it. He is still the same as always, he likes to play like this. When the cylinder was opened, there was a note inside that read. Dear Headmaster Albus, my teacher, I am glad that we are about to meet. I have sensed that some magical creatures that I cannot understand have appeared in Hogwarts. Therefore, I am hereby meeting you in advance. I may arrive at lunchtime. Newt's commander. Dumbledore raised his hand to release the airbird, closed the round window, and his face was also solemn. Shouldn't Newt be in London? Even at such a long distance, he also sensed something unusual. It seems that this magical animal is even more bizarre than he thought, but who cares, the experts are here. He looked at the time, the meal was almost ready. Well, we have to organize the professors to go and welcome them. As a teacher and student who hadn't seen each other for a long time, he felt that the meeting should be solemn. Meals. The hall was already full. Usually at this time, some houses would be half full, or lacking something. Because they got the news. The house elves will serve a very strange delicacy today, which is said to taste great. Of course, this information was spread by Aaron. Gryffindor area. It's finally going to change. It's damn barbecue and steak every day, but I like desserts. Ron said expectantly. Harry was also looking forward to it, but I'm still worried about the fight with Malfoy tonight. Do you think he will come? Ron shrugged. Who knows, but I heard that the castle has been haunted these days. Haunted? Hermione didn't want to talk at first, but this information made her a little interested. Yes, I heard that there was a freshman in Slytherin who was tricked by the stairs last night and it took him a long time to get back to the corridor on the first floor. Ron said sinisterly, and then suddenly he raised his voice suddenly. Ah! Hermione was frightened and patted her chest quickly. After a moment of calming down, she was so angry that she picked up the plate in front of her and hit Ron on the head with a bang. This is what you deserve. Hermione looked up. Ron rubbed his head in grievance, but saw Harry laughing. He glared at Harry, and Harry quickly calmed down. Go on. Hermione urged. Ron had no choice but to continue talking with a pursed mouth. He didn't dare to offend this know-it-all lady. As the freshman was walking through the dark corridor, he suddenly heard a strange voice. Dear stranger, please dance with me. Hey? What's that? Ron shook his head. I don't know. According to the freshman, he was so scared that he ran away, and then he stopped here, but Hermione picked up the plate again. Ron continued quickly. His body was out of control, and he started dancing on the spot until midnight. He finally returned to the dormitory exhausted. After that, he added, that's all, but you know that group of Slytherins, they always tell lies. Harry listened thoughtfully, and then said. You say, will Malfoy trick us somewhere and then? I don't know, but I'm sure that if you don't go, the name of a coward will spread to every owl's ears the next day. Harry stopped talking, he had made up his mind. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy stared at Gryffindor's seat, then at Hedgehog Puff. I can't mess with you, so why can't I mess with Harry? This is what Malfoy is thinking at the moment. He wants to step on Harry and rebuild his prestige in Slytherin. Ravenclaw area. Chew touched the hard flying sword breastplate on his chest and pondered. Oh, Chew, are you thinking about him again? A beautiful brown-haired girl next to her blinked and joked. Her name is Fernan Polly, a typical London girl with a cheerful personality, light features, brown eyes and a perfect and beautiful face. She is also the big shot of the college team, no, the Seeker. Her overall quality is second only to Chew, and she is also recognized as the second most beautiful girl in Ravenclaw. Fernan's words caused the other Ravenclaw girls to make a noise, and there was no lack of jealousy among them. Oops, stop touching it. It's already big, and it will get even bigger if you touch it. Oh. I'm so envious. Chew is the only one in our school team who has that magical flying broom. What are you envious of? Go get one too. What if Erin has a strong taste? Chew sat in the middle without saying a word. She only got a flying broom. And she was the pursuer, so it was natural for her to use it, but it would always cause some jealousy. Hufflepuff area. Hey, did you notice? Cedric pointed to the professor's seats at the top. Next to him was Erin, and next to Erin was Hannah. The three of them looked at the same time. At this time, Erin noticed. Today, including the principal, the professors. He raised his neck and scanned the auditorium, but he didn't see Professor Hooch. All the teachers were no longer. What about the professors? What happened? I don't know, but why hasn't today's food arrived yet? I'm starving. The Hufflepuffs also noticed it and started talking about it. Erin took a sip of coffee and didn't care. Suddenly, everyone in the hall exclaimed wow. At this moment, in front of everyone, there was a steaming silver pot. The pot was filled with a red soup base, which exuded an intoxicating fragrance. This fragrance smelled strange and rich to the wizards in this world. Under the silver pot, a magic candlestick was burning. That's not all. Then, ingredients began to appear out of thin air on the plates in front of them. However, this ingredient shocked everyone. Raw. All raw. These steaks, lamb chops, chicken, fish, and many vegetables were cooked in the past, but now they are raw. However, these dishes were cut into slices and strips. They must be stunned. Hannah covered her mouth and laughed. She looked at the surprised eyes and helpless hands of those around her. She felt that she was not alone. At noon, she was also puzzled. When Erin taught her how to eat, she learned this magical way of eating. She dipped the rolled beef slices in a special secret sauce and stuffed them into her mouth. Hannah swore that this was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten. No doubt. Erin smiled and let you feel the shock from the ancient Oriental country. He looked at the expressions of everyone in the hall. Some of them held knives and forks, their eyes wide open, not knowing where to start. Some of them picked up spoons and took a sip of the soup as if it were soup. When they felt the burn, their eyes lit up, as if they had found something extremely delicious. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw are indeed the symbols of adventure and cleverness. They poured all the ingredients in front of them into the pot and cooked them. Erin had originally planned to teach them how to eat it. Now it seems that the little wizard will soon master the way to eat it. He turned his eyes back with a smile on his face, and the next moment his face turned pale. All the people in Hufflepuff, except for himself and Hannah, had the soup in front of them. The silver pots of others had been drunk up. Everyone stuck out their tongues, sweating profusely, but their eyes and faces were full of excitement, and they clapped their hands on the table. It's so delicious, I want another bowl. Very spicy, but very addictive. Appetizer soup? I feel like I can eat a whole cow. Hannah was also a little surprised. She blinked. Erin, don't you have an appetite? Cedric came over and stared at the soup in front of Erin. If you don't drink it, I will. Erin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He shouldn't have come to Hufflepuff in the first place. These bastards. Outside the gate of Hogwarts. Led by Dumbledore, a group of professors stood in neat rows, smiling, ready to welcome Newt who was about to arrive. Even Hagrid, with his huge body, stood at the edge. He had an expectant look on his face, because Newt was his idol. As an animal lover, Hagrid naturally thought Newt, who had many magical animals, was a hot man in his mind. Are you sure? It's time for dinner, where are they? Professor Flitwick said. He heard that the elves had changed the menu today. Is it really not a prank? McGonagall also whispered. Dumbledore smiled confidently and said, no, my student is the worst at playing pranks. He will definitely come. Look, here he comes. Dumbledore pointed to the sky, and a huge red dragon flapped its wings and swooped over here. Oh my god! Hagrid clenched his hands, feeling extremely excited. His dream was to be a dragon. Look at this huge body and majestic dragon head. Everyone was looking forward to it, but something unexpected happened. When the dragon was about to land, it seemed to be frightened by something. It was supposed to land smoothly, but suddenly it braked suddenly, lost its balance, and braked on its face. Dust was immediately raised all over the sky. Ahem! Everyone coughed and waved their hands to disperse the smoke. Snape used Ching Yi Xin to disperse the smoke. What kind of posture is this? A trace of doubt emerged in everyone's mind. Is this how the fire dragon landed? Or is the one Newt raised more peculiar? Newt jumped down from the dragon's back, and followed by two masked men and women. As soon as he came down, he didn't have time to greet his teacher, and looked at the fire dragon with confusion. Just now, he noticed that the fire dragon was extremely frightened. It was afraid of something. He stroked the fire dragon's forehead, and the dragon's eyes showed extreme fear. The whole body was limp and couldn't move. Newt had to open the box and stuffed the fire dragon in. He turned around, politely took off his hat from his head, bent down to apologize. I'm very sorry, my fire dragon had an accident. You're not scared, are you? Dumbledore walked up and gave Newt a gentle hug. How could that be, my child? After a brief chat, he looked at the two silent mysterious men behind Newt. They are my assistants, number 1 and number 2, don't mention them, I'm very hungry. Newt briefly introduced and changed the subject. I miss the food at school very much. I wonder if it still tastes the same as before. Flitwick then said, you came at a good time. Today we elves have an extra meal, and it's more delicious than ever. Newt bowed his head and smiled at Lupin. Then a group of people surrounded Newt and entered the school. Hello, Mr. Filch. Newt did not forget to greet the administrator, which made Filch flattered. It's still the same as I remember it. Newt said nostalgically. Dumbledore smiled and said, of course, the children are still cute. Although the children of this class are a little naughty, they are very harmonious most of the time. Newt also nodded with a smile. In a flash, he was almost 100 years old, as if in another world, but Hogwarts was still standing. Soon, they arrived at the auditorium. Before entering, everyone smelled a strange fragrance. This made Newt's eyes light up. It seems that today's school is finally not the same old barbecue and desserts. As he said, he walked quickly inside with expectation. At the original place, Dumbledore and everyone smiled at each other, feeling a little proud in their hearts. After all, the praise of outsiders is the greatest affirmation of them. Then, they also entered the auditorium. How about it? The children are still gathered together. This scene is very warm, isn't it? Dumbledore smiled. He saw Newt standing at the entrance of the hall. Why don't you go in? Newt's eyes and face seemed a little strange. Dumbledore looked into the hall and his face froze immediately. In the hall, the children were in a mess, divided into several groups, holding their wands to each other and shouting spells that were not spells at all. Die! Merlin's pants, I command you, oh, why do I feel like I'm flying? A child stood on the table, holding up his wand, and suddenly he lay on the table and scratched, thinking he was flying. Oh dear! Don't go, please don't go! In the middle of the auditorium, two senior boys were holding hands with affection, and at the same time they were backing away, as if something was trying to separate them. There was also a group of students following behind Cedric, listening to what he was saying. The Weasley twins chimed in. George, where are you going to go after graduation? Cedric, I'm not going there, I'm going to go to the principal's office and steal all the wool socks he has hidden. Why? Have no idea. However, our goal is very clear. The first step is to occupy the office. The second step is to occupy Filch's management office. The third step, what is the third step? The third step is to grow bigger and stronger and rule the wizarding world. Yes, you are so smart. Who says it's not? The whole hall was in chaos. The little wizards were doing incomprehensible things in an incomprehensible way. In short, it was chaos, weirdness, and madness. Is this what you mean by a little naughty? Newt took a long time to recover, and he asked word by word. Chapter 82. However, he soon found the culprit of this carnival. Aaron Brooke. Aaron and Hannah were sitting in their seats, talking and laughing while eating the food in front of them. They were the only ones who were not affected at all. Dumbledore believed in Hannah, the girl, so only Aaron could. This child, he really couldn't have peace for a moment. I swear, this is an accident, Dumbledore didn't know how to explain, he shrugged helplessly. Children are usually very well behaved. Newt had a blank expression and answered perfunctorily. Yes, Mr. Albus, I came here unexpectedly and saw it, what a coincidence. I believe what you said very much. Obviously Dumbledore saw from his face that he didn't believe it at all, but what could he do? However, the smell in the hall made Newt addicted. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. What kind of food is this? Newt's eyes lit up and finally changed the subject. Mag beside him quickly explained. Well, I heard it's something called hot pot, but I don't know what it is exactly, because it's a new dish that has just been developed. So we haven't tasted it yet. All the professors nodded. Miss Sprout swallowed her saliva, thinking that she should eat quickly. But as a guest, Newt hadn't left yet, so she naturally couldn't be too rude. What are you waiting for? Newt took a step, picked up the box, and walked quickly inside. Two mysterious men in black clothes and masks followed closely behind him. When passing by the chaotic children, Newt's body was either bent or dodged, and he seemed extremely flexible. He didn't look like a man who was almost 100 years old. During this time, the Weasley twins almost bumped into Newt. McGonagall glared at the Weasley twins fiercely, but the brothers were obviously still immersed in their own world. On the spot, the professors looked at each other, but they could see the helplessness and shame in each other's eyes. It was too embarrassing to let such an important figure in the wizarding world see this inexplicable scene in the school. Okay, let's eat. Dumbledore waved his hand weakly, and a group of professors walked into the auditorium. Halfway through, Dumbledore turned and walked towards the Hufflepuff area. Aaron was telling Hannah a joke when he suddenly realized something was wrong. He looked up and found that Dumbledore was walking towards them. Hurry up and play dumb. Aaron quickly stuck out his tongue and made a 6+7 gesture with his hands. Hannah heard it and realized that the principal was coming. She was immediately flustered. In a hurry, she slammed the table and shouted. Hey, there are 7 mushrooms in the sky and 1 mushroom on the ground, how many mushrooms are there in total? Aaron. He remembered telling Hannah a joke about 7 monkeys on a tree and 1 monkey under a tree. The girl was quite good at drawing inferences from one example. Dumbledore walked forward and was not fooled by the poor acting. He looked at the two of them meaningfully, and then looked at the silver pot on the table. With a wave of his hand, a little soup in the pot condensed into a red ball and floated into Dumbledore's mouth. He closed his eyes and tasted it carefully. After a moment, he opened his eyes and finally knew the problem. But this taste is indeed eye-catching. You used many kinds of potion materials. Dumbledore's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he teased also, your acting skills seem to be very good again. Aaron stopped performing and said helplessly, but I can never fool you every time. After a pause, he explained, adding some potions will only produce some slight hallucinations. You call this mildly psychedelic? Isn't it? Why are you okay? I just took some antidote. Dumbledore was silent. Preparing an antidote is more difficult than preparing a simple hallucinogen. Is this child really gifted? In fact, he was a little skeptical. Is this really not a child of a pure-blood wizard who was abandoned in the Muggle world? If he is a wizard of pure Muggle blood, then there must be an outstanding wizard in Aaron's ancestor many generations ago. But he really has no impression of the surname Brooke. You know, alchemy is more complicated and difficult to master than spells, and the potion science is also more complicated. Not to mention alchemy. But this child seems to have dabbled in both alchemy and potions, and has developed an unimaginable talent. The law of potion, Gorberot's third law, the antidote to a mixed poison is greater than the sum of the antidotes of each individual ingredient. He could taste that there were many kinds of potions mixed in this soup. Some were even highly toxic. However, this child neutralized the toxicity in the mixture, leaving only a small amount of hallucinogenicity. Moreover, Dumbledore believed that he had left the hallucinogenicity on purpose, and he could completely neutralize it. Is it true that the Sorting Hat didn't make a mistake? Dumbledore looked at Aaron again. He really doubted whether the Sorting Hat should retire. Something went wrong during the sorting. No matter how you looked at it, this child didn't look like a Hufflepuff. Also, ever since Aaron joined Hufflepuff, Cedric has been completely led astray. However, he was quite happy to see it, because he always felt that Hufflepuffs were too obedient. It would be nice to have more mischief that children should have. As Hagrid said, Hufflepuffs are a bunch of good-for-nothings. As the headmaster, he was reluctant to see this, but he was also helpless because it was a fact. Aaron looked at the silent Dumbledore, wondering what he was thinking. "I hope you can add the antidote next time." Suddenly, Dumbledore said with a smile, and did not blame him for it. "And the taste is really good, suitable as a new dish to continue." Compared with Aaron's amazing talent in potions, he felt that the little chaos caused was not worth mentioning. Aaron spread his hands when he heard this. This kind of thing is indeed not suitable to do every day. And not neutralizing the hallucinogenic toxicity was a little thought of his. Because he was the first person to taste it and was infected, others could not be let off. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he walked towards the professor's seat at the top. Aaron's eyes turned, and the next moment his eyes moved slightly, and he saw a very old man. He has grey eyes, but his eyes are full of power. There seem to be some freckles on his face. Aaron can't tell whether they are age spots or freckles. Aaron, who was still guessing his identity, had a guess when he saw the box in his hand. "Newt," Aaron groaned. Behind Newt stood two masked men in black. Judging from their figures, they should be a man and a woman. Why did Newt come to Hogwarts? Aaron guessed. For what? My puppet clown hasn't been exposed yet. So, Newt, from the Special Animal Management and Sheltering Department, what exactly are you here for? Aaron's eyes flickered. At the top, Newt found a seat and put the raw meat and other ingredients on the table into the pot to cook. Just when he was passing by, he learned how to eat it. Those children put the ingredients in it and cooked them. While waiting for the pot to boil, he looked at the students dancing wildly below. In fact, this scene is quite good. Newt said jokingly. The professors could only laugh awkwardly, but Miss Sprout lowered her head and poured all the food in front of her into the silver pot. Until there was no more room in the pot, she waved her hand and increased the magic candle light a little. For some small spells, many professors can cast spells without a wand. Dumbledore stood in the front. He originally planned to cast without a wand, but suddenly thought of the three-headed dog incident that night. In order not to let Newt laugh at him, he still took out his wand. Aaron's magic was somewhat weird. "Recover quickly," Dumbledore chanted, waving his wand downwards. Soon, the little wizards woke up. The chaos in the hall was silent for a moment. All the little wizards stayed in their strange postures, but soon someone reacted and the hall became chaotic again. Some children regained clarity and found themselves standing on the table, so they quickly jumped down. Some found that the boy was hugging another boy and was about to kiss him, so they quickly separated as if they were electrocuted. Both of them looked weird. In short, all kinds of strange postures made them feel ashamed for a while. More people were still confused. Weren't they having a meal? What happened? I felt like I had a weird dream. I don't know. I dreamed about it, a beautiful woman dancing. But you are holding my hand. Why don't you let go? The children whispered to each other. Soon, they realized that the atmosphere was not right and looked towards the professors' seats. They found that the professors were looking at them in a very strange way, as if they were going to deduct points. All the young wizards were panicked. But soon, the panic disappeared, because they noticed that there was a familiar face in the professor's seat today. Newt's commander. Of course there is a picture of this legendary master in the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Everyone sit back in your seats. Dumbledore waved his hand, and the children quickly returned to their seats with excitement in their eyes. Master Newt is a celebrity, and it is very lucky to see him in person. Gryffindor seat. Neville looked at the two masked men standing behind Master Newt, and he had a strange feeling. Suddenly, the two men seemed to notice him. But they quickly looked away. Neville noticed that their bodies were shaking. Although he was very strange, he didn't think much about it. Hermione's head almost buried in the table, because she felt like she had turned into a cat just now, and she didn't know who saw her embarrassment. In the direction of Ravenclaw. Chu's eyes flickered and looked at Hufflepuff, her face flushed, and her eyes moved on Aaron. No one knew that she had just arrived. What did she dream about? But the big boobs next to her. Fernando, the seeker of the college team, looked a little strange, and his eyes were full of apology when he looked at Chu. In short, the little wizards at this moment had their own thoughts, because of something in the dream. How shameful! However, everyone tied Aaron to the pillar in their hearts, because they were embarrassed because of the hot pot he developed. In fact, before they ate, they felt that Aaron, who seemed noble, polite and mysterious, would not be kind enough to give them some food. Judging from past events, there is definitely something fishy here. They originally refused and were wary. But Aaron's cooking was too delicious. Above the auditorium, Dumbledore clapped his hands and motioned for everyone to be quiet. The auditorium quickly quieted down and was no longer noisy. I don't think I need to introduce this guy. Dumbledore introduced him loudly, and Newt stood up and took off his hat to signal. The little wizards below clapped crazily, and Aaron also clapped a few times. He liked Newt very much. However, they were destined to be contradictory. Newt was his enemy. Aaron didn't know if this understanding was right, but he believed that as long as he revealed his identity, Newt would be the first to find him. Newt, Aaron, be a good guy and take your creations. Aaron, sorry, I can't go back. He will create more and more things, which is linked to his own strength, so he can't give up. Therefore, the two are destined to be rivals. But it doesn't stop him from liking and appreciating Newt's commander. Soon, in the auditorium, after the initial excitement and commotion of the young wizards, everything returned to normal and quiet, and everyone ate hot pot with big mouthfuls. Oh my god! This is the most delicious thing I have ever eaten. Newt stuffed a piece of meat roll into his mouth with satisfaction. Great! Is this a new dish developed by the house elves? 0, 0. Newt's mouth turned red and his face was covered with sweat from eating, but he couldn't stop. Although it was very spicy, the hot pot seemed to have a magical power that made him keep stuffing food into his mouth. Snape was unusually slow in his eating, and ate quickly and eagerly instead of slowly as usual. Even Professor McGonagall couldn't stop him. In the past, she would wipe the corners of her mouth elegantly with a napkin after taking a few bites of lamb chops, but she had forgotten to wipe her mouth after taking the first bite. Flitwick and Sprout lowered their heads, and as they ate, they poured the ingredients into the silver pot, which caused the silver pot to be always full of ingredients. Even Dumbledore was addicted to it. For a while, no one answered Newt's words. In the end, only McGonagall swallowed a mouthful of beef roll, wiped the corners of her mouth elegantly, stopped, and explained to Newt. You may not believe it. This was developed by a new Hufflepuff student. Newt stopped what he was doing, his eyes full of suspicion. Are you kidding me? Anyone can taste that there are many flavors of potion ingredients in it. No, even senior students can't do it at all. Newt said very confidently. Snape also stopped at this time, and he said faintly, this is indeed true. Until now, he has not cracked the child's nagging potion, and he has to find an opportunity to ask the child for advice. On the other hand, it also shows that the child's understanding of potions seems to be above his. Although he is ashamed of this idea, for himself who is obsessed with potions, shame is nothing. Newt glanced at Snape, and the other professors at the table nodded repeatedly. He then looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore wiped his mouth, blinked, and said, yes, a freshman. There was a hint of pride in his eyes. Newt, you are surprised. Dumbledore was very happy to see his excellent student surprised. As the principal of Aaron, he naturally had a bright face. Newt squinted and stared at Dumbledore for a while. I do not believe. I always feel like you guys are fooling me. Since I stepped into Hogwarts, nothing has been normal. Newt still remembers the fear of dragons, the crazy students, and everyone said that a freshman could develop such a magical soup. This soup contained multiple potions. Some of them were highly toxic. Is this something a freshman can do? As far as he knows, the freshmen have only been in school for more than a week, right? Hogwarts seems to be full of mystery. It is no longer the school he remembered. It's really hard to believe. Dumbledore smiled and said, but I can take you to see that magical child. Newt was speechless. In the Hufflepuff area, Aaron was looking down at the beef roll. To be honest, he really wanted to have this since he came to this world. Hello, is your name Aaron Brooke? Did you develop this dish yourself? Suddenly, a voice sounded, and Aaron looked up. An elderly man with grey eyes and a particularly powerful gaze was looking at him with a hint of expectation and excitement. Newt. Aaron narrowed his eyes slightly. P.S. Most of the lines are being collected, and there will be more and more explosions later, parrots, phoenixes, black dragons, clowns, monkeys, etc., and the crazy whomping willow. I don't know if Newt will refresh the world view. Haha. Chapter 83. Everyone tilted their heads and raised their eyebrows, twisting their bodies, looking over here. The little wizard who was a little far away from Hufflepuff quietly left his seat and leaned towards Aaron. That was Newt. Another beacon of the wizarding world. At the same time, their eyes were full of envy. Master Newt obviously liked this delicious meal very much. He came here halfway through the meal. Ravenclaw area. Chew was full of surprise. Why did this world-famous master suddenly come to Aaron? Was it just for food? Although the food did taste quite good, Master Newt would not come to experience it in person. Fernando beside her whispered to the girl next to her, and Chew listened quietly. Fernando sighed softly. Aaron is really lucky. Why do you say that? A girl asked. Fernando mysteriously, she crossed her arms and squeezed her breasts to make them fuller and rounder. It is said that Master Newt has been looking for an heir to inherit his box of magical beasts. If he is favored, then this heir will become the second Newt. And they can also learn the skills of affinity with magical animals, which is Master Newt's specialty. A group of little girls exclaimed very little, looking at Aaron with more admiration. Chew's eyes flickered, and she didn't know what she was thinking. She put one arm on the table and tapped the table lightly with her index finger. Gryffindor area. Harry looked at everyone's eyes on Aaron with envy, as if Aaron was the savior. In fact, except for Ron and Neville who occasionally mentioned his identity as the savior, everyone else had forgotten it. Their eyes were all on Aaron. Hermione supported her chin with both hands. She hadn't spoken to Aaron for several days. She was thinking, should she be the icebreaker? But as a girl, her reserve made it somewhat difficult for her to speak. Well, 95-0. Hermione sighed softly, attracting Ron's curious gaze. She picked up the plate with a fierce look. What are you looking at? Ron quickly shrank his neck. Lioness. Aaron did not stand up immediately, but looked at Newt, carefully looking at this old man with a prominent reputation in the wizarding world. Newt's commander. He is no longer the young, aristocratic, and slightly shy young wizard in Aaron's memory. Instead, he is an old man with age spots on his face and eyes full of strength, wisdom, and the weight of time. Is this my future mortal enemy? Aaron's azure eyes were slightly waving. He didn't stand up immediately, not because he was impolite, but because he didn't know how to treat this future enemy. Stand up and shake hands with him? His mind is actually not small, but not big either. You know, what kind of things are contained in Newt's shelter. Although at present, his creations don't seem to be contained by him, but who knows in the future. Professor McGonagall was standing behind Newt and blinking anxiously at Aaron, motioning him to talk to her quickly and not to be too rude. Beside her stood the other professors, and Dumbledore's sight was projected from the professor's seat at the top. Cedric and Hannah were gently pushing him under the table. But Aaron ignored it because he found that the other party seemed to be observing him as well. Newt looked at the 11 or 12-year-old boy in front of him with a smile on his face. He was a little surprised. The boy's eyes revealed a surprising calmness. Newt dealt with animals and had a special understanding of their eyes. Through eye contact, you can build feelings with them. Eyes and soul blend. Wizards think that affinity with magical animals is too complicated and that it is a very profound magic. But in fact, as long as you feel it with your heart. Sincerity is the most magical and powerful magic when facing animals. Newt blinked his eyes. As he got older, he always shed tears for no reason. After wiping his tears, he stuffed the handkerchief into his arms. He found that the child's eyes were still looking at him calmly, and he didn't even seem to blink. Why aren't the kid's eyes dry? Newt thought curiously. But why hasn't the kid answered his question for almost half a minute? He thought for a while and got the answer. Newt turned his head to look at Dumbledore and found that he was looking at him with a smile. In fact, Dumbledore was pleased that his two proud students met. He didn't know what kind of sparks would be created. If Newt knew Aaron's magic, how shocked would he be? Therefore, Dumbledore was very expectant and curious. When he saw Newt looking at him, he smiled and nodded politely. But this was not the case in Newt's opinion. Sure enough, My teacher fooled me. Newt sighed in his heart. His teacher, and this group of professors also teamed up to fool him. These people are almost 1,000 years old, and they still play such childish games. The most ridiculous thing is that I still believe it. Thinking of this, Newt also understood why the child did not answer his question. Because the other party did not know, and did not know what he was talking about. It is impossible for an 11-year-old child to develop such a magical food. In this soup, the brewer neutralized its toxicity, and it seems that only the hallucinogenicity is retained as a prank, and the degree is very good. So, no matter how you look at it, it's just a little joke played by the teacher on himself whom he hasn't seen for a long time. I'm very sorry. Newt apologized, not losing his courtesy just because Aaron was young. He took off his hat and apologized. Sorry to bother you with your meal. After that, he turned around and left in the surprised and puzzled eyes of everyone. There was an uproar in the auditorium. Everyone was puzzled, the professors were also confused, and even Dumbledore had a puzzled look under his half-moon glasses. At this time, everyone had the same idea in their hearts. We have all the pants, no, we have all the melon seeds ready, are you done yet? The two looked at each other in confusion for less than a minute, and then Master Newt apologized and left. What the hell is this? And Aaron, what are you doing? This is Master Newt. The idol in the hearts of all children, is this how you treat your idol? This dish was indeed developed by me. Aaron finally stood up and said softly. The noise in the auditorium gradually quieted down. Newt stopped and turned around. The boy stood up with a calm expression, but there was a hint of smile in his eyes than before. He walked over and stood on the other side of the table. The boy continued to speak. I was rude just now, because it was the first time I met the legendary Master Newt, and I didn't react for a while. After hearing this explanation, Newt thought it was very reasonable. It's just that there was something clear in the child's eyes. He looked around, and when his eyes met a child, the child's eyes would show obvious excitement. He didn't see it in Aaron. That's true. Newt joked, trying to make the relationship between the two of them progress faster. Many children cried when they saw me. However, he returned to the point. Did you really develop this ingredient? Newt still didn't believe it. Although he dealt with magical creatures, he knew a little about potions. Because some magical creatures would get hurt, he also knew how to prepare some healing and psychedelic potions to heal and fascinate some injured or violent magical creatures. He knew how difficult it was. Yes, Aaron answered very straightforwardly. Newt's eyes moved. He originally thought he would get a negative answer. He pulled out the wand from his body and waved it. A trace of red soup flew to the tip of the wand, and then began to spin like a tornado. Newt leaned in to smell it, closed his eyes, and said, Poisonous lily, peppermint, angelica, these two do have a spicy and stimulating taste, but they are also toxic. He suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, But you actually added scurvy, which is a highly toxic ingredient. I can't believe that you, as a freshman, can handle its toxicity so well. Of course, I'm just curious, not questioning. Don't look at me like that. Newt noticed a strange smile in the eyes of the boy opposite him, and quickly explained. After Newt finished speaking, the auditorium roared again. The little wizards widened their eyes. So much poison was added to the hot pot they just ate. They all knew a little about the potion materials that Master Newt mentioned in thousands of magical herbs and tan classes. They were all toxic plant materials, among which scurvy was even more poisonous. Of course, when refining medicine, wizards would mix them in the correct proportions to neutralize the toxicity, but Aaron was a freshman. And more than one kind was added. But soon, they all came to their senses. Master Newt said that the toxicity was handled well? Well. Okay, they were relieved. But they soon became worried again. Damn it! Aaron neutralized the toxicity? Did he work hard secretly? They are both freshmen, why is he so outstanding? It is more painful to see classmates' progress than their regression. Snape's eyes flickered, he didn't even taste the scurvy in it. As a professor of potions, he felt ashamed and had a new understanding of Master Newt. Sure enough. Those who can become legends are not ordinary people. Hufflepuff area. Aaron was about to speak, but there was a ding sound of the system prompt in his mind. Ding! The Dark Dragon King has come into contact with special creatures in this world, and is rewarded with the maximum level of affinity with magical animals. Extra reward of flesh and blood creation, Godzilla, materials, fire dragon eggs, fire ash snake eggs, fire lizard blood, dragon skin, dragon blood, dragon claws. Aaron was delighted and looked at Newt with a kind look. It turned out that this was an NPC that dropped good stuff. The affinity with magical creatures was maxed out, this was a good thing. A flesh and blood creation, Godzilla? This was Aaron's first time to come into contact with a flesh and blood creation. In the past, it was only magic potions and material creations. I don't know what the difference is between flesh and blood creations. Godzilla? Godzilla? I wonder if it's the same as in the previous life? If it's the same, it will be a lot of fun. I have all the other materials for flesh and blood creations, but I don't have fire dragon eggs. Dragon eggs? This is a rare thing in the wizarding world, especially since private breeding is prohibited, so the control is very strict. Because dragons are generally very irritable, they are only loyal to their masters. Sometimes, when they are in heat, they don't even recognize their masters. Hagrid seemed to have got a Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg later, but it was not a rare species. Even so, it was already very rare. However, Aaron didn't have a fire dragon egg, but Newt definitely had one. Aaron glanced at Newt's box obscurely. If you ask who has the most animals in the world, it must be Newt's commander. The box in his hand contained many magical creatures. If they were all released, it would definitely cause a natural disaster-level catastrophe. Moreover, those magical animals are excellent potion materials, which will attract the hunting of potion masters and hunters. Put away the messy thoughts. Aaron blinked and looked at Newt, looking very innocent. Are you curious? He saw Newt nodded, and then continued, but why should I prove your curiosity? Newt was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to get this answer. But he soon realized that this child is not easy to deal with. In fact, he doesn't care about potions, and he doesn't care about food even more. What he cares about is talent. Newt had no idea about choosing an heir before, but when he came to Hogwarts, he suddenly had an inspiration and decided to try to find an heir in the school. So, the original one purpose became two purposes. That is to investigate and contain special animals and find an heir at the same time. Although he himself did not have much hope, he could always pick one by picking the best ones. Otherwise, after his death, would this box of magical animals really be handed over to the Ministry of Magic? Obviously impossible. So why was Newt so excited when he heard Dumbledore say that this complicated food soup was made by a freshman? Although until now, he still doesn't believe it. But with a little hope and luck in his heart, he hopes it is true. Mr. Aaron, if you can prove it, Newt stretched out his voice, raised his thumb, and said with a smile, I will fulfill your small request. Really? Aaron's eyes lit up. Newt nodded, but added, don't go too far, otherwise you will have to pass my second test. The second test? It's nothing, just a fun test. Newt said nonchalantly, then changed the subject. How about it, do you agree? Aaron thought for a moment and said okay, but class is about to start, I'm afraid. That's easy. Newt said with a smile. Then he looked at Dumbledore, who nodded at him. Then, everyone in the hall heard Dumbledore say loudly. Today, Newt, the magical animal master, came to Hogwarts. Besides, he had some small questions that needed to be answered. I declare that today's classes will be postponed until then. As soon as the voice fell, warm applause rang out in the hall. The Weasley twins even shouted loudly, but they retracted their necks after being glared at by Professor McGonagall. As long as they don't have classes, they can do anything. Not to mention that there are good shows to watch now. Dumbledore's eyes flashed with wisdom, and he murmured in a low voice. Is Newt looking for an heir? He certainly didn't think Newt would spend time on a meal, even if the meal was exceptionally good. But can you meet Newt's requirements? Aaron. He is a very picky wizard. Dumbledore was also very curious, so he sat back in his chair and ate while watching. He suddenly found that the taste of the food suddenly rose to a higher level while eating and watching. Well, you don't have to worry about it, right? Newt said with a smile. Aaron nodded, then spread his hands. But I don't have any materials. Newt. This kid really doesn't want to suffer any loss. But he doesn't have any materials, and he's not a potion master. At this time, Ms. Sprout stood up and said. Aaron, why don't you tell me your recipe, Professor Severus, and I will prepare it. Snape nodded at the side, he also wanted to see how Aaron made it. Is it a soup base made like refining medicine? That's fine too. Aaron nodded, and then quickly told the materials needed. After listening to it, Sprout and Snape walked out of the auditorium. While waiting, Newt looked at Aaron carefully, and Aaron looked back. They each had their own thoughts. In the auditorium, whispers were heard everywhere. Everyone was looking forward to how Aaron would use poison to make the soup base without killing people. Some people were also guessing what Master Newt's purpose was. Hannah was worried about Aaron, and Cedric quietly gave Aaron a thumbs up. You are so brave, Master Newt made a bet with you. Come on, Aaron. In the corner, Madame Hooch looked at Aaron with her yellow eyes and prayed in her heart. Not long after, Snape and Miss Sprout returned to the hall. At this time, they each held a cloth bag in their hands, which was bulging with stuff. Chapter 84. Then they stood aside and waited for the development of the incident. Everyone could no longer suppress their curiosity. They stood up from their seats and surrounded the Hufflepuff area. Dumbledore couldn't help but put down the food in his hand and walked over here. He stuffed a few bites of beef rolls before leaving. Well, although Aaron always caused some trouble, he was still very good in terms of food. Dumbledore was very satisfied with this. But compared to food, he also wanted to see how talented Aaron was in potions. The Hufflepuff area was surrounded by everyone in a circle. Some short freshmen would sit on the table or step on the stool. The professors just smiled and didn't care when they saw it. In this case, they would not blame the children for their curiosity. Hagrid stood at the outermost edge. He was also curious about this child who had impressed him since the first day. Although he didn't know Aaron, he still had a good impression of Aaron. After all, Aaron was the only one who made him feel respected as a giant the first time he met him. That kid was not afraid of him. Come on! Hagrid clenched his fists and cheered Aaron on in his heart. The people watching were still whispering. It's just a hot pot. Is it necessary for Master Newt to test it personally? Are you stupid? Didn't you hear me? What we eat is full of poisonous herbs. Okay, I just don't really understand this. Of course you don't understand, Seamus. You nearly blew everyone up when you made the potion. How can it be so exaggerated? Chew had long hair like a waterfall, a pair of black and white eyes and a stunning oriental face, which was particularly eye-catching among the Western faces. She pursed her lips slightly, and her eyes were fixed on Aaron. She felt that the years seemed to be shining at this time. No, many times, she felt that this boy who was a few years younger than her seemed to be out of tune with this world. She felt loneliness and uneasiness in this boy. Aaron. Aaron Brooke, what kind of past do you have? Chew whispered in the only voice he could hear. If Aaron knew what Chew was thinking, he would slam the table. Uneasy? Damn, you still have the nerve to ask. If it weren't for you guys, would I have lived such a miserable life? The huge black shadow in the Black Lake. Lupin is a little werewolf, and soon Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor, will let the troll into play. Yes, Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort. I'm uneasy? Tell me why I'm uneasy. Hermione stood on a stool because she was short and didn't have a good position. She looked at Aaron, who was staring at the 2 bags of materials. She snorted in her heart. Are you dumbfounded? Did you brag too much? You said you put so many poisonous herbs in your hot pot. If I really ask you to make it, you won't dare, right? Hermione naturally didn't believe it. As someone who had reviewed all the courses, she was very familiar with those toxic materials. It would take senior students to barely neutralize them. No, senior students might not be able to integrate so many toxic materials, and they also made them into food. What's more, Aaron entered school with her. For a moment, the little witch couldn't accept that someone had distanced herself so much. Cedric and Hannah, who were beside Aaron, also wisely stayed away from Aaron at this moment. It was really uncomfortable to stand under the spotlight. Not only the 2 of them, but also Newt and Aaron were standing face to face at the Hufflepuff table. The other little wizards left their seats, stood up obediently, and joined the circle of people. Newt looked at the dazed boy in front of him, and a hint of disappointment emerged in his heart. He was still too impulsive. Did he really think that a freshman could do this? Sigh. Newt sighed softly and felt that he had gone too far. He was too eager to find an heir and ignored the dignity of a child. How could he believe the bravado of an 11-year-old child? Newt closed his eyes and shook his head, thinking about how to find a way out for the child. At this moment, he felt that Aaron had been standing there for a long time because he was being held up high and couldn't get down. But he thought he had boasted before, so. Aaron, at this moment, looked at the 2 full bags of materials, his mind racing. It's not that he doesn't want to make it. It's true that his method of making hot pot base is too difficult to understand. So, he was thinking, should he just pretend to make a low-end version? Or, make it more complicated when making it? He was really scared. His method of making the base scared everyone. Speaking of which, Aaron is still a warm man. However, after thinking about it carefully, Aaron decided to perform normally. After all, some things can't be hidden. For example, his handsomeness and talent. Then I will start. Aaron smiled shyly, and then reminded. But don't shout while I'm refining it, or my hands will shake. The young wizards watching, including the professor, all showed happy smiles on their faces. Aaron, hurry up, what are we afraid of when it comes to making a delicious meal? I promise Merlin, we are definitely not afraid. Merlin also wants to eat the food you cook. The auditorium was filled with a happy atmosphere. Newt's face also showed an indescribable deep meaning. 270 Is this kid already desperate? Aaron looked at the expressions of the crowd and knew what they were thinking, but he didn't care. At this moment, he had silently taken note of those few who stood up. Also, whoever yelled F, later, he would go down and comfort him. Aaron waved his hand and used clean up to clear away all the ingredients and silver pots on the table. In an instant, the table that was full of food before was now empty, except for the 2 bags of medicinal materials. This move made the little wizards around exclaim. It was such a perfect spell, and it was wandless. Many people have heard that Aaron can cast spells without a wand, but they were still shocked when they saw it in person. The professors looked at each other at this moment, and then their eyes were focused on the smiling Miss Sprout. There was a bit of jealousy in their eyes. Why did such a good seedling go to your college? You, the dean, usually don't care about it. Is there dirt on my face? Sprout wiped his face curiously. Newt's pupils shrank when he saw Aaron's move. Wandless, casting spells. He was shocked. He saw more than others, because this child didn't even chant the spell. Chapter 85. The long table was empty except for 2 bags of materials. Aaron picked up the 2 bags and was about to put them on the table, but suddenly stopped. You'd better stand far away, Aaron said, because the toxic potion materials when brewing can cause hallucinations and toxicity. If inhaled in excess, the consequences. He looked around the classroom. Everyone was looking at him with various emotions: confusion, nervousness, curiosity, and bewilderment. No one cared about Aaron's reminder. As the brewer, you yourself didn't take any measures, and we are so far away. How could anything happen? Seeing that his reminder had no effect, Aaron just smiled lightly and didn't care. Newt's eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking, but Dumbledore frowned, thinking that it was not that simple at this time. Step back 3 steps. Dumbledore said loudly. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Everyone realized that even the kind headmaster had gathered around to join in the fun. This made everyone understand the headmaster a little better. Everyone took 3 steps back in a scattered manner. Now, with the Hufflepuff area as the center, the long table as the point, Aaron and Newt as the main characters, the surrounding space was cleared of 3 or 4 meters of space. Please, Mr. Aaron. Newt smiled and gestured with his hand. After pouring all the materials brought by the 2 professors on the table, Aaron stood in the center, like an elegant dancer, first saluting Newt, and then nodding slightly to the surroundings. His eyes accidentally met Hermione, who blinked at him. Aaron didn't understand. Recovering his mind, Aaron reached his hand into his chest, and then in the stunned eyes of everyone. Very elegantly, like taking out a delicate handkerchief, he took out a super large black iron pot. The diameter of the black iron pot is 5 feet, about 1.5 meters, long, with an ear on each side. Bang! The iron pot was placed on the table by Aaron, making a dull sound. Ahem! Looking at the shocked and puzzled eyes around him, Aaron smiled shyly. As a food developer, it is reasonable for him to carry a big pot with him. Newt's eyes became strange. Aaron saw it, but he didn't care. To make hot pot base, you really need such a big pot. This is a super large double-handled deep-bottomed iron pot unique to the etiquette country. It is normal that these Westerners have never seen the world. In order to make hot pot base, Aaron specially made not only a pot, but also a complete set of tools. Compared to this, it's really a ridiculously large pot. Newt asked in surprise. How do you explain that you have a pocket with a traceless extension spell cast on it? Aaron looked at him, then grabbed the iron pot and stuffed it into his chest. Mr. Aaron, what are you doing? Newt quickly stopped him. What are you doing? I think you have a lot on your plate. Aaron said calmly. If I were to explain all your questions, I'd probably have to write a book called Answering Newt's 3000 Questions. Puff. Someone in the crowd laughed out loud. Ms. Huoqi almost laughed out loud, but as a coach she held back. This child is really interesting. She touched her cuffs, where there was a magic wand. It was the one Aaron gave her, and Hooch's heart suddenly warmed up again. At the outermost edge, Hagrid quietly gave Aaron a thumbs up, saying how brave he was, because that was Master Newt. But then he felt something was wrong, because wasn't Master Newt his idol? Hagrid silently put his hand down, doubting his own beliefs for a moment. Aaron is really, there was a different feeling in Fernand's eyes, and she whispered to Chew beside her, I really like him more and more. He is so interesting. Chew did not speak, responding in silence. Fernando sensed something was wrong and realized that she had said something wrong. She opened her mouth and wanted to explain, but then thought, why should she explain? Aaron belongs to everyone, not just Chew. At the long table, Newt looked at the boy's azure eyes that were obviously a little wrong, and then he realized that his words were too offensive. He did touch a person's secret, just like he had a secret. But because of this, he finally noticed the boy's exceptionally bright blue eyes and his flaxen hair. Newt's eyes fell into a moment of recollection. He seemed to have seen this rare hair color somewhere. However, he was old and could not remember many things. I'm really sorry. Newt took off his hat and apologized, his grey eyes were sincere. Please continue. Aaron then pretended to take out the half-filled pot. He glanced at Newt and said, if I don't play hard to get, do you really think that I, Aaron, have no temper? Dumbledore looked at the boy's behavior, raised his eyebrows, and a smile appeared in his eyes. He liked to see this, and he was very happy to see Newt being defeated by this child. He had experienced this child's methods a long time ago. But soon, Dumbledore's eyes moved slightly, because Aaron had continued to take out. Dumbledore didn't want to delve into why he had something like the traceless stretching charm, because this child always gave him a lot of unexpected things. Then, Aaron took out all kinds of strange things from his chest. Newt was very curious about the round jar on the table, which was as thick as an adult's waist. But after what happened before, he couldn't help asking why. Everything was ready, and Aaron looked at his own dean in the crowd for convenience. Can I stand on the table? Sprout was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, of course. As a good student who abides by school rules, you must remember to ask the teacher for permission before doing anything. Aaron climbed onto the stool obediently, then climbed onto the table, and then under the gaze of everyone. He elegantly rolled up his wide sleeves and tied the robe around his waist. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, he swung his arm and lifted the cauldron in a chic manner, and placed it on a three-pronged rack. Then he connected a black hose from a cylindrical jar on the side and connected it to the three-pronged rack. The smooth operation really stunned these wizards who had never seen the world. Everything was ready, and Aaron took out a homemade closed mask from his chest. Then, under the curious eyes of everyone, in the light, get dressed. Aaron now looks as strange as an alien in the eyes of these wizards. If he was not afraid of scaring these people, Aaron would have put on the first-generation Iron Man, no, the iron-sealed armor. He spent some time making the iron-sealed armor. It only has a fancy appearance. It is okay as a protective suit, but it is useless in fighting. After all, it is just a hasty product, and it will be considered for upgrading later. In the auditorium, people began to make noise. They were full of curiosity about Aaron's things. It was the first time they saw these weird and novel things. Cedric tilted his neck, with a smile on his face, and he touched his chest. He thought to himself, are you shocked? You will be even more shocked when the Quidditch game comes. At the same time, he was thinking about the invitation Aaron had made to him. Is it right to follow such a leader? Everything was ready. Aaron opened the valve of the gas tank. The magic candle flame heated up too slowly, and some technology was needed. As the valve opened, everyone heard a slight hissing sound. Then, they saw Aaron took out a long object with a sheath from his waist. It was Aaron's magic wand. At this time, everyone realized that they seemed to have never seen what Aaron's magic wand looked like. The flames are blazing. Aaron chanted in a low voice, waving his wand and pointing it at the cauldron. Boom! A blue flame suddenly jumped up, making an explosion sound. Everyone was startled, and then they were silent. All the freshmen looked at each other. Did we teach this spell in our spell class? The senior students were also a little surprised. Are the freshmen so powerful now? The offensive spells that only senior students can learn were learned in 1 week? But if it was Aaron, that made some sense. Newt was confused. Was Hogwarts changing the spells textbook? Could freshmen learn offensive spells like Flame Blaze, which were slightly above the elementary level? He looked at Flitwick, the current spells professor. He was also confused, which made Newt feel strange. Then he looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore shrugged and gave him a meaningful but useless smile. I really can't understand it anymore. Newt retracted his gaze, looked at the busy boy, and murmured in a low voice. He was looking forward to everything that was to come. He placed his old palm flat on the box on the table, tapped it lightly with his index finger, and made a muffled sound. This meant that his heart was not as calm as he seemed now. Aaron could feel the surprised eyes of the people around him, their sighs, low calls, and whispers all entered his ears. This also made him know that his decision not to use these advanced spells without a wand was correct. He possessed the ancient black magic heart-to-heart spell, which allowed him to cast all the spells he had learned at will, but in order not to expose too much of his current strength. He still hid it a little. If you don't fully grasp your ability to protect yourself, you are a smart person to show your edge appropriately, and you are stupid if you expose everything. Next, it was Aaron's turn to perform. Everyone saw Aaron standing on the table, chanting in a low voice and waving his wand lightly. Wherever the tip of the wand pointed, the material would float up and be thrown into the cauldron in front of him, a set of operations that flowed smoothly. The ingredients looked like fish jumping into the pot, which was very ornamental. Everyone agreed that this was reasonable. The levitation spell was originally something that freshmen could learn. Although it was rare in history that freshmen could use it so skillfully, it was still within the rules. McGonagall showed an expression of cherishing talent. Why did such a good seedling go to Hufflepuff? Aaron used the levitation spell to put the oil he asked the goblins into the pot, and some ordinary magic potion materials also floated up and were thrown in. Then he stopped putting the materials in and waited. This step was to squeeze out the fragrance of these magic potion materials and give the hot pot base a base flavor. Newt's eyes flashed with curiosity. It was the first time he saw such a strange way of making food. At present, everything was very routine, and Newt did not see what he wanted to see. He wanted to see how Aaron neutralized the toxicity of the highly toxic materials. As the herbs in the double-layered pot began to lose water, Aaron began the next step. He muttered something in his mouth, holding up his wand and pointing back and forth in the pile of herbs in front of him, seeming a little uncertain. Newt's grey eyes flickered. Did this kid not know what to do? Or? Aaron's actions were seen by the wizards. They had already started discussing in a low voice. Aaron is now very cautious, which shows that the current situation is also difficult for him to make a decision. Yes. Just now the potions were made one after another very quickly, but now it takes only half a minute to decide on one. Seeing this, I finally feel relieved. He also has his best moments. If someone were to stay close to Aaron at this moment, they would hear a very small voice from his mouth. Oh, it's really difficult. In fact, I can just throw it all in. Will it seem too shocking? Never mind, just pretend. The tip of the wand rested on the peppermint. Okay, it's decided to be you. Aaron shouted in his heart, Pika, peppermint. Then, everyone saw a material swaying into the crackling cauldron. With the addition of peppermint, a numbing aroma began to diffuse in the auditorium. Everyone took a deep breath. It smelled really good. Then, Aaron threw in some other materials one after another. Soon, everyone smelled a familiar smell from the cauldron. That was the smell of the hot pot before. Although it was not exactly the same, it was basically the same. At this time, Newt sniffed the slightly familiar smell in the air, but he still had some doubts in his heart. Because up to now, the child had put in some mild hallucinogens and slightly toxic materials. The truly highly toxic materials. Newt looked at the table, and there were about a dozen materials in the end. Moreover, each one was highly toxic. He wanted to see how the child handled it and whether he could meet his requirements. Nothing was settled, and in Newt's opinion, Aaron's movements in putting in materials were getting slower and slower. Aaron had just thrown in a material with capsicum, and then he saw that there were still a dozen on the table. He stopped. Damn, acting is so tiring, why not just throw it all in? Aaron thought for a moment. Aaron's hesitation caught Newt's eye, and he thought, sure enough, he hesitated a little about the last poisonous material. However, Aaron was already very good at doing this. After all, he had only been enrolled for a year. Zhao does, what? Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, with violent fluctuations in his grey pupils. He imagined that the boy would fail and find some excuses, such as forgetting the formula, or not remembering the process. But Newt will try his best to satisfy his wishes. But what he never expected was that Aaron actually threw all the materials in. Poisonous hemlock, angelica, scurvy. These are highly toxic and have strong side effects. If not handled properly, even if the consumer takes the antidote, the final sequelae are quite large. Now, he actually threw them all in. Newt watched the boy waving his wand, and all the materials in the pot began to rotate. The boy was wearing a strange black hood, and he couldn't see the boy's expression clearly. Did he just give up? This thought came to his mind, because he smelled a strange smell coming from the pot, a bit stinky, and a bit unpleasant. The wizards watching also smelled it, and everyone had only one thought in their hearts. Aaron failed. Ms. Hooch's hands were clenched tightly, and her eagle-yellow eyes were fluctuating. Even she didn't realize that one day, she would care so much about a freshman. Chu showed a surprised look, a little unbelievable, but also felt that it was natural. After all, he was a first-year junior, and it was normal for these complex poisons to be difficult to control, but Aaron had already shown enough talent. Hermione felt sad for Aaron and was relieved at the same time. You are not so exaggerated. In the crowd, Snape showed a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He thought that the child who could make the nagging potion was so unexpected. As a result, the refining method was too ridiculous. For example, the poisonous hemlock should be put in before the scurvy, and it must be boiled for 3 minutes. Perhaps, the nagging potion was also made by accident. Unlike everyone else, Dumbledore's eyes flickered. He felt that things were not that simple. At this time, Aaron smelled a faint fishy smell through the mask filter cotton and realized that it was time to take the last step. Chapter 86. In the puzzled eyes of everyone. Aaron stretched his hand to his chest again, and when his hand came out again, people noticed that there was an extra glass bottle filled with white powder in his hand. This is the secret to neutralizing all toxicity. Dioscorea Essence Powder. Dioscorea is a plant with healing and repairing magical properties. It can heal superficial wounds when eaten raw, and the purification effect is even more outstanding. In the wizarding world, Dioscorea is a very cheap material. Wizards use Dioscorea mixed with silver powder to treat werewolf bites. The price is 20 grams for 1 gold galleon. And it takes 1 pound of Dioscorea raw materials to purify 1 gram of powder. However, the above is ordinary Dioscorea powder. The essence powder in Aaron's hand is extracted using a more advanced wall-breaking technology. 1 pound can produce 20 grams of Dioscorea essence powder. And the Dioscorea after breaking the wall is no longer a simple treatment material, but has a very strong property of neutralizing toxicity. This is also what Aaron accidentally discovered through experiments. Newt narrowed his eyes slightly. Is that Dioscorea powder? Can white powder neutralize toxicity? Impossible. The use of distilled water powder is very common in the wizarding world. Is it the key to neutralizing the toxicity? Newt shook his head slightly. He felt more and more that the kid with the surname Brooke was just fooling around. Of course, in addition to Newt, a wizard who has lived for nearly 100 years, there are Snape, who specializes in potions, and Dumbledore, the former alchemist, who can accurately identify distilled water powder by appearance. The rest of the people, including professors, found it difficult to distinguish at first glance. Because there are many types of white powdered potion powder, but experienced wizards will judge by their fluidity. For example, the fluidity of distilled water powder is bulk and very uniform, like sand, while liquid grass powder has a certain viscosity. Although the two are similar, experienced people can easily distinguish them. The onlookers who didn't know what was going on were very curious about Aaron's behavior. What is that? Need I ask? White sugar. Are you trying to amuse me, Ron? This is not funny. Okay, Hermione, can you put the plate down? In the outermost circle, Hermione glared at Ron fiercely and put down the plate in her hand. Why has Hermione become more and more irritable recently? Ron muttered. Almost everyone was the same, and they had many more guesses about the powder in Aaron's hand. Aaron looked at the glass bottle in his hand, which was filled with less than half of the white powder. He shook it slightly, and it rolled like dry sand. The particles touched the wall of the bottle, making a crisp sound that only he could hear. According to such a big pot, it is barely enough. But it's time to take off the mask. It's time to upgrade the air permeability. It's a bit stuffy working near the fire. Aaron thought to himself, then raised his right hand, put the tip of his palm under the soft skin wrapped around his neck, and pulled it up hard. Boar's hood was taken off, revealing his slightly reddish-white face and slightly messy and wet flaxen short hair. His pair of blue eyes were still bright. Wow! The girls of Ravenclaw all let out a soft exclamation. It was true that Aaron was so handsome. Aaron was standing high on the table, holding a glass bottle in one hand and a black closed hood full of technology in the other hand. His body was slightly tilted, and he was breathing in the fresh and cool oxygen. The midday sun shone in from the window of the auditorium, just overflowing on the boy's body, making him look somewhat out of tune with the Gothic-style castle behind him. In front of him was a huge pot, and a strange stench came out of the pot. Under the table, there were circles of wizards of different ages. They had different hair and eye colors. At this moment, their faces were all facing the young man standing on the long table in the center. The auditorium seemed quiet at this moment, like a frozen living painting. For a moment, looking at the thousands of different faces and black wizard robes below, Aaron was a little dazed. When he was boiling the hot pot base just now, he seemed to have traveled through time and space and returned to that world with extremely advanced technology. But when he took off the mask, he was distracted and saw a medieval castle in front of him, as well as familiar but strange faces. Suddenly, he realized that compared to these people, he seemed to be truly alone in this world, without any relatives. Instantly, Aaron felt a strong sense of loneliness. He looked around at everyone in the hall and silently stuffed the mask into the traceless stretching spell space on his chest. Then he silently opened the bottle of white fresh water in his hand and sprinkled the white powder into the cauldron that exuded a fishy smell. As the last white crystal fell into the grey boiling soup pot, everyone seemed to hear a slight vibration. Snape's pupils suddenly contracted. It was the resonance of the potion master and the materials he had refined. He has such a high talent at such a young age, he murmured in a low voice. Newt stared at the boiling iron pot. Not only him, but everyone was silent at this moment, staring intently. Soon, the vibration dissipated. The soup, which was still grey a moment ago, quickly turned into a fiery red color visibly with the naked eye. Along with it came a rich spicy fragrance. The auditorium suddenly cheered, and everyone began to applaud or hugged and celebrated with friends they knew. Although they didn't know why they were happy, they were happy. However, what no one noticed was that in the carnival, Aaron's eyes were dim, and he jumped off the table silently. There was no joy of success, but he just sat calmly on the chair without saying a word. In the carnival crowd, a pair of black and white eyes stayed on Aaron. Chew looked at Aaron's figure who silently jumped off the table, and his deep and dim eyes. Suddenly, she felt a little sad in her heart. She saw loneliness in Aaron. What kind of past does he have? Chew whispered in a trembling voice. She had an impulse to hug the boy tightly. Newt's grey eyes trembled. He watched the grey to red, the smell to the fragrance in front of him in an instant. The old heart seemed to have regained the vitality of his youth and began to pump blood vigorously. The hand on the box was oozing with tiny beads of sweat at this time, and his whole body was trembling slightly. Everyone only saw the silent Newt, but no one noticed the trembling muscles under his fitted grey British suit. This kid, Aaron Brooke, actually succeeded. He felt something stuck in his throat. Before, he actually thought that the kid was just joking. Newt suddenly felt that he knew too little about this world. He had lived for 93 years, but... Newt took out his wand tremblingly and waved it towards the iron pot. A thin stream of red soup flowed to the tip of the wand and swirled around it. He put his nose close to it and sniffed deeply. First, there was the smell of dill, and then the overbearing smell of scurvy mixed with the pungent smell of poisonous hemlock. He opened his mouth and the red soup entered his mouth. Newt closed his eyes and tasted it carefully. He could feel that with dozens of potions converging, there seemed to be something that neutralized them very well. It is white fresh. I can feel that it is Baxian that links all the materials. But, white mulberry does not have the function of neutralizing toxicity. Newt opened his eyes and looked at the young boy sitting opposite him. After a long time, he asked, "You use white mulberry to neutralize toxicity?" When he said this, Newt noticed that his voice seemed to tremble. Aaron's quiet eyes jumped. He was worthy of being Master Newt. He actually tasted the effect of white mulberry. "Yes, Master Newt." Aaron remained noncommittal. "Okay." Newt smiled dryly and said, "You did a great job, so I should also fulfill my promise." Newt sat down slowly and faced Aaron in a negotiating posture. "So, I can fulfill your little wish. Or, what do you want from me?" The voices in the auditorium fell silent, and everyone pricked up their ears and gathered around Newt and Aaron. Without the threat of poison, everyone wanted to sit in Aaron's arms at this moment. "Come. Say your wish out loud, Aaron." Aaron looked at Newt calmly. For a moment, the auditorium was silent, and the big pot between the two of them made a gurgling sound. Aaron suddenly felt that if they were in their previous lives, they would be two good friends. On an ordinary afternoon, they made an appointment to come to a hot pot restaurant to eat some hot pot. However, the pot was indeed a bit big. "I don't have any big wishes," Aaron said calmly, as if telling a very ordinary thing. "I have read your Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and I like it very much. I am also your loyal fan." A smile appeared on Newt's face. Of course, Aaron was just being polite. "If you really believe it, then you don't understand the ways of the world. So, I am particularly interested in the dragon in your book. If possible, can you give me a fire dragon egg?" After the words fell, the already quiet auditorium became even quieter. Everyone thought they had heard something. "Fire dragon egg? Do you know what you are talking about, Aaron?" "That's a dragon egg. A kind of dragon-like magical animal that is extremely irritable, especially during the mating season. It will not even recognize its owner. Now, as a freshman, you actually want a dragon egg." Although 98% of the people here have never seen a dragon in person, the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them describes it in great detail. The dragon has an extremely large body, a violent personality, fiery red skin, and the magical talent of being able to spit out flames. Newt's smile froze on his face when he heard this. He never thought that the child actually wanted a dragon egg. Moreover, his own dragon just happened to lay an egg. Fire dragons are extremely dangerous and private breeding is not allowed. Even if he hatches, the Ministry of Magic will order him to be released into the wild. Newt narrowed his eyes, his hands flicking on the suitcase. He was thinking whether to give it or not. If he gave it, there would be great hidden dangers in the future. If he didn't give it, he would be known as a traitor. He was already 93 years old. Although wizards were not like muggles and would not be troubled by diseases, at this age, he would not live long. Newt didn't want to end up with a bad reputation. "It's really difficult." Newt sighed and laughed. "Can I ask why?" Newt asked. "Nothing else." Aaron smiled and said, "I just like it." Newt groaned. "Although this explanation is not what I want, it is sufficient." Just when everyone thought that Newt would reject Aaron and replace him with something else, Newt patted the box and said to Aaron, "I have a dragon egg in my box. I can give it to you." All the students were upset. "Did you really give it? If he wants it, just give it to him. That's a dragon egg." All the students shouted in their hearts, shocked and jealous, owning a huge dragon that can fly. "It's so cool, isn't it?" Hagrid clenched his fists tightly. He wanted it too. But he thought he was not qualified. Dragons are extremely proud dragons, unlike other dragons that recognize their mothers as soon as they hatch. Just because you hatched a dragon doesn't mean it recognizes you. It thinks you are not qualified and will not submit to you. Even Dumbledore didn't expect it. But soon he realized something. "Newt, have you made your choice? Your heir." Although Aaron's recognition was something he had expected, he was still a little surprised when it actually happened. Although his student, the master of magical animals, seemed gentle, polite and friendly on the surface, he was extremely strict and proud in his bones. Proud, not arrogant, but proud of his strength and affinity with animals. Newt had the right to be proud of animals. McGonagall frowned slightly. "Such a child, is it really good to have a dragon egg?" She looked at her teacher with concern, but the teacher smiled and nodded at her. Well, things are obviously out of control. McGregor accepted this reality helplessly. Aaron stared at Newt's eyes calmly. He realized that he would not get the dragon egg easily. Because, before, Newt said that excessive demands would start the second test. Sure enough. Newt stood up slightly. His back seemed to be rusty. It took some effort to stand up straight. Fire dragons are special, so Newt changed the subject. Before I give you the dragon egg, I need to start the second test. Aaron also stood up. Please go ahead, Master Newt. He was also curious about what the second test was. At this time, everyone around breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Master Newt would just throw the egg over. It's not that hard. Newt smiled, with a hint of meaning. If you can get the approval of an adult dragon, then the egg will naturally belong to you. On the contrary, even if you get the dragon egg, you can't tame the hatched dragon. Aaron remained calm. Isn't this a shot in the arm? He just got the maximum affinity with magical creatures. Newt observed the boy's expression and found that he was not fluctuating at all. He had to continue. Dragon eggs and adult dragons have the same bloodline, so this is a very simple test. If you succeed, you get the dragon egg. If you fail. Newt blinked, but how much do you know about dragons? Aaron knew that Newt wanted to test him, so he said without thinking. There are 10 types of dragons: Australian egg white-eye, Hebridean black dragon, Romanian longhorn dragon, Norwegian Spinosaurus, Welsh green dragon, Peruvian venomous-toothed dragon, Swedish short-nosed dragon, Ukrainian iron belly, Hungarian horntail, etc. They have different distributions and habits, but they all breathe fire, and are collectively called fire dragons. Newt's eyes flashed with approval, and he clapped his hands gently. Very good, but you seem to have forgotten one. Oh. Aaron raised his eyebrows and continued, the 9 types of fire dragons above have low IQs and bad personalities, so I want the top type of fire dragons. Newt's eyes moved slightly. Chinese fireball, lion dragon. Aaron said calmly. As soon as the words fell, the hall was in an uproar again. While being amazed at Aaron's appetite, they also knew that there were so many varieties of fire dragons. Before this, they only knew a few simple varieties of fire dragons. However, all the students also realized the difficulty of this test. Let an adult fire dragon that recognizes its master recognize a second stranger? Even the Weasley twins, who don't like to study, clearly know the difficulty. Hermione searched the knowledge in her mind, and when she finally figured out the habits of the Chinese fireball, she couldn't help but exclaimed. This time, she felt that Aaron was too arrogant. She admitted that Aaron was excellent, but Lion Dragon, this test. Aaron is sure to lose. Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief. If this is the test, then it will be difficult for Aaron to pass the test. A fire dragon recognizes one master for its whole life, and it is extremely difficult for it to recognize a second master. She knew that Newt was rejecting Aaron in disguise. Well, this kind of unstable factor should be eliminated. Dumbledore's crescent-shaped eyes flashed. Was he wrong? Newt didn't think of letting Aaron inherit? Otherwise, why would he give an impossible test? At the table, Newt, who was opposite Aaron, stared at Aaron for a moment, and suddenly laughed. He liked this child more and more. Then he carried the suitcase and walked out of the auditorium. The space here is too small. Let's go somewhere else. I'm not going away. Chapter 87. In early September, the sunlight had lost its power, and was tepid but bright. London's Westminster district, Charing Cross Road, Diagon Alley No. 1. At this time, Muggles are already drinking afternoon tea, and perhaps some couples in a good mood will choose to sunbathe on the rooftop while having an open-air sex. The Leaky Cauldron is no longer the shabby bar it once was, and it is in stark contrast to what we remember. The bright bar sign gleams in the sun, and is no less impressive than the record store next to it. There are few pedestrians on the street, and occasionally someone walks by in a hurry, causing a few pages of scattered paper scraps to roll. Inside the clean and tidy bar, Tom wiped the last glass at the counter and put it back in the cup holder behind him. He stretched and looked around the store. The tabletops that reflected people's shadows were as neat as the tables and chairs in a church, and even the upside-down glasses on each table were placed just right. Very good. Tom nodded with satisfaction. The store was empty at this time. He stood up and looked at the Coke machine. He did a meow dance and poured himself a glass of iced cola. He sipped it with satisfaction and walked out of the counter with his chest puffed out. Hiss! Boom! Snap! Tom lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling, with Coke all over his face, soaking his beard and turning it brown. Merlin's pants! This damn robot, can you please stop waxing the floor so much? He has fallen many times this month. Suddenly, the light at the door was blocked and the bar suddenly became dark. Then Tom, who was lying on the ground, heard several heavy footsteps. Are there any guests coming? Tom thought strangely. At this time, few wizards usually have a few drinks, because they usually have something to do in the afternoon, so the evening is the highlight. Or they will be hung over until dawn. Welcome. Damn, my waist. Welcome to the leaky cauldron. Let me see which old friend is so interested. Tom stood up while speaking. He propped up half of his body and then stopped. He looked up at the three extremely tall people standing in front of him. They were wearing black robes that covered their entire bodies. Their tall bodies reminded him of Hagrid, although they were a little smaller than Hagrid. But they were still very huge. What made him a little panic was that these three strange guests were staring at him silently. Their eyes were blood red, their faces were invisible, and they were wearing black masks. Want to have a drink? Tom staggered to his feet, and then he realized that he was only as tall as the other person's waist, so he had to look up as much as possible. At the same time, he searched hard in his mind. There were only so many wizards in the British world. Although there were many ways to enter Diagon Alley, Tom swore that he had no impression of these three people. After all, this tall body was too eye-catching. I don't know about the American world, but there are generally regulations that wizards from other worlds need to report when crossing the border. The three tall black-robed men stared at Tom for a while, then looked around the store tacitly. Then they raised their feet and walked towards the patio. Don't you want to drink? Tom frowned. Their destination was Diagon Alley. At this time, Tom could see the same pattern behind the three people. It was a snake connected head to tail. What a strange wizard! Tom muttered, holding his back, thinking that he would not be able to find Miss Frofen in the next few days. Thinking of this, he glared at the robot waiting in the corner. The robot seemed to have noticed it, and its two big eyes suddenly lit up. Snap! The long whip made a loud noise. Tom lowered his head instantly, like a quail, used clean up on the debris on the ground, and slipped up to the second floor. Damn, it feels like I married a wife. At the patio, three black-robed men came to the doorway. One of them stepped forward and took out a black cube device from his body. Then he stuck it on the brick wall. Click, click. With a burst of mechanical sounds, countless wriggling red filaments stretched out from the black cube. These filaments became more and more, swaying gently with the wind. The black-robed man tapped the middle of the cube. Swish! Those filaments seemed to have found their target, slightly bent, and suddenly pierced into the brick wall. The silk threads were like red wire worms, twisting and covering the gaps between the bricks. Soon, the brick wall was covered with dense and wriggling filaments. It was like a living carpet composed of muscles with distinct threads. Squeaky! With a sharp friction sound. The doorway that required a password actually slowly opened. Soon, the doorway became large enough, and the black-robed man saw this and pulled the black block off. The threads were broken one by one, making crackling sounds and piercing screams. When the three black-robed men stepped into Diagon Alley, the doorway closed again. The red threads that still remained in the gaps between the bricks began to turn yellow and then fall off. Diagon Alley. At the end of the street, when the last and only customer of the day left, Ollivander's pale white eyes were somewhat helpless. After school started, business was much worse, and occasionally some adult wizards came in, their wands were damaged for some reason. But without exception, they would make fun of the clean shop and the door. Ollivander looked towards the door. It was a shiny door, made of bronze and painted white. From the outside, it was close to the color of Gringotts' main door, but much smaller. But this door was still very eye-catching and did not match his own shop at all. But he would not bother about a door, as all his energy was focused on developing the material for the wand. But it annoyed him that everyone asked about it. Turning around, Ollivander walked inside. Today he was going to try a new way of thinking to fuse the wand core. But he stopped halfway through the turn because he caught a glimpse of customers coming into the store from the corner of his eye. He turned around and saw 3 tall people opposite him. Ollivander's light white eyes flickered slightly, but he did not care. For many years, he rarely paid attention to what was happening in the outside world. Buying a wand? He asked. The other party stared at him without saying anything. Would you like to buy a wand? He asked again, this time with a hint of impatience in his voice. If you don't want to buy it, leave now. I'm busy now. Ollivander said unhappily. He ignored him and walked towards the inner hall. This year's strange things are really one after another. He muttered. Click. Ollivander seemed to hear a crisp sound, and he turned his head quickly. He exclaimed. Where are our doors? Ollivander's eyes widened, his lips trembling as he looked at the empty door. The 3 men in black robes had long since disappeared. The door hinges were still shaking, indicating that the 3 men had just left. He rushed out the door and looked outside. The 3 men in black robes had already run a long way out, and one of them was carrying his shiny door. Ollivander was so angry that he covered his chest. His lips trembled for a long time and he couldn't speak. Somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. The sunlight deviated from the center and slanted towards 1:30. The shadow of Hogwarts Castle covered most of the grass beside the Black Lake. At this time, the shadow on the grass was surrounded by wizards in 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside. Everyone widened their eyes and looked expectantly at the 2 people, one old and one young, in the center. Newt looked around and felt that the distance left for him was still a little small. An adult lion dragon weighs 2 or 3 tons and has a wingspan of more than 20 meters. In order to prevent injury, he waved his hand, and the circle expanded a little. His gaze turned back and stopped at the boy opposite him. The boy's eyes were calm, as if the upcoming test was not for him. Newt nodded approvingly. It was a great character, but this did not guarantee that the lion dragon would recognize him. Are you ready? Newt patted the suitcase and asked gently. When he saw the boy nod, he bent down and placed the suitcase flat on the ground, then opened the buttons on the edge and opened the lid. Then, he stood up, jumped in, and disappeared into the box. The wizards around were watching nervously. The boy's eyes were full of excitement, and the girls from Ravenclaw held hands, with some expectation and some fear. Aaron quietly activated the affinity of magical animals to the maximum level. But after thinking about it, he dispersed the skill. He wanted to try first to see if his black dragon bloodline could suppress an adult fire dragon. He will definitely be hit into the sky by the lion dragon's tail. Ron said, and Hermione glared at him fiercely, but this time he still insisted. It's obvious, isn't it? That's an adult dragon. Ron pushed Harry right. Harry. Harry glanced at Hermione, then said to Ron, I don't know. Neville was shaking like a sieve. I believe Aaron will succeed. Ron didn't say anything, but his expression revealed his thoughts. Hermione pursed her lips, knowing that what Ron said was true. She only hoped that Master Newt could tame the dragon when it went crazy. Or, Aaron was smart enough and might be able to run fast. Malfoy had an expectant look on his face. He didn't expect the dragon, but the dragon's tail to throw the damn Aaron high up, and then he would fall to the ground and break his neck. You are so arrogant, Aaron. Malfoy's mouth curved into a sinister smile. McGonagall clenched her hands, her eyes were full of worry. She glanced at Sprout who was beside her, but he was smiling, not nervous at all. My God, aren't you worried? McGonagall asked in a high voice. Sprout said in surprise, why, Minerva? That's a grown-up fire dragon. Mag said in surprise, even you and I can't guarantee that we can escape safely when facing a fire dragon. But that's Master Newt. Sprout shrugged and said nonchalantly, compared to this, I trust Aaron more. After a pause, Sprout's eyes were rarely serious, and then his eyes left Mag's face full of worry, and looked at Aaron in the center, who was always calm, and slowly said. The child. It's not as fragile as you think. Sprout vaguely remembered the scene when Aaron picked the mandrake. He seemed to have a strong affinity for plants. Mag didn't know what Sprout meant, but she was always like this. With a sigh, the worry in Mag's eyes did not diminish at all. It didn't take long. The suitcase on the grass began to shake slightly, and then a hand stretched out and grabbed the edge of the suitcase, then another hand, followed by Newt's head, upper body and whole body. Soon, Newt jumped out and took the wand in his hand. Are you ready? She's coming out. Newt said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a high-pitched dragon roar came from the box. Then, a fiery and ferocious fire dragon head suddenly poked out of the box. Chapter 88. Some girls screamed in fear and covered their eyes, but curiosity prompted her to look out through her fingers. The ferocious dragon head gasped heavily, and as the dragon head poked out, the neck followed. Swish! A pair of bat-like fiery red wings stretched out of the narrow opening of the suitcase, and the sharp dragon claws scratched the grass and climbed out vigorously. Soon, deep claw marks were left on the grass. Aaron was the closest to the lion dragon besides Newt. He could hear the breath from the dragon's nose and the low roar of its throat. As the fire dragon climbed out of the box, its body also expanded rapidly like a balloon. Finally, the lion dragon sprinted and climbed out completely, leaving only a piece of its tail inside. The lion dragon's smooth scarlet scales shone in the sun, and the lion nose on the dragon head was particularly eye-catching. There was a circle of golden tassel-like spikes around the nose, and the eyeballs were protruding. It stretched out its front legs, reaching a height of nearly 7 or 8 meters, and then flapped its wings, raising a fierce airflow. The wizard robes of the people around it rustled, and grass scraps flew everywhere. 587. Everyone couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Roar! The lion dragon suddenly lay down, looking at the unfamiliar environment with some vigilance, and a mushroom-shaped fireball blew out of its nose. Aaron was standing behind the lion dragon, and couldn't help but sigh that it was really similar to a lion in some ways. There was a long stream of spikes protruding from its back, and a circle of dragon mane like a lion behind its head. Even when it just crawled out, its face looked very much like a lion. Relax, kid. Newt hid his wand behind his back and reached out to the dragon. He would not use his wand unless it was necessary. It's okay, I'm here, kid. As Newt comforted him, the dragon gradually calmed down. With his eyes slightly narrowed, his huge head rubbed against Newt's hand. What a good kid. Newt took out a few fire ash snake eggs from his chest and stuffed them into the lion dragon's mouth. The people around him breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure on an adult lion dragon was really too great. Chirp! 2 very small sounds were heard around, and the fire dragon suddenly opened its eyes and turned its neck to look behind it. Everyone noticed it and looked behind the fire dragon. They saw a magical animal covered with black fur, with a duck-like nose and small but bright eyes. It was crawling out of the suitcase with great effort. Just as it took a breath and wiped the sweat with its short paws, it was stunned because it found many eyes staring at it. For a moment, a human-like embarrassment appeared on its face. Chirp! When everyone was stunned, it stuck its butt out and ran. But it found that its limbs were scratching the air and it was standing still. Aaron picked up Sniff by its belly. The little guy seemed very unhappy. He snorted and turned his head to the side. Aaron didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You can't run away. There are wizards everywhere around here. Thank you. Newt ran over and thanked him sincerely. Aaron handed it over. The little guy raised his short paws and protested fiercely at Aaron. Newt picked up the sniffer, put it in the suitcase, and closed the suitcase. It always wants to come out and play. Newt said with a smile, and Aaron smiled back. After the little episode, it was the real test. The lion dragon also noticed the tiny human behind it. Compared with Aaron, who weighed less than 100 kilograms, its nearly 3-ton body was simply. Newt had already retreated outside the circle. He couldn't stand by and affect the lion dragon's judgment. Aren't you going to take care of your dragon? Newt turned around and saw Mag behind him with a worried look on his face. Don't worry. Newt comforted her, it's quite docile. Still docile. McGreg's eyes widened, oh my god. Then she quickly took out her wand, ready to use the levitation spell to move Aaron. At this time, only the huge fiery red lion dragon and the tiny Aaron were left in the center of the venue. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Eat him. Eat it. Malfoy said in a low voice with excitement in his eyes, clenching his fists. Madame Hooch also took out her wand and put it on her chest, with deep worry in her eyes. Snape looked at Hooch strangely. He remembered that Madame Hooch didn't like children very much. She just thought those children were noisy. Chu's eyes were filled with worry at this time. She put her slender white hands on her chest, tightly holding the wizard robe. Come on, Aaron! She shouted in her heart. Roar! The lion dragon looked at the little guy in front of him, who was staring at him so calmly, and felt a little angry. Its IQ was actually not low. The lion dragon raised its ferocious red dragon head high in protest, then suddenly lowered its head, staring at Aaron with a pair of vertical eyes. Oh! There were loud shouts from all around. Because at this time, the huge dragon head was less than 1 meter away from Aaron. Aaron stood still calmly, his body was like a straight poplar tree, and his azure blue eyes did not even waver. Newt looked at the boy who did not retreat a step, his grey eyes thoughtful. The warm breath hit Aaron's face, and he stared at the dragon's lizard-like vertical pupils. He spoke softly. "Just a low-level dragon," Aaron said as he took a step forward. "The whole body is still the organ of a cold-blooded animal." He took another step forward. The wizards around him were so frightened that they began to keep silent. They looked at the arrogant behavior of the young man in disbelief. What is Aaron doing? Is he provoking the dragon? Oh my god, he is only 3 palm widths away from the fire dragon now. He seemed to be saying something, but wasn't this action really seeking death? Newt frowned. Normally, in this situation, he should try to appease the dragon instead of rushing forward. He was now increasingly unable to understand this young man. Now, he unconsciously tightened his wand. As soon as the dragon showed signs of losing control, he would rescue Aaron. In the center of the venue, Aaron looked up and stared into the dragon's eyes. He took the last step forward. This step caused a commotion among the wizards around him. Because he was only 1 punch away from the dragon. "How dare you protest against me?" Aaron said coldly, his blue eyes misty. "A lowly reptile should just stay put. Open your eyes and see what is in front of you. Now, lower your head and bow down at my feet." Aaron's eyes darkened with every word he spoke. "Now, kneel down." As the last sentence was said coldly, Aaron's eyes turned completely black. The lion dragon was a little angry, and it was about to roar at Aaron, but suddenly it closed its mouth. Because it could feel an extremely terrifying blood pressure, which seemed to be on this tiny human. It saw a huge 5-clawed king dragon, squatting in front of it. The lion dragon's body began to tremble, and its high head began to droop. In the shocked and incredible eyes of all the onlookers, the huge lion dragon weighing several tons retracted its tail, put away its flamboyant wing membranes, and its bursting dorsal spines, like a new wolf surrendering to the head wolf. It pressed its hideous and huge head tightly against the grass. It lay at Aaron's feet. Because Aaron was close enough to the lion dragon face to face, no one saw Aaron's black eyes. And at the moment when the dragon was lying, Aaron quickly retracted his dragon eyes. In the eyes of everyone around, the dragon just stared at Aaron quietly for more than a minute. Then it surrendered obediently at Aaron's feet. Aaron's face was calm, without the slightest expression, and his figure was always upright, without bending at all. He only moves forward and never retreats. Fernan's eyes trembled, and she put her hands on her chest. She looked at the boy in the center, and her heart seemed to have lost the ability to beat. A huge fire dragon lay at the boy's feet, and the boy stood upright. She felt a little dizzy for a while. She staggered and supported Chu beside her. Chu staggered because of her push, but her eyes did not leave the boy in the field. Around, people half opened their mouths, with incredible looks in their eyes. Quiet. Very quiet. Very quiet. At this time, everyone had only one thought in their mind. Is this a dream? What did I see? A proud dragon actually lowered its head. Newt's hand holding the wand shook violently. After a long time, he said in a lost voice, "This is impossible." Chapter 89. Even if they are masters, they will not submit to them. Instead, they exist in the form of a contract. Both parties are fair. But now, his adult lion dragon actually expressed his submission to an 11-year-old child. This shocked Newt. Maya has just laid eggs. At this stage, the mother dragon's protective nature will make it more aggressive. Newt's breathing was a little rapid, and he pursed his lips. Maya was the name of the female dragon. He was in a complicated mood at the moment, shocked, confused, and excited. He felt that he seemed to have found an heir. He lowered his head and touched the box in his hand, then raised his eyes to look at the boy in the field. It was time to cash in the dragon egg. Newt raised his foot and took a step forward, but Muran stopped. Soon he retracted his foot. There was confusion in his grey eyes, because he saw the boy's hand reaching towards the fire dragon. Let's take another look. He thought to himself, after all, he might never see such a scene again until he died. The scene was extremely quiet at this time. Everyone could clearly hear the heavy breathing and even the pounding heartbeats of the people around them. The wizards showed different expressions on their faces, shock, disbelief, and confusion, as well as the brilliance and admiration in the eyes of the girls. The young boys were mixed with jealousy and admiration. After all, at this age, Aaron made 25 fire dragons surrender, which was enough to leave a deep impression in every student's heart. When this semester is over, everyone will go home and talk about this to their families. If they are not shocked, they will most likely be beaten up. What? You learned to lie after just one semester? Then they closed the door and beat him up. But in the minds of all the parents, the boy named Aaron must have become someone else's child. Whenever they mentioned him or saw their own children, they would use the excuse of lying to beat them up again. I told you to lie, how could a dragon kneel down to a child? The silence in the field lasted for about a minute, and at some point, there was a commotion again. Because Aaron was reaching out and touching the lion's nose. And the lion was as docile as Mrs. Norris, who was held by the administrator Filch. I also want to touch the dragon's butt, that's so cool. Ron said enviously as he looked at Aaron touching the dragon's nose unscrupulously. He reached into his pocket and touched his mouse, and suddenly felt a little sad. Others were playing with eagles and dragons, but he was playing with a mouse, and this mouse couldn't wake up all day. Harry's green eyes were wide open at this time. It was the first time he saw a fire dragon, and he was really shocked. The last time he saw a dragon was a brief glimpse when he took gold galleons from Gringotts. He admitted what Ron said, it was so cool, but he didn't just want to touch it, he wanted to ride a dragon in the sky. In the crowd, Huo-Chi put away his wand and breathed a sigh of relief. In addition to the shock, there was also relief in his eyes. I knew you would do it. She quickly glanced at the professors and the principal with her eagle yellow eyes. They also looked frightened by the kid. But when she thought of the first class, her wand was blasted black by the kid. What a bad boy! Huo-Chi cursed, but there was no blame in her voice. McGonagall covered her chest and recovered from the shock. She whispered to Dumbledore. Are all the dragons raised by Master Newt like this? McGonagall knew that Newt was Dumbledore's favorite student, so he knew him best. Outsiders only knew that Newt was a master of magical animals, but their understanding of him was very limited. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, then replied. Well. As far as I know, no, when he was young, he was pushed away by a longhorned dragon that he had hatched himself. He took a month to recover from this, and during that month he had to cover half of his butt when he walked. Dumbledore's voice was obviously full of gloating. When he turned around and found McGonagall staring at him strangely, his voice suddenly became low. I am really surprised that Aaron can make the lion so well behaved. Teacher, do you think he has a natural affinity for animals? Fantastic beasts. Dumbledore said, but denied it himself. No, Fawkes hates him. McGonagall cast a puzzled look at him, and Dumbledore shrugged but did not explain. What exactly is the limit of this child? McGonagall didn't ask, but spoke to herself. The next moment, she raised her voice. Are you sure he is from a Muggle family? Minerva, don't look at me with such suspicion. Dumbledore said helplessly. As far as I know, yes, but... He hesitated for a moment, then thought for a while and said I have never seen his parents, and I can't find out. So, in other words, I actually know nothing about the child's background. McGonagall frowned, which made her already serious look even more serious. Their words naturally did not escape Snape, who was standing beside him. Snape stared at Aaron in the center of the venue, but his ears were moving slightly. Soon, he seemed to remember something and looked around. Soon his gaze stopped, and he saw Quirrell standing in an inconspicuous place outside the crowd, looking towards the center of the venue with a gloomy look. Quirrell's mouth was still moving from time to time, as if he was saying something, but there was no one on either side of him. Snape took a deep breath, turned his gaze away from Quirrell and returned to Aaron, but his gaze became complicated and deep. In the center of the venue, Aaron stroked the lion's nose, which was soft, wet, and warm. It feels good, but not delicate enough. He needed the protruding dragon nose hard, and the lion dragon's eyes showed a wronged look. Even if the lion dragon's head was lying on the ground, the height was up to Aaron's chest. Its nose was the most sensitive part of its body. Now it was needed hard by the human in front of it, which made Long Long feel strange. Long Long was wronged, but Long Long didn't dare to say it. Although the pressure that made it tremble just now was gone, it still didn't dare to move. Are you touched? Aaron said softly, and then his hand left the dragon's nose and touched the dragon's mane. Lion dragon, don't dare to move. The lion dragon growled like a spoiled child. Normally, if Newt had taken out an adult unicorn instead of a dragon, there would never be such a result. The unicorn would even feel that Aaron was provoking it by releasing hostility. Aaron's black dragon belongs to Junlong, and its bloodline is the ancestor of all dragons, so it is a professional match. Therefore, under the power of that bloodline, the pressure has an overwhelming effect on the lion dragon. But 193 is facing a magical animal with low IQ like a unicorn. It's like when you say Ma Dong Mei, it can only understand horse. Where is the horse? How many? Is it delicious? Aren't you moved to see your ancestors? Aren't you moved to see your ancestors? Aware of the aggrieved mood of the lion dragon, Aaron asked in surprise. Lion dragon, please, give me a quick death. After watching, touching, and playing, Aaron looked up at the sky. As a boy, who would refuse to be a dragon rider? Oh, not Yin's hyping, the dragon rider. Aaron began to climb up by pulling the dragon's mane, but the dragon scales were a bit slippery, and he failed to climb up several times. He turned around and raised his hand to slap the lion dragon. How come it has grown so big without any accidents? Don't you know how to turn your body sideways? With so many people watching, you made me lose face. How can I survive in the wizarding world if this gets out? Aaron became more and more angry, and raised his hand to slap the lion twice. Although the lion dragon did not feel any pain, it felt wronged. Ah! It groaned twice in grievance, then tilted its neck to the side. Very good. Aaron touched the dragon's nose with satisfaction and gave him a reward. He has always been very good at distinguishing rewards and punishments. If you don't believe me, ask Yeye. Newt in the crowd was watching with his eyelids twitching. When did Maya have such a good temper? I usually have to coax her for a long time when I want to touch her a few times, but she was treated so roughly by a strange wizard, and she didn't resist at all. She even turned sideways obediently to let him do it. The wizards watching were in an uproar again, because they were shocked to know what Aaron wanted to do. Chapter 90. Oh my god, Merlin's pants. He actually wanted to fly around on a dragon. Fred, you insulted your predecessor, and Gryffindor will deduct 10 points. Merlin's clothes are so beautiful, I want to ride a dragon too. Isn't it dangerous to do this? After all, he is still a freshman. At this time, Mag was also a little hesitant. After all, this was flying, but with the previous situation, she was a little undecided. She looked through the crowd and looked at Newt in front of her, and found that he did not make any moves. Mag did not speak either. Nothing should happen, right? She murmured. Hagrid looked at Aaron, who was now sitting on the dragon's neck, with envy in his eyes. You know, he would do anything to ride a dragon and fly around in the sky. But suddenly he was stunned, because Aaron, sitting on the dragon's neck, seemed to reach out to him, as if inviting him. Hagrid's heart was beating fast, and he didn't dare to confirm whether it was him. But the other party's eyes were meeting his at this time. Hagrid walked towards the center of the venue nervously and unbelievably in the envious eyes of everyone, and people took the initiative to make way for him. Why would he choose me? Hagrid's mind went blank, thinking in disbelief, he was already in front of the dragon. The lion dragon raised its head majestically, and its huge dragon eyes were filled with unfamiliar hostility towards him. There was a rumbling roar in its neck, and the boy was sitting between the two spikes on the dragon's neck, smiling at him. It was the first time he was so close to an adult dragon. He immediately felt an extremely oppressive feeling, but at the same time Hagrid admired Aaron in his heart that he could tame such a large adult dragon. Roar! The dragon let out a deep roar when it saw the big human in front of it. The air pressure generated by the roar blew up Hagrid's messy beard. Aaron raised his hand and slapped him. Why are you shouting so loudly? You scared me. Ouch! The lion dragon cried out twice in grievance, and Hagrid was surprised to see a trace of grievance in the dragon's eyes. Soon Aaron raised his hand and slapped him again. Didn't you see my friend coming? Are dragons so bad at dealing with the world? Lower your neck. The lion dragon climbed down aggrievedly, tears in his eyes. It only then thought of the kindness of its master, who was so gentle and gave it fire ash snake eggs to eat. Aaron didn't know how much damage his big dicks had caused to the female dragon who had just grown up and laid eggs. Please come up. Aaron invited with a smile. He knew Hagrid's dream was to get a dragon. But now there was no dragon for him, but there would be a Godzilla in the future. He was not helping Hagrid to realize his dream out of kindness, but as a special person in the wizarding world and the person Dumbledore trusted the most, doing a favor would definitely be good for his future. Besides, it wasn't his dragon anyway, so he didn't feel bad if he stood up and pedaled hard. Hagrid's eyes were full of excitement. He said in surprise, "Ah? Really?" Seeing the boy nod, he held the dragon's mane with one hand, and then climbed up easily. After all, he was tall, and he was a giant. After Hagrid sat on it, the lion dragon raised its neck and used a lot of strength to lift it up. It cried twice in resentment, and then, driven by Aaron, began to run forward. The wizards in front saw this and quickly got out of the way. Several of them were slow to react and just watched the huge dragon body pass by in front of them. People looked at the dragon in surprise as it ran towards the Black Lake. After the lion dragon ran for a distance, its wing membrane slowly stretched out, and then it suddenly accumulated power on the spot. Whoosh! Soaring straight into the sky. Everyone's eyes also moved from parallel to suddenly looking up. They saw the huge body of the lion dragon quickly rising up close to the Hogwarts castle, and soon it was parallel to the top of the tower, startling a group of fleeing owls. The lion dragon went straight up into the sky, getting smaller and smaller. After reaching a certain height, its body turned an arc, spread its wings, and its huge wingspan cast a shadow on the ground. The sky was cloudless, and a fiery red dragon flapped its wings towards the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore looked up and said with emotion, "Come to think of it, I also want to ride a fire dragon and fly around Hogwarts. It must be very strange to look at the school like that." He looked at Mag and said puzzledly, "Why didn't he invite me?" Mag didn't say anything. She also wanted to ask, why not herself? In the sky, Hagrid excitedly grasped the dragon's mane and looked at the scenery below. The people below were no longer visible, and the Hogwarts castle had become very small. Directly below was the endless Forbidden Forest, with a layer of vague white fog covering the edge. If you were further away, you couldn't see anything clearly. Hagrid suddenly felt that the Forbidden Forest he was guarding was so big. "Thank you." He sincerely thanked Aaron, who was sitting in front of him. "You don't have to be so polite," Aaron said without turning his head. He was staring at the Forbidden Forest below seriously. He could sense the figure of Suzaku right below. Newt was here and was likely to find Suzaku. However, Suzaku's speed and intelligence would not be caught by Newt. At best, Newt might stay in Hogwarts for a few more days, notice the existence of the puppet clown, and take it in. But Aaron didn't care about this. He also wanted to see how Newt would treat his creation if he took it in. Imprison? Or destroy it? If destroyed, could it be destroyed? However, Newt's original purpose of coming here should be the dragon claw mark he left in the Forbidden Forest. As he thought, the lion dragon flew farther and farther away. "That, I said, did we fly too far?" Hagrid looked at the castle, which was almost invisible now, with some concern. "Okay." Aaron was satisfied now and slapped the lion dragon. "Go back!" The lion dragon roared excitedly. He could finally leave this human. "Pa!" Aaron raised his hand and slapped the lion dragon again. "Keep your voice down, you scared me." The lion dragon hummed in a low voice, and its huge body turned in the sky, then folded its wings slightly and dived diagonally downwards. At this time, on the grass beside the Black Lake in Hogwarts, people looked up at the sky, and soon someone began to point at the sky and shout, "They are back!" Sure enough, a red dot appeared in the sky, and the red dot became bigger and bigger. It was a dragon rushing towards this side, Wang Li Zhao. In the sky, Aaron was so blown by the wind that he couldn't open his eyes. "Damn, why are you flying so fast? Slow down, slow down!" Aaron grabbed the dragon's mane and shouted loudly. Everything around him blurred into a line. He opened his eyes and saw that the castle was very close, but this damn dragon didn't slow down. "Swing, is it okay to fly so fast?" Hagrid asked with difficulty. Aaron didn't have time to answer him, but activated the magical animal affinity skill. When he established a mental connection with the lion dragon, he cursed the next moment. The lion dragon was very panicked at the moment. Just now, he heard that he was about to leave Aaron, so he accelerated excitedly. But now he found that he couldn't stop the car. Feeling the lion dragon's inner thoughts, Aaron was very panicked. People are at Hogwarts, and a dragon is about to be launched. But the dragon couldn't stop. Very panic, waiting online, what should I do? Chapter 91. What the hell is waving? Get out of the way. Aaron clamped his legs around the dragon's neck, pulled one hand into the dragon's mane, half rose like a horse, and waved his hands vigorously downwards to get everyone out of the way. The strong airflow poured into his mouth, making a series of unclear trembling sounds. "Fred, look how happy he is. And those cute girls, just riding a dragon. Is it really necessary to be so excited?" George waved his hand softly and looked around. The girls were all screaming, which made his voice sound a little sour. He pushed Fred, who was jumping high beside him, and said. Fred glanced at George and said loudly. "Who said it wasn't? Look, he's still saying hello to us." Seeing that George was obviously not in a good mood, Fred grabbed his hand and whispered in his ear. "Aaron is watching, hurry up and wave." Seeing that George was still not very interested, he said, "Are you stupid? Doesn't he have a dragon egg soon? Let Aaron see us cheering for him when his dragon grows up. We can ride now." George looked at him with surprise and affirmation. "Hey! You are just a little bit worse than me." He jumped up and down happily, even crazier than those girls. Fred always felt that there was something wrong with what George said, but with his IQ, he still couldn't understand it. In the sky, a fiery red dragon was flying like a giant dragon fruit, moving at an extremely fast speed. Aaron could only hear the humming of the wind. He tried to connect with the dragon through his mind and gave it orders, but the dragon was even more panicked than Aaron. "Damn it! Why are you closing your eyes? Open your eyes!" Suddenly Aaron found that the lion dragon's eyes were tightly closed, and his mouth was making a humming sound. The dragon wings were no longer controlling the balance, but were a little messed up. Through the mind connection, the lion dragon's mind was blank at this time. "Shift!" Aaron cursed in his heart. "This is the female driver in the dragon. If something happens, just scream, close your eyes, and step on the accelerator harder." Aaron was not in a hurry at this time. He relaxed and leaned on the dragon's thorns. "That's it. Destroy it." The huge dragon's body rubbed against the air, making a harsh sound of air explosion. When the violent airflow hit the people below, the height of the fire dragon was almost close to the top of Hogwarts, but its speed did not decrease at all. At this time, the waving wizards squinted their eyes against the strong wind and looked up, and gradually stopped waving their hands. They finally realized. "Merlin! Shit! Run! The dragon can't stop." Someone in the crowd said this, but the word shit was either said by Cedric or the Weasley twins. Only by following Aaron can you learn the unique interjections of these etiquette-loving countries. All the wizards ran towards the castle in panic, and 3 of them ran in the wrong direction. Mag was so anxious that he shouted. "Malfoy, and those 2 big guys, come here." She waved her wand, but the impact of the airflow made her unstable and she fell to the ground, causing the half-recited levitation spell to be interrupted. At this time, she was indignant. "I knew that anything bad would happen to this kid. Riding a broom can blow up a big hole in the school, and this time he is riding a dragon." Malfoy was supported by 2 bodyguards and ran forward. Of course, he heard what Professor McGonagall said. He trembled and shouted, "You 2 idiots, idiots! Run back! The direction is wrong! The direction is wrong!" 2 big bodyguards dragged Malfoy and turned around. Malfoy looked up and was so scared that he splashed in the water. "This is the center, you are rebelling! You are rebelling! Open your eyes, oh my god!" Malfoy looked at the 2 bodyguards who were so scared that they closed their eyes, and then looked at the dragon that was about to arrive overhead. He actually burst out all the strength he had ever had and broke free from the grip of the 2 bodyguards. Malfoy's tears and snot were streaming, and he crawled towards the castle gate on all 4s. Professor McGonagall stood up tremblingly and waved her wand again, but before she could speak, a voice came from her side at a very fast pace. "Leviosa!" Looking back, Snape, with a gloomy face, cast a levitation spell to throw the 3 people into the hall. Malfoy landed on his head, somersaulted, and then lay on the ground. His eyes were unfocused, staring upwards, and a transparent ghost on the ceiling was pulling off its head with a pop and bowing to him. "Did you just take a shower?" The ghost floated 1 meter above him. "But why only wash the lower body? Also, why don't you take off your clothes and take a shower?" Malfoy closed his eyes, not wanting to argue with a ghost who had been dead for a long time. Seeing everyone enter the hall, McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought you forgot about your students." "Humph." Snape glanced at McGonagall, snorted, and stopped talking. All this seemed long, but it was actually completed in a very short time. Dumbledore looked solemn. He stood outside the gate, with professors standing behind him. He glanced at Newt quickly, but his eyes were not stern. The meaning was obvious. Look at your dragon. Newt felt a pressure from the teacher, and he lowered his head subconsciously, but suddenly realized that he had graduated a long time ago. Let's cast a levitation spell together to catch the dragon. Dumbledore raised his wand and said to everyone. All the professors took out their wands like swords. Everyone looked solemn and said nothing. Would the levitation spell work on such a big dragon? Dumbledore was a little nervous, after all, he had never done this before. At the same time, he was thinking that he had to double the coffee next week. Now, everyone, please review it with me. Dumbledore raised his wand and said loudly, try to make us more coordinated and maximize the effectiveness of the levitation charm. Everyone nodded. Leviosa. Everyone chanted. But one person was a little late. Everyone glared at him. Professor Quirrell suddenly stammered nervously, I. Okay, stop explaining. Snape said in a deep voice, and Quirrell shut up. Okay, let's get ready. We only have one chance this time. Dumbledore said, and all the professors raised their wands and began to chant. At the same time, the dragon was already level with the top of the tower. Seeing that the people below had evacuated safely, Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, I'm still in heaven. Aaron was now in the mindset that if he died, he wouldn't be alive, and if he lived, he wouldn't be dead. He wanted to see which was harder, the ground of Hogwarts or Aaron's pride. But suddenly he remembered something. He reached into his chest, took out 2 silver cubes, and threw one at Hagrid behind him. Catch it! Aaron shouted. Hagrid had vomited everywhere, and he heard Aaron's voice in a daze. Just as he opened his eyes, a silver-white object hit his face, and then he heard a series of clicking sounds. The sound was like the sound of a goblin opening the mechanism of an underground treasure house. When the silver-white block touched Hagrid's face, it suddenly cracked with a click. Then small pieces of silver-white things gradually covered Hagrid's body. Hagrid felt that he was covered by something, and then a screen appeared in front of him, and a delicate voice rang in his ears. Master, how can I help you? Chapter 92. Hagrid. Although Hagrid didn't know what it meant, he chose the collision mode. Crash mode. Hagrid said uncertainly. Start the impact mode. The soft moan was like sulfuric acid that softened people, making Hagrid, who had been alone for a long time, numb all over. Little Hagrid stood up immediately. Hagrid also had a new understanding of Aaron at that moment. This kid's alchemy is really good. In front, Aaron pressed another cube into his chest. Instantly, the silver-white cube covered his whole body. This was originally a protective suit for alchemy. Although it would be exposed if he took it out now, there was no other way. Below. Led by Dumbledore, all the professors raised their wands. Finally, they began to chant the spell. Dumbledore stood in the middle, and the other professors surrounded him. The tips of everyone's wands emitted white light and began to converge towards the sky. Levio. The spell was only one word away from being finished. But a huge red shadow with the number 943 suddenly plunged down from in front of them. Boom! There was a violent crash. Then came the dust. The huge shock wave blew everyone away. Inside the oak door, everyone's ears were ringing due to the violent roar. The world suddenly became quiet. But everyone realized the seriousness of the matter. Aaron. Something happened to Aaron. It's impossible to survive such a big impact. People's faces were filled with shock, fear, crying, sadness, happiness, etc. In the silence, if a painter who traveled through time and space painted it, he would definitely win a prize. It would be a painting that is more complex and textured than The Last Supper. Dumbledore and Newt were the first to react. They stood up from the ground and ran towards the door with dusty faces. The professors followed closely. They supported each other and followed closely. Please don't be in any trouble. McGonagall burst into tears. She walked forward with the help of Sprout. The students also gathered around the oak door. When everyone ran out of the door, they did not find the remains of the dragon or the bodies of Aaron and Hagrid. What about them? Someone asked. Merlin's pants. Everyone lower your head. People lowered their heads quickly and found a huge black hole opening on the grass outside Hogwarts Castle. They fell down. Someone shouted. Snape's eyes flickered. That place was exactly Slytherin's dormitory. Dumbledore didn't even bother to wipe the dust off his glasses. He walked quickly towards the black hole. A group of people followed behind him. It would be nice to fall to death. Malfoy smiled with a gloomy face. Then he spread his legs, mixed in the crowd, and walked over there. It was very uncomfortable to walk normally because it was cold, wet, and sticky. In the crowd, people looked solemn, and the girls cried suppressedly. Hermione's face was full of panic and fear. She ran all the way, flexibly avoiding, pushing away, and passing through one person after another who blocked her way. Nothing will happen to you if you are such a jerk. You are such a jerk. Hermione's eyes were filled with tears, and she didn't know why she was like this. Chu looked normal, but if you look closely, her face was already stiff. Her heart was blank, and she let the crowd squeeze forward. Aaron! Aaron! She murmured in a low voice, flashing back to the time when she first met the boy, holding his wand high and full of vigor, and the short time they spent together in the crystal car in the sky. Cedric's face was gloomy, and he felt very uncomfortable. He wanted to slap himself hard at this moment. Why didn't he agree to follow Aaron? Outside the Hogwarts castle, on the empty grass, there was a huge black hole. Wizards rushed towards it like a stream of people. Everyone's heart was filled with complex emotions, grief, sadness, confusion, and at a loss. Aaron opened his eyes slowly and moved his body. It was okay. He didn't lose any limbs. It seemed that the armor was of good quality. Looking out through the mask, it was dark all around. Damn it, I'm afraid I've fallen into the underworld. Aaron looked up to see which level of the underworld he was, but there was a round blue sky above. Fortunately, it's okay, I just fell into the ground. He knew that Hogwarts had an underground space, and it was quite large. Aaron stood up slowly and opened his mask, revealing a pale face and a pair of blue eyes that glowed in the dark. He turned on his night vision and saw Hagrid lying on his face not far away. He was not worried about Hagrid. The giant's body was stronger than that of a human, and with the armor, he would be fine. At most, he fainted. He lowered his eyes. At this time, he was standing on the dragon's belly, rising and falling with the dragon's steady breathing. After turning on the affinity function for magical animals, he found that the lion dragon was only slightly injured and fainted. As expected of a dragon, it has thick skin and flesh. He praised it. With such a high altitude and speed, humans would definitely be cut into pieces. After making sure that the lion dragon was okay, he came to Hagrid and turned him over to face up. Open the mask. He gave the order, and Hagrid's mask popped open. Ugh! As soon as it bounced away, Hagrid opened his mouth and vomited. Aaron was quick to press it back. Damn, this is disgusting. There was a smell in the air. Aaron waved his hand and tried to put away his armor, but the armor was a little deformed and there was a flash of electricity on it. I can't take it back for a while. Aaron had to give up. He felt a little dizzy and looked around. Hey! He uttered a light hey. There was a bed not far away. He walked over without thinking, lay down on it comfortably, and opened his breastplate. But he could only open the breastplate. After opening a hole in the breastplate, Aaron put his hand in and took out a can of Coke. Bang! Lolyalu! It's so cool! Aaron crossed his legs, drinking Coke while waiting for Dumbledore to come and deal with it. Such a big thing can't be covered up just by wanting to. Above, everyone reached the edge of the black hole, and they gathered around the hole and looked down. Fluorescent light flashes. All the professors said in unison but not in unison. Soon, everything inside became bright. When everyone saw the situation below, they were stunned. It was a mess below. The lion dragon was lying on his back directly below, looking like he had fainted. A huge silver-white humanoid figure was leaning against the wall motionless. People could probably guess that it was Hagrid inside. The silver-white thing outside should be Aaron's stuff. Where's Aaron? People looked around but didn't see Aaron. Will it be crushed under the lion dragon? He didn't say the rest, but everyone understood what he meant. The lion dragon weighs several tons. Good pressure, good pressure. Malfoy looked down, feeling very happy. He just felt that this place was getting more and more familiar. But he didn't care, a strong enemy disappeared. Lolyalu! Hiss! A slight sound came from the dark place in the cave, and everyone was stunned. Snape waved his wand towards that place. Suddenly everyone was dumbfounded. Aaron was covered with a layer of white armor, and he was sitting with his legs crossed and drinking something. The armor on his body seemed to be deformed, and small arcs like lightning burst out from time to time. I am always too soft-hearted, too soft-hearted. Aaron closed his eyes, hummed happily, and sipped his drink. The sense of relief after surviving a disaster. Family. Who understands? Aaron soon realized that something was wrong. He opened his eyes and looked sideways at the hole above. For a moment, a pair of eyes met countless eyes. The worries on everyone's faces had solidified. Among them, there were a few particularly familiar wizards, whose faces were still full of tears. However, their eyes gradually changed from surprise to meaningful, and then to anger. Silence. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Aaron took the lead in breaking the awkwardness. He raised the Coke in his hand. That. How about having a drink together? Chapter 93. Drink some. We were almost worried to death. You said drink. However, in addition to being angry, everyone also noticed the can of drink in Aaron's hand. It was a container that no one had ever seen before. But what surprised them even more was that Hagrid and he seemed to be wearing something. It was something they had never seen before. Not only had they never seen it before, but it seemed that the things they were wearing had never appeared in any of the books. But the clever wizard thought for a moment and knew that it was made by Aaron, an alchemist. Malfoy lay at the entrance of the cave and looked down. The more he looked, the more familiar it became. When he saw the bed sheet Aaron was lying on, he almost shouted out. That's my bed. Besides, that's my dormitory. Malfoy was about to cry. Ever since he met Aaron, why was he always the one who got hurt? Hee, that's great, a big, stupid bodyguard next to him whispered in Malfoy's ear, for such a big thing, Hufflepuff will definitely lose points. Malfoy turned his head and glared at him fiercely. What's wrong? The big bodyguard scratched his head, a little confused. Did he say something wrong? Dumbledore stood by the big hole, his eyes fixed on the strange armor on Aaron, then turned his eyes and looked at Hagrid, who was still unconscious but had no signs of life. His expression moved slightly, and his eyes showed a thoughtful look. Can alchemy be used like this? Dumbledore saw at a glance that this was an alchemical creation. On the one hand, he was amazed at Aaron's wild imagination, and on the other hand, he lamented the ridiculousness of those old alchemists in the wizarding world. They spent their whole lives pursuing the illusory immortality and forgot that alchemy had such an interesting aspect. But after a moment, Dumbledore chuckled and shook his head. Wasn't he the same? He thought that alchemy could not save the wizarding world, and he hadn't touched alchemy for many years. It seems that I, an old man, will have to ask this kid for advice in the future. He smiled slightly, and at the same time sighed in his heart. 2-5 such a height, such a distance, such a fast speed, only dragons can escape. Although the wizard's body is tougher than that of a muggle. They will surely die. Thinking about it, he realized that it was this strange armor that saved them. After thinking for a while, Dumbledore said loudly to the people around him. I hope everyone will forget what happened today and not mention it everywhere. Everyone didn't know why, but since the principal had spoken, they could only nod their heads. Minerva, it's over now. Dumbledore smiled and said to McGonagall, it's still early, take the children to class. McGonagall looked at the bottom of the hole, then looked at Dumbledore, as if she had figured something out. She nodded slightly, okay, Principal Albus. Outside, she always used honorifics. Then she called all the children to leave, and of course the professors followed. Although the children didn't want to leave. Chu turned her head and looked at the hole, which was broken very violently. Then, she turned around and followed everyone into the castle. Now, only Newt and Dumbledore were left on the field and Hagrid and Aaron were on the bottom. You're right to do that. Newt said, without looking at his former teacher, you're always very thoughtful. I admit you are a very good principal. But sometimes, I still don't approve of you. After saying that, Newt cast a lightness spell on himself and jumped onto the lion dragon's belly. He didn't go to find Aaron immediately, but with heartache in his eyes, he gently lay on the dragon's belly. There is no heart murmur and the breathing is stable. He stood up, jumped off the dragon's body, looked at the head, and then checked the dragon's wings. The dragon's wing is slightly fractured, but it's not a big problem. New York checked it in detail, not leaving out every inch of it. Dumbledore stood on it, his half-moon glasses refracting the light, his eyes could not be seen. He quietly looked at Newt, who was busying around below, and didn't speak for a long time. Aaron watched Newt's movements, and suddenly felt that for Newt, this lion dragon was like a child. He got up from the bed, put down the coke, and then quietly came to Newt's side. "I'm sorry," Aaron said sincerely. He shouldn't let their future hostility fall on an innocent dragon. "I don't blame you." Newt stopped squatting to check the dragon's back, then turned to look at Aaron. "It's my fault, I was careless." Aaron could see that Newt's glasses were particularly sincere and clean. There was no trace of blame. How could someone who deals with animals have unclean eyes? Speaking of which, Newt checked that the lion dragon was fine. He breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and opened the suitcase. "You won our bet." Aaron saw him smile at him, wondering if it was his illusion. But he couldn't be happy at this moment. Newt jumped into the box, and Aaron stood there in a daze for a few seconds, then he looked up at Dumbledore above. "Am I wrong?" Above, a ray of golden sunlight shone down from the side of Dumbledore's arm, and finally stopped at a broken wall. The dust swirled vigorously in the light column formed by the light, and it seemed that it would never escape the barrier of the light column. Dragons have a long lifespan and can live for a very long time. Dumbledore spoke in a low voice, as if he was recalling something. A dragon has only one master in its lifetime. If humans want to tame dragons, they can only wait for them to hatch. Adult dragons are very dangerous and they will not easily recognize humans. Lion dragons, fire dragons, it takes 50 years for them to reach maturity and lay their first egg. Here Dumbledore stopped, and Aaron looked at him quietly. "The last time I saw this dragon," Dumbledore said slowly, "it was 50 years ago." Aaron's pupils moved slightly. It had just hatched, and was still a small creature the size of a palm. When he said this, Aaron could feel that Dumbledore's tone became a little lighter, but he was facing the beam of light and could not see Dumbledore's expression. Newt was still very young at the time, and he held him up carefully for me to see. He treats these animals like children. I find it hard to understand why he agreed to your bet. Betting, Aaron knew it was the egg, but he needed the egg as a material for alchemy. At this moment, he was silent. He lowered his head, looked back, and his eyes fell on the adult lioness dragon lying there. The next moment he made a decision. "System, can I use other materials instead of dragon eggs?" he said in his mind. "Of course, but its strength will be greatly reduced." After getting the answer, he asked again. "Can I use my divinity points on this dragon?" Parsing successful. Subordinate of Asian dragon, Chinese dragon, possesses extremely rare true dragon blood, can use a point of divinity. Too much and the body will explode and die. Aaron is not a saint, but he cannot do anything that goes against his conscience. He does not need this creation. He believes that he will eventually reach the pinnacle of this world and break through the barriers of the world. He asked himself that he could not use dirty means to satisfy his selfish desires without restraint. Except for goblins, of course. Tricking me? Then be prepared for revenge. Taking a deep breath, Aaron walked to the lion dragon, then stretched out a hand and gently placed it on the dragon's belly. Dumbledore above looked at Aaron in confusion, wondering what he wanted to do. System, transfer divinity value. Transmitting. An invisible force is pouring into the body of the unconscious giant dragon on the ground. As if sensing this force, the giant dragon sneezed comfortably and groaned comfortably. Aaron could feel the scars of the lion dragon healing and the bones growing. He activated the affinity of magical animals, and now the lion dragon is in a very comfortable state. Transmission completed, the system said. Aaron retracted his hand, and the giant dragon on the ground suddenly struggled, then suddenly turned over, and its powerful tail swept around, shattering the cracked wall again. Hagrid woke up, and he felt the smell of vomit in his nose. "I am still alive." Hagrid was extremely excited. He remembered. Aaron gave him something. "Aaron saved me." Hagrid stood up and saw Aaron standing by his side through his mask. He was about to speak when a whistling sound came from the side. He looked over subconsciously and saw a dragon's tail sweeping towards him. Bang! Hagrid flew out and hit the wall, fainting again. Aaron jumped nimbly to avoid the dragon's tail. "What's going on?" He looked at the crazy lion dragon, looked uncertain. Was there something wrong with its divinity? Before he could think about it, the dragon stopped rioting and roared to the sky. It made a deafening sound. The students and professors who had walked a short distance stopped and looked back in surprise. "All right, let's go to class." Although McGonagall was curious, the teacher asked her to leave because she had her own plans. Everyone then walked into the castle, looking back every few steps. The oak door slowly closed. Dumbledore looked at the dragon below with some surprise. This happened when Aaron put his hand on the dragon just now. "What on earth did you do?" he murmured. He originally wanted to stop the lion dragon from rioting, but the lion dragon stopped silently, just like it suddenly woke up before. Holding the wand tightly, Dumbledore was ready to stun the lion dragon that might be furious at any time. Aaron was hiding in the corner at this time. He stared at the dragon lying on the ruins. The state of the lion dragon was very strange. It was shaking all over, and 2 wing membranes wrapped its body like a sphere. Crack! A sound of bones came from the wing membrane, followed by more bones cracking. The wing membrane was also constantly swelling, as if something was about to come out. The whole process lasted for more than 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, everything stopped. The sphere wrapped in the wing membrane was quietly there at this time, and a beam of light hit it, quiet and beautiful. The sphere was bright red, like a huge egg, and it was covered with complicated patterns. Dumbledore was a little confused when he saw this scene. Does a lion dragon have this stage? Although he has never raised a lion dragon, there is information about the growth of a lion dragon in the data. He is sure that there is absolutely no such process. The only possibility is... He looked at the boy, whose eyes were full of surprise, as if he was also very surprised by everything. "It seems that I can only ask Newt," Dumbledore murmured. Aaron, the instigator, was a little surprised. What happened to the lion dragon? Dead? No, he could feel that the lion dragon was in very good condition. Crack! A slight cracking sound came from the huge egg-shaped egg. Then, more cracking sounds were heard, and the egg was instantly covered with cracks. A slender and beautiful fiery red dragon head suddenly stretched out from the egg. The dragon head was no longer in the shape of a lion, but now it was more like a dragon, covered with tightly fitting scales, looking elegant and beautiful. Yes, it was beautiful. If it was a dragon head carved by a master sculptor before, then now it is the work of a grand master sculptor. Whoosh! A pair of huge dragon wings suddenly opened in the egg, raising countless small egg pieces. Aaron buckled his mask, while Dumbledore waved his wand and cast a defensive spell on himself, bouncing all the fragments away. This. Aaron clearly saw the complete body of the dragon. It was a more fiery red dragon body. Although it was smaller than before, the overall body was streamlined, more beautiful and elegant. The scales were thicker and looked like they were made of fiery red iron. The dragon claws became sharper, and although the pair of dragon wings were much smaller, they were covered with beautiful patterns. The lion dragon folded its wing membranes, shook its head, and looked towards Aaron. The next moment, its eyes lit up, and it ran to Aaron's side like a dog. Then it rubbed Aaron's chest with its huge dragon head, making a humming sound of flattery. Aaron looked at the changed lion dragon and the first thing he thought of was, "How can I explain this to Newt?" Chapter 94. To Dumbledore, whether it was Newt or Aaron, he seemed to be unable to control them. He could only let his 2 favorite students fight each other. He also wanted to see what kind of sparks would be created between the two. Seeing that the other party did not want to get involved, Aaron looked down at the lion dragon that was rubbing against his chest. The lion dragon was a size smaller than before, but it exuded a fierce explosive power. "Stay away from me." Aaron pushed the lion's head further away in disgust, because the guy actually stuck out his tongue and wanted to lick his face. Is there something wrong with my divinity value? How did this dragon turn into a dog? Aaron felt helpless. Soon, a hand stretched out from the suitcase on the ground, and Newt crawled out. He bent over and simply patted the dust off his knees with a slight smile on his face. But when he raised his head, the smile on his face froze. He saw a strange dragon licking its face to please the boy in front of it, while the boy pushed it away with disgust. Newt looked around blankly, and then looked at the dog-like dragon in front of him. Is this his own cool lion dragon? You are here. Newt saw the boy's eyes light up. Hurry up, put away your dragon. This is, Newt pointed at himself in disbelief, my dragon. What else? Aaron dodged the dragon's drooling tongue and pushed away the dragon's head, saying, hurry up. Oh, oh, oh. Newt walked forward blankly and stroked the dragon's wing with one hand. This feeling. He pondered, it was indeed his dragon. But why did it turn out like this? How would I know? Aaron decided to never admit it. It wasn't that he didn't admit it, but he didn't know how to explain it. Besides, he had done a good thing for him. You can tell me whether the dragon has evolved. Seeing Newt staring at him with eyes as big as copper bells, Aaron had to find an excuse to explain. Your dragon, first this, then that, then this again, and finally that again. The boy spoke very quickly, and Newt's mind was confused. Then, it became like this. Aaron talked nonsense, he didn't even know what he was talking about. Newt. Newt stood there, looking at the strange dragon he was most familiar with, and then at the sincere boy. For a moment, he had a lot to say, but he didn't know where to start. Dumbledore above looked at the two of them, and a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, the simple Newt was led by the nose by this child. But it's time to end this matter. All right, Newt. Above, Dumbledore spoke at the right time. Let's end this matter here. There is no loss. Besides, he said with a smile, now this dragon looks much better than before. Newt looked up at Dumbledore, then at his own dragon. Indeed, although it was smaller and its shape had changed a lot, it did look more beautiful. Moreover, his teacher had no intention of explaining, so he would not ask. The purpose of his visit was not about the lion dragon and the dragon egg. It was just that this boy was a variable. That's fine. Newt had to accept this fact. Besides, the lion dragon was also developing in a good direction. Aaron gave Dumbledore a thumbs up implicitly. The other party was facing away from the light, so his face could not be seen clearly. Dumbledore raised the corner of his mouth very slightly, feeling a little sweet in his heart. This kid recognized him for the first time. But he soon returned to his always kind face. Come on, Maya. Newt stroked the dragon's cheek, took out a few fire ash snake eggs from his arms and handed them over, saying gently, come in, kid. The lion dragon glanced at the fire ash snake eggs in the old master's hand and sneezed disdainfully. He turned around and continued to rub Aaron. The three people present were suddenly embarrassed. Ahem. Aaron looked at Newt's weird eyes, as if he had robbed his woman. Don't look at me like that, this is none of my business. Go back, Maya. Aaron pointed at the suitcase, and Shalong snorted twice like a spoiled child, but did not move. Aaron got angry and raised his hand to slap him. If you don't go back, you will be even more confused later. Shalong looked at him with a human-like grievance, and climbed into the suitcase, looking back every few steps. Newt quickly closed the suitcase and put it on his back, his eyes obviously a little wary. Don't look at me like that. Aaron said helplessly. I'm not interested in your box. Newt rolled his eyes. Not interested? It's only been a short time, and I was almost kidnapped by you. However, he was really happy in his heart, because he felt that he seemed to have hope of being an heir. But he suppressed this topic in his heart for the time being. An heir must not only have strength, but also a heart that loves animals. Otherwise. Newt remembered the slap Aaron gave to the lion dragon without hesitation just now. No, we need to observe more. Newt thought for a moment, reached into his arms, and pulled out a bright red egg. Aaron's eyes lit up. It was the first time he had seen a dragon egg. This is the only egg Maya laid a few days ago. Newt looked at the dragon egg in his hand with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Aaron thought, why don't you give it to me quickly? Good luck, kid. Newt kissed the dragon egg and handed it to Aaron carefully. Looking at Newt's reluctant expression, Aaron felt like a third party who destroyed their relationship. Follow me and you will finally get your dragon. Aaron thought to himself, this dragon must have been very lucky in its previous life to be able to follow him. Taking the dragon egg with both hands, Aaron felt his palms were slightly warm. The dragon egg was warm, and it was good to use it as a hand warmer in winter. The dragon egg was a bright red color with golden spots on it, which was very beautiful. In China, the eggshells of lion dragons are highly valued in the wizarding world. According to the records Aaron has read, Chinese wizards will grind the eggshells into powder and mix them with a kind of herbal medicine to make powerful pills. It is said that the effect is amazing. This also leads to that when Chinese wizards meet wizards from other countries, they will ask as soon as they meet, hey, man, do you have any unused fire dragon eggshells? I'll buy them for a high price. After just 2 glances, Aaron quickly put it into the space in his chest at lightning speed. Seeing Newt stunned, Aren't you going to give in a few times? Finally, Dumbledore used the levitation spell to pull Aaron and Hegler up, and Newt jumped up by himself. What is this thing on you? Dumbledore pointed at the armor on Aaron's body. He looked at it closely and was shocked. The refining method, the details, the fit, no matter which point, it opened his eyes. He even felt that he had a new understanding of his alchemy. In other words, a new world. Aaron's alchemy may bring the wizarding world into a new century. Aaron looked down at the armor on his body that was still twitching with electric arcs, and said helplessly, "It's deformed and I can't take it off. I'll take it off later." Dumbledore's eyes widened. How could such a good thing be taken apart? He took out his wand and waved it at Aaron's armor, saying, "Restore it to its original state." Aaron looked down and the deformed part was still deformed. Restored to its original state. Dumbledore waved his wand, his face looked a little unnatural, and his voice was a little higher. But there was still no change. The scene fell into a dead silence for a moment, and the expressions of the three people were slightly embarrassed. Newt was carrying the box and looking up at the sky, but he was obviously trying to hold back his smile. "Recover." Dumbledore was halfway through his words when Aaron spoke up. "Perhaps my armor is too low level." Right. After giving him a step, Dumbledore immediately walked down with a dry laugh. "It's getting late, Aaron, you should go back first. Newt and I have something to do." Aaron nodded, walked to the unconscious Hagrid, and pressed his chest. Hagrid was sitting in the back, so his armor was intact, so he put it back smoothly. When Aaron put the silver-white square back to his chest, he turned around, and Newt and Dumbledore looked at him with wide eyes. "What's wrong?" Aaron looked surprised. The two of them realized that they had lost their composure. "This little gadget is really amazing," Dumbledore said with a smile. In his heart, he really wanted to ask Aaron for one to study it carefully. But Newt was right beside him, so he was embarrassed to ask directly. He planned to talk about it later when he had time. "Then I'll go," Aaron said tentatively. Seeing Dumbledore nod, he turned and left. "As for the hole? That was done by the lion dragon. What does it have to do with me, Aaron?" He walked about 10 meters away and could hear the voices of two people behind him. "What's that expression on your face, Newt?" "Nothing. I just didn't try hard." I know. You still have this expression." "Okay, teacher, we still have a lot to do next." As the sound got farther and farther away, Aaron could no longer hear it. He trotted into the castle and went straight to his dorm without planning to go to class. He wanted to study the dragon eggs. If his divine power was injected into the dragon eggs, what would the fire dragon look like after it hatched? In the open space outside the castle, Newt and Dumbledore looked at the big hole in front of them and Hagrid, who was still unconscious beside them. "That child is indeed a bit," Newt stopped talking halfway through, with a complicated expression. "Well, after all, he is my student." Dumbledore's voice was filled with a hint of pride. "But, you..." "Okay, it's not important, Newt." Dumbledore waved his wand and chanted the restoration charm towards the big hole on the ground. But the big hole on the ground didn't react at all. Now Newt and Dumbledore were silent. Newt also realized that something was wrong, and he also tried to use the restoration charm on the big hole. But the situation was the same, the big hole was still dark in the same place. The two looked at each other. "There is some force stopping us," Newt said in a heavy voice, with shock in his eyes. Dumbledore looked at the big hole in the ground with a flickering gaze, and said nothing. He could feel that when they cast the spell, another force was repelling and resisting their magic. But he couldn't tell what kind of force it was. "The power is slowly dissipating," Newt said. Dumbledore nodded. He also felt that the power was dissipating at an extremely slow speed. It would take 3 days for it to completely dissipate. This is the only way. Before that, the children in this dormitory will have to sleep in the open air, Dumbledore said. Newt's eyes were full of thought. He couldn't understand Hogwarts anymore. Turning back, he looked towards the castle. The boy had disappeared. "What about him?" Newt pointed at Hagrid on the ground. "It's okay, just let him have a good sleep," Dumbledore said, "Ma Zhao," and then he changed the subject. "It's time to get down to business." Newt nodded. Then the two of them headed towards the Forbidden Forest. On the way, the two of them still had a casual conversation. "Why did you suddenly change your schedule?" Dumbledore asked. Newt was silent at first, then slowly said, I noticed that something terrible seemed to have happened to Hogwarts. As expected. Dumbledore's heart moved, but then he felt a little heavy. Since Newt could feel it, then, those old guys who have lived for a long time in the wizarding world must have felt it, right? He didn't believe that the US Ministry of Magic would not stand idly by. What are your plans next, teacher? Newt obviously noticed this too. Who cares? Dumbledore smiled and said, of course you are welcome to visit us. His eyes became a little deep besides. Newt nodded. Although his teacher usually looked like a kind old man. But once he offended something he wanted to protect. Don't forget, this is a legend in the wizarding world. When he was young, he killed. As they were talking, the two of them arrived at the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. I am very curious about what happened in the Forbidden Forest. Newt's grey eyes were filled with a rare excitement, and his hands were shaking as he carried the suitcase. Before that, let me take a look at this thing first. Dumbledore walked in first. Newt then remembered that he came here at the invitation of his teacher. But, is there anything that even my teacher can't solve? Newt's eyes flickered and he followed in. Chapter 95. Dumbledore bent down and removed a leaf from the huge claw mark in the soil. You have been wandering around in the world of magical animals, come and see what this is. Newt squinted his eyes, he knelt on one knee, put the arm holding the box on his leg, and gently stroked the mark with his right hand. The claw marks are 20 inches long and very deep, and the claw tip. He inserted his index finger into the claw tip and took a deep breath. Very deep, and the claws are very sharp. Newt concluded, without raising his head, he said, from the claw marks, I have never seen claw marks of this shape. But judging from its size, it must be very large, and... He paused, his tone a little heavy. It is a very aggressive predatory magical animal. Dumbledore had guessed it long ago. He saw what Newt could see. His purpose in finding Newt was to have him lock it in a box. Otherwise, such a creature would prey on the Forbidden Forest in the school, which would be very unsafe for the children in the school. So, what kind of magical animal is this? I don't know. Newt answered very straightforwardly, and Dumbledore's eyes flashed with disappointment. Newt stared at the claw marks on the ground, his eyes lost in deep thought. Could this be the one I sensed before? He hesitated for a moment, picked up a smear of wet mud from the claw mark with his fingers, and then put it to the tip of his nose and smelled it. No taste at all. How is this possible? Newt's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Powerful predatory magical animals usually have their own innate magic. Even if time has passed, the unique magic will not be hidden from him. He can distinguish the faint smell they leave even on a rainy day a month later. But why? He stood up, his eyes a little heavy, and began to explore around. This was the first time in his life that he felt it was difficult. Dumbledore saw Newt stand up and noticed the expression on his face. He stood quietly aside and did not disturb him. When a hunter is chasing prey, his eyes will always be fixed on the animal path, and he dare not slack off. At this time, the best help is to shut up. Newt frowned and followed the location of the claw marks. After walking more than 10 meters, his footsteps stopped abruptly. Gone. He was a little shocked. This was a flying, aggressive, predatory magical animal. Looking around, the trees were violently destroyed. The other party had a powerful force. What kind of magical animal is this? Newt was shocked, but he was also very eager to know the truth. I know I shouldn't disturb you, but look at this. Dumbledore took out a cloth bag and handed it to Newt. Newt took it, looked at Dumbledore suspiciously, and then took out the contents. A black, hideous spider's body quickly expanded as soon as it came out of the bag, becoming as tall as several floors. The place where they were standing was a slope, and the body of the giant spider began to roll, almost crushing Newt. Originally, Newt thought it was some scales or hair or something. Who would have thought it was such a big 8-eyed giant spider? You did it on purpose. Newt said unhappily. Dumbledore really didn't mean it, he just forgot to remind him for a moment, and in this situation, he didn't want to tease Newt. I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. Newt ignored him and looked at the giant spider's body. What caught his eye was the sharp cuts. All the limbs of the giant spider were cut off very cleanly. Newt went around the giant spider's back and took a deep breath. A claw mark was clearly visible on the giant spider's head. One shot is fatal. Newt couldn't help but think in his heart, but magical animals hunt for a purpose, and they rarely waste the body of their prey. But why? What if it only took away the giant spider's legs? It has no nutritional value and is covered with bristles. This technique is a bit like what a potion master would do. But he quickly rejected it. A magical animal that can make medicine? What a joke! Newt didn't understand. All these doubts were linked together. This was not consistent with the behavior of magical animals. Flutter. Just as Newt was thinking, a sound of birds flapping their wings was heard. Both of them looked up, but they didn't see any shadow. Just as they turned their heads in surprise, their breathing stagnated. On the back of the giant spider, a sacred bird with scarlet all over its body was looking up and standing there quietly. The bird looked like a phoenix, but more beautiful than a phoenix. The scarlet flames emanating from its body made it look more beautiful and mysterious. The scarlet feathers were more red than the phoenix. Newt believed that even the red color of the transformed lion dragon was not 1/10,000th of that of this bird. The two dared not breathe, for fear of scaring away the scarlet bird in front of them. They were only about 3 meters away from the bird at this time. What is this? Newt looked at the magical animal in front of him, which was full of sacredness, and his mind exploded. Since coming to Hogwarts, these strange things have happened one after another. But then his breathing became rapid. This was the powerful vision he sensed that day. You can't go wrong. That's the feeling. New York suppressed the violent beating of his heart. He could not have smelled this familiar and mysterious breath wrong. He looked at Dumbledore excitedly. From the other's eyes, CGFE, he naturally realized the extraordinary nature of this bird. What should I do? Dumbledore asked in a low voice. Newt didn't know either, because he had no information about the bird in front of him. How should he face its habits and gain its trust? But the bird was red all over, obviously a fire type. Newt bent down carefully, put the box gently on the ground, then stood up and took out a few fire ash snake eggs from his arms. Don't be afraid, kid. Newt raised his other hand, then gently held 3 fire ash snake eggs and approached the bird that was emitting scarlet. From beginning to end, the bird kept its head high. The red bird's eyes were calm, and it looked at the fire ash snake eggs brought by Newt curiously. It shook its feathers, and a few sparks splashed on its body. This action scared Newt, and he stopped in his tracks, fearing that the other party would fly away. But the other party looked at the eggs in his hand curiously, which made Newt happy. Here, this is for your child. He held up the snake egg and placed it in front of the other person. Chirp. Suzaku chirped twice and pecked at the egg, but then shook his head hard, splashing the egg liquid he had just drunk everywhere. Then he smacked his lips and looked at Newt with disdain, as if to say something. What is this thing? It tastes so bad. This made Newt a little unconfident. Did he guess wrong? The other party is not a magical animal of the fire system? You know, the phoenix also likes to eat fire ash snake eggs. Dumbledore on the side was also a little uneasy. My fox can eat 8 fire ash snake eggs in one meal, but you don't even look down on them? However, although it was the first time he saw this mysterious bird in front of him. But he could tell that this bird was very ordinary, and the flames emanating from it. Even if it touched the spider below, it did not burn it. However, Dumbledore clearly felt that his soul was heating up. The flame of this bird can burn the soul. His eyes were filled with shock. He knew that Newt was most likely not qualified to get this magical animal today. Because from beginning to end, the bird never looked at the two of them straight in the eye. Although it was not written directly in those human eyes, 2 words were written everywhere: garbage. It thinks we are not worthy of it. Dumbledore was very surprised to get this answer. In the wizarding world, he is considered one of the top few. Not to mention himself, even Newt, a master who has played with magical animals all his life, is not taken seriously by the other party. What kind of person is worthy of you? Dumbledore murmured. Chirp. Suzaku glanced at the two of them, knowing that these 2 poor guys couldn't come up with anything good, so he lowered his head and began to peck at the giant spider's shell under his feet. Because Suzaku received Aaron's order, he generally would not easily kill kind creatures. However, creatures are basically pure, so generally there is no evil. This caused Suzaku to be hungry these days. So, after finally seeing the giant spider's corpse, regardless of whether there were people or not, he came to eat a meal first. Suzaku pecked open the giant spider's hard shell like pecking open a layer of paper, and then began to peck at the giant spider's brain. Dumbledore and Newt looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This red bird doesn't seem to be an adult yet. Just, pecked it open gently. Newt thought to himself that if his dragons wanted to eat giant spiders, they would have to consider starting from the abdomen because it was the softest part. Soon, Suzaku finished eating the giant spider's brain and tasted a bite of the meat. It was not interested. Chirp. Suzaku looked up and gave the two of them a look of disdain. Whoosh, he spread his two claws and disappeared in a flash. Dumbledore and Newt only felt a flash of scarlet light before their eyes. When they looked again, there was nothing left on the giant spider's body. The two looked at each other in silence for a long time. I'm curious about what happened in Hogwarts. Newt took a deep breath and picked up the box on the ground. I'd like to know that, too. Dumbledore shrugged. Chapter 96. If there was any information, it was that they saw the magical bird with flames all over its body. This made Newt think about it all afternoon, and Dumbledore was almost annoyed. In the end, the two had to hit it off and go back to the principal's office to slowly discuss how to deal with the next thing. After Dumbledore arranged accommodation for Newt and the other two, Newt asked number 1 and number 2 to rest in the room, and he went to the principal's office. He passed the gargoyles skillfully, got on the elevator, and then entered the office. Newt looked around and couldn't help but sigh that after so many years, there was still little change here. There was a large pot of cockroaches on the coffee table next to the desk. Newt didn't like this thing, but his teacher's hobby remained the same after so many years. In the corner, the meditation basin exuded white mist, but he had no interest in it. On the wall opposite the round window, a row of portraits of principals saw Newt and greeted him one after another. Yo, let me see who this is. Newt. I knew that even though you looked different, your eyes couldn't deceive me. You look old, do you want to accompany us after you die? I can keep the seat next to you. Don't worry about Dumbledore disagreeing. He will agree. They talked a lot, but Newt didn't care. He politely took off his hat and bowed slightly. Former principals, I am very happy to see you. He walked to the chair next to the desk. The teacher didn't know where he went, but he was not anxious, but waited quietly. Click. Newt put the suitcase flat in his arms and flicked his fingers on it. His eyes were fixed on the marks on the suitcase. The surface of the suitcase was very old, covered with scratches of the years. Newt could even tell the history of each mark. Once a leather goods merchant offered to help him rewrap the suitcase, but Newt refused and hoped that the other party would skin fewer magical animals. Dumbledore walked in and sat down on the chair opposite Newt. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Newt. Newt pulled himself out of his memories and looked at his teacher. Time had covered every part of his face. How could that be, teacher? He said with a smile. The two smiled at each other, just like they did decades ago. Midnight, 11:30. A crow on the top of the castle cried twice miserably. In the dark corridor, in the Gryffindor area, the portrait of the fat lady suddenly moved away, and then two teenagers, only 11 or 12 years old, came out. As soon as they came out, one of them patted his chest and said, "She didn't come with us. Thank God. I've been miserable these days." Harry naturally knew who Ron was talking about, but why did Hermione come with us? Ron exclaimed in a low voice, "She is the messenger of justice. She heard our duel during the day. I don't think she will give up stopping us. She wouldn't do that." "How do you know?" "I just know it." Harry said this with absolute certainty. He had seen that whenever Aaron appeared, Hermione's eyes never left him. How could she have the time to care about the two of them? "Okay, keep your voice down," Harry said, and the two began to tiptoe towards their destination. On the way, Ron asked with some concern, "Will Malfoy come?" Harry didn't say anything, but he was worried. Ron continued to talk to himself, "I see him too clearly, he is just a coward who relies on two big idiots behind him. Maybe he is waiting for us to fall into his trap so that he can complain." SHH. Harry suddenly motioned to Ron to be quiet. "What's wrong? You listen," Harry whispered. "Mrs. Norris." "No, it's Neville." The two walked over, and Neville was sleeping soundly on the ground. They woke Neville up, and he almost cried, saying that he forgot the password and couldn't go back. Harry had no choice but to tell him that the password was Pig Nose. They wasted some time with Neville, and finally, under his persistence, the two of them had to take Neville with them. "But the premise is, you'd better not get us caught by Filch," or I'll really beat you into a pig's nose," Ron threatened. The three of them arrived at the fourth floor smoothly. The corridor on the fourth floor was empty. They tiptoed towards the trophy room. However, what they didn't notice was that from the very beginning, there was a black crow following them silently. When they arrived at the trophy room, Harry and the other two found that there was no one inside. "Damn it, we were fooled by that coward," Ron cursed inwardly. But just as he finished speaking, a slight sound came from the room. "It's immoral to speak ill of others behind their backs." It was Malfoy's voice, Lumos. He raised his flickering wand, revealing his face with a sinister smile. Beside him stood two sturdy bodyguards. "I didn't expect you to come, you coward," Ron snorted coldly. Malfoy had not planned to come. He planned to invite Harry to the trophy room, and he would go to inform Filch and expel him. But today, that damn Aaron smashed a big hole in his dormitory, and now he could see the stars when he looked up at where he lived. He hated Aaron. Moreover, his wisdom and prestige were trampled on by that kid, but he didn't dare to bully Aaron, so after thinking it over, Plan A failed and Plan B was activated. He wanted to defeat the prophesied savior himself, and then spread what happened tonight everywhere. Thinking of this, Malfoy's heart was filled with strong momentum. The shock to the Malfoy family begins with defeating the prophesied savior. "Well, let's stop talking nonsense." Malfoy struck a fencing pose that he thought was very handsome, and then said, "Let's get started, Pot." Meow. As soon as the voice fell, Mrs. Norris's voice came from outside the trophy room, followed by Filch's voice. "I caught you, you damned little mice." Malfoy was immediately deflated, trembling with fear, and quickly dispersed the fluorescent flashes. He didn't know what to do for a moment. If his father knew about this, Malfoy shuddered at the thought. Harry and the other two didn't expect Filch to come. "Damn it!" Ron cursed. In the darkness, Aaron, who had turned into a crow, watched all this with a smile. In the afternoon, he wrote a note and threw it into Filch's office. Reward fear value 34. Reward fear points 24. Reward. Listening to the voice in his head, Aaron was very satisfied and hoped that things would get bigger and better. "Run!" Someone shouted in the darkness, and 6 people ran out through another door. Filch stopped opening the trophy room because Mrs. Norris signaled him to come here. Filch followed Mrs. Norris, who was running with all 4 paws, with a puzzled look in his eyes. When did Mrs. Norris's nose become so sensitive? Because now he can see the tails of those mice. "Stop, you rats!" Filch shouted angrily. The 6 people in front were shocked. They were surprised how Filch knew their escape route so quickly. They wanted to run to the other side of the 4th floor, but they gritted their teeth and ran to the 5th floor. But no matter how the 6 people ran, Filch could always follow them accurately. Of course, Aaron was the one who was causing all this, because he secretly sprinkled a kind of refined powder on Harry and his group, which enabled Mrs. Norris to always find them accurately. "What the hell?" Ron cursed. "When did that cat's nose become so sharp?" "Stop talking, run!" Malfoy ran out of breath, regretting it in his heart. Wasn't it good for him to enjoy the stars in the room? What's the point of coming out to duel? But it was too late to regret it now. Several people went from the 5th floor to the top floor, where the principal's office was. But they had no way out. Nothing was worse than being caught by Filch. If there was, there would be 2 Filches. Just like that, the 6 people ran away and tried their best to hide, but they could not escape Filch's eyes. They ran, Filch chased them, and they couldn't get away. Soon, there was no way forward. The 6 people stopped in despair, but there was good news. There was no sound of Filch behind them at this time. "This seems to be the location of the headmaster's office," Neville said weakly. Harry and the others looked at each other with joy in their eyes. They all knew that Filch respected Dumbledore very much, so even if he was patrolling, he would "I won't come to this floor." "Great, I escaped." Malfoy's body went limp and he sat down against the wall. He almost broke his legs just now. Today he realized that this damn castle has so many floors. Harry and his friends also breathed a sigh of relief and sat down to rest. But before they could catch their breath, a black shadow jumped on the wall opposite them. The shadow slowly walked out of the wall. Then it turned into a man in a tuxedo with a weird face and a big red nose. In the horrified eyes of the 6 people, the man in the tuxedo first took off his hat and saluted them like a gentleman. Then he spoke, his voice was particularly gentle. Elegance never goes out of style. The puppet clown made a circle lightly on the spot, and then stretched out a hand towards them. The 6 people were so scared that they hugged each other and trembled. They could see that the monster's face was painted with exaggerated lines. The cracked big mouth seemed to be laughing happily, the empty eyes, the corners of the eyes were painted with blue tears, and the big red nose made it look not funny, but terrifying. In the shadow of the dim candlelight in the castle, it looked particularly weird. "Will you dance with me?" The clown seemed very humble. Everyone was trembling with fear, and no one dared to stand up. "Will you dance with me?" The clown's voice sounded a little unhappy. Neville closed his eyes, and no one else dared to look at him, except Harry. "Can you dance with me?" The clown suddenly screamed, his voice was sharp. Chapter 97. Malfoy cried in someone's arms, his voice was muffled and he urged urgently, "Potter, come dance with him, it's scary." "Why me?" Harry's voice was right above his head. Malfoy looked up and met Harry's green eyes. But before he could feel embarrassed, fear swept over his whole body because he noticed with his peripheral vision that the clown was walking towards them. In the dark, Aaron in the form of a crow watched all this with relish, feeling a little regretful. He hated himself for not having a camera for the scene just now. As the clown got closer and closer, Harry was the first to stand out. He pushed Malfoy, who was hanging on him, aside fiercely. Malfoy, who was pushed away, shuddered, and hugged Neville tightly. Ron was afraid and despised in his heart. Malfoy usually looked arrogant, but at critical moments he was not as good as a girl. He thought of Hermione again. This was the only time he was particularly looking forward to Hermione's presence. Maybe Hermione will have a solution. Ron held his head and curled up. He was terrified. He was chased by a cat in the evening, and finally stopped by a monster, who insisted on dancing with him. What the hell? He felt that he was so unlucky. He had just talked about the strange things in the castle during the day, and tonight he encountered it. Seeing a child with green eyes standing out among the 6 people, the clown calmed down and stretched out a gentleman's hand. "Would you like to dance with me first? The rules are simple. As long as you can keep up with my rhythm, I will give you the score. Over 99 points means passing." Although Harry had no intention of dancing with him, he still gritted his teeth and asked, "What's the full score?" "Full score 99 points. The clown grinned widely, looking at Harry as if he was mocking him. "This isn't fair," Harry said angrily, 713. "He is not someone who will succumb to power so easily." Harry waved his wand confidently, pointing the tip of the wand directly at the monster in front of him. Sleepy. Leviosa. Luminescent. He tried all the spells he had learned and not learned, except for Luminescent, which did light up for a moment, actually not as bright as Malfoy's. Then it flashed and disappeared. Damn it! Harry looked at the unharmed monster in front of him and cursed in his heart, he was just playing during class. You wait a moment. Harry was still trying to argue. Bang! But what greeted him was a big-eared thunder that could not be seen by the naked eye. Harry instantly felt his body flying up and then hit the wall behind him. He felt like his whole body was about to break into pieces, and his mind was a mess. What just happened? This was the only thought in Harry's mind. At that moment, he saw the sky full of fluorescent flashes. Provoke the rules, punish. The clown stood quietly in place, as if it was not him who had just attacked. Harry lay on the ground, twitching and groaning. The other 5 people were trembling with fear. Ron wanted to see how Harry was, but his body seemed to be frozen. Showtime! The puppet clown turned around and stretched out a finger. Now is the counting time. When the time is up and no one follows the rules, then we have to enforce the rules. 1. 2. Wait. Malfoy couldn't bear it anymore, he stood up suddenly, but his legs didn't seem to want to, so he yelled suddenly, then turned around and squatted on the ground, but because Westerners couldn't squat, so after a short squat, he squatted on the ground. The momentum accumulated in his heart just now was gone in an instant, and Malfoy regretted why he did this. That. Malfoy opened his 2 innocent eyes and asked in a trembling voice, "Nothing, I just want to ask, how many do you plan to count to?" The clown bent down, and a weird big face came close to Malfoy, and Malfoy's pupils froze. Pa! Another thunderous blow came as fast as a thunderbolt. Malfoy was blown up directly. He seemed to see the revival of the Malfoy family while flying, but what followed was the cold ground. At this point, Harry and Malfoy lay in a row like two shrimps. Interrupt the rules, punish. The puppet clown stood up, and his body suddenly froze. At the same time, Aaron, who was watching the fun in the form of a crow, heard the voice of the system in his mind. Puppet clown is recognized, with a creation value of 453. Puppet clown, serial number, 005, passive, puppet control. Ability, please cooperate with his dance, otherwise, you will be severely punished. Current level, first level creation. Feeling fear value 67. Feel the fear value 24. Feel the fear value. Aaron frowned, feeling a little confused. Phoenix tail feather and the eight-eyed giant spider only made this thing? You know, the higher the creation value, the higher the level of the creation. But now, the puppet clown used such high-level materials, but got such a low creation value. It seems that the system knows Aaron's thoughts and explains. At your current level, it is not recommended to refine higher-level creations, as it may be difficult to control. So, Aaron reluctantly accepted this explanation. He opened the creation value panel. The creation value was currently 8,902 points. It looks like we will be able to draw again soon. He is looking forward to it now. From the first draw to now, he has not drawn a second time. It can be seen how difficult it is to obtain the creation value, but don't forget that although it is difficult to obtain, the rewards are very good. He looked at the puppet clown in front of the corridor. The clown seemed to be stunned because he had just obtained the serial number, but after looking carefully, Aaron found that the clown's red nose seemed to be brighter. Ron, Neville suddenly found that the surroundings were terribly quiet. He thought the monster had left. He mustered up the courage to take a look. Oh my god! He was startled, but soon found that the monster was standing still. Ron, he seems to be not moving. Neville pushed Ron, and Ron was so scared that he quickly pulled his hand away. Ron, it's me, Neville. Ron looked carefully and found it was Neville. He whispered, is he gone? Neville shook his head and pointed silently behind him. Ron looked and saw that the monster was standing there in a daze. Ron was delighted. This might be the opponent's weakness. That is to say, everything has loopholes and cannot be a dead end. He stood up tremblingly. His legs were numb. He didn't care about these and walked to Harry. Harry, wake up! Ron pushed the semi-conscious Harry. Harry woke up slowly and subconsciously looked for his glasses. Neville picked up the glasses that had fallen to the side and handed them to him. After Harry put them on, he found that one of his glasses was broken. Is it daybreak? What the hell is light? What you see is the candlestick. Ron cursed and helped Harry up. No, I seem to see Merlin. Harry shook his head. It would be great if it was really Merlin, but unfortunately there isn't even a Merlin's underwear here. Ron muttered, and he and Neville helped Harry up. They took a step, but saw Malfoy's two bodyguards still hugging each other behind them, and Malfoy was lying on the ground groaning. Pa! Ron thought he hated Malfoy, but he couldn't just ignore this situation. He slapped Malfoy hard, and Malfoy suddenly woke up. Ron comforted Malfoy. Look, that monster slapped you again. I wasn't unconscious just now. Malfoy covered his face and glared at Ron fiercely. Ron didn't care if you don't run away, you will get more slaps in the face. Do you like slaps? He mocked Malfoy, and at the same time carefully glanced at the puppet clown, and found that the other party did not move. Let's go. Ron said in a low voice. Harry also calmed down at this time. The three of them quietly slipped downstairs. Malfoy looked at his two bodyguards, and was so angry that he walked over and kicked one of them in the buttocks. Waste! Get up quickly! The two bodyguards turned their heads and saw that it was their boss. They looked at the monster and then saw the three people who had escaped. No matter how dumb they were, they understood what was going on. They stood up and followed Malfoy downstairs. The 6 people were halfway down the stairs, and they all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the corridor on the next floor was within reach. But before they could catch their breath, they heard a voice behind them that chilled their hearts. Not only did the other party refuse to cooperate, he even dared to escape. Start puppet mode. As soon as the words fell, the 6 people stopped on the stairs. Malfoy's feet were in mid-air, unable to land. The 6 people were extremely frightened at this moment. 12 eyes stared wide open, because they found that their bodies seemed to be unable to move. The first dance is the swan dance. The puppet clown said gently. He began to wave his hands and manipulate something, but there was nothing in front of him. It was an invisible puppet line. The 6 people on the steps were horrified to find that their bodies moved by themselves, and then the 6 people raised their buttocks and tiptoed in unison. Then they turned around gracefully and jumped lightly upstairs. As a spectator, Aaron felt that the 6 people danced quite well, the tiptoes, the slightly raised buttocks, the rotation. If you ignore their horrified eyes, this would be a very perfect 6-person dance. But, except for the 2 big bodyguards, they danced like a big goose dance. Yes, the big goose stewed in an iron pot. The 6 people, spinning, and occasionally there are a few difficult moves. Finally, they spun and stood in a circle around the puppet clown, each with their heads raised, like a swan. The puppet clown stood in the center and bowed to Aaron. Aaron gave him an angry emotion in his heart. Damn it! Don't look at me, I'll tear you apart if you expose me. The puppet clown shuddered and turned away, no longer looking at Aaron. Next dance, jazz duet. Ding, ding, ding. The puppet clown beat the rhythm by himself in the middle, posing in the air, as if he had a dance partner in front of him. The steps of jazz dance are elegant yet fierce, fierce, fierce yet tender. It has a bit of the passionate and lingering feeling of love between lovers. The puppet clown suddenly stopped dancing and raised his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the dance. He raised his hands suddenly. The 6 people around him spun quickly, and then each found their own dance partner. Neville and Ron, Malfoy and Harry, and 2 big bodyguards. As they danced, the 6 people in the field began to twist. Harry was elegant, and the 5 fingers of his right hand were closely connected with Malfoy's. Then he turned his head suddenly, walked a few steps with his back to Malfoy, turned his head suddenly again, and pulled hard. Malfoy shyly spun back and lay in Harry's arms. The 2 looked at each other, one up and one down, and saw the blushing and complicated emotions on each other's faces. Then Harry swung his hand, Malfoy straightened his waist, and the 2 bodies fit closely together and began to dance jazz steps. The other 2 pairs in the field were like this, which made Aaron's eyes hurt. But you know what, Harry danced really well. Suddenly this reminded Aaron of the crazy and evil dance video of the actor who played Harry in his previous life. The principal's office. Newt and Dumbledore's conversation is coming to an end. Newt has made a very detailed plan for this series of events at Hogwarts. For example, all the fire-related foods are placed in the Forbidden Forest, waiting for the mysterious bird to choose, and then use its favorite food alone to gain its trust. The mysterious bird is the conclusion they finally reached after a long debate. But Dumbledore is still not satisfied, he still thinks his super phoenix is very suitable. Newt said that without sufficient evidence, don't classify a mysterious animal. You can't call it a phoenix just because it looks like a phoenix. In the end, Newt said, am I the master of magical animals or are you the master of magical animals? In the end, Suzaku was named Mysterious Bird. As for the owner of the claws, Newt dare not say that he has no clue, but he really has no clue. Dumbledore said that looking at the claw marks, it is very close to dragons. He suggested that Newt put the lioness dragon after a big change in the Forbidden Forest, and then seduce the mysterious 5-toed magical animal to appear. Newt said, Teacher, please put away your dirty and terrible thoughts, regardless of whether the other party is a public. As for crossing species, this won't work. Dumbledore was a little surprised at the time. What? Can't cross species? This made Dumbledore suddenly think of his brother Aberforth. Damn goat demon! In the end, the 2 ended their discussion tonight without any end to the argument. We can only take it one step at a time. Dumbledore sighed. Newt's eyes flickered, and he stood up from his chair with his box. I had a long talk with the teacher again tonight, which really opened my eyes. He was referring to the idea of crossing species. Oh! Dumbledore's eyes lit up. Newt, you too, I thought Hufflepuffs were born. Stupid. Newt smiled. I didn't say that. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. Times have changed, teacher. Newt sighed and said, I am no longer the silly kid who just graduated from Hufflepuff. After a pause, he said, why do you think I still have this box? The Ministry of Magic has been fooling me for many years. I must learn something from the treacherous enemies of the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore did not comment. He was very happy that Newt thought so. Before leaving, Newt said to Dumbledore meaningfully, Teacher, there are some things I have to say. Speaking. In many cases, we cannot just focus on the spells and professional courses with the little wizards. What do you mean? I mean, mental health. They are all healthy. Newt squinted his eyes really. Dumbledore suddenly remembered the children who were dancing wildly in the auditorium during the day, and felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Maybe, but it was just an accident. Newt said as he walked outside. That's great. I'll send you. No need, teacher. If you insist, just ignore what I said. Okay. When they got off the elevator, they were silent. It was not until they were out that Dumbledore smiled and said, "Have a nice night, wish you a good dream." You too. Newt smiled, the gargoyle jumped aside, Newt walked out, and Dumbledore said goodbye side by side. But the next moment, the smiles on their faces froze. In the corridor outside the principal's office, 6 boys were hugging each other like lovers. It was the end of the jazz dance. Malfoy was lying in Harry's arms. Harry had been holding Malfoy's waist with one hand, and one hand was clasped with his 5 fingers. The two looked at each other, like a couple in love. Chapter 98. Newt's eyes moved slightly, and he saw the other 2 pairs. The air was quiet for a long time, but in the eyes of everyone, it seemed longer than a century. Whether it was the spectators or the parties involved, they all hoped that they had not seen anything. Aaron hid in the dark, and couldn't help feeling embarrassed for the 6 dancers. Newt turned his head stiffly to the side, he looked at Dumbledore and said, "What did I say?" He thought that his teacher should pay attention to these things. Dumbledore pretended not to hear Newt's words and did not look at him. Otherwise, he didn't know how to answer. "What are you still standing there for? Let me go." Dumbledore rarely had a straight face. Harry blinked and murmured something, and the other 5 did the same. Dumbledore was even angrier now, and his voice almost rose a degree. "Let me go. I don't think you have such a good relationship. Malfoy and Harry? This matter is so weird. How could 2 completely different people be like this?" "Wait!" Newt suddenly said, and Dumbledore turned his head subconsciously, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "What's wrong?" he asked. Newt's face looked a little strange. "Something is wrong." Newt pulled out his wand and walked towards the people in the corridor. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes under his half-moon glasses, and then the corners of his mouth twitched. His heart suddenly sounded alarm bells. "I didn't even notice it." He was so angry at this scene that he didn't even notice that there was something here, but that wasn't the reason why he didn't notice it. Over the years, Dumbledore had lived too comfortably, causing him to lose his vigilance. He didn't move, but pulled out his wand and held it in his hand. When did something suddenly appear in the castle? Dumbledore felt a little heavy-hearted. Was it he who did it? Has the mysterious man started to move? In the corridor, Newt walked forward and looked at the 6 people carefully. The 6 people still maintained their original postures, but their 12 eyes were full of fear. He grasped the wand and waved it around Harry and Malfoy. Sure enough, Newt's eyelids twitched. His guess was right. He turned his head and looked at Dumbledore. He didn't say anything, but the implication was obvious. "Look at what a mess your school has become." Dumbledore blushed a little when his students saw him. He coughed twice unnaturally. "Up here." Newt waved his wand behind him without any warning. Dumbledore frowned and saw that the wall began to move. Harry and the others fell to the ground with a crash. "Get out of here!" Newt said to everyone. He raised his wand and looked at the creeping wall with a sullen face. The previous attack was a test, but he had to take it seriously, because he found that his magic didn't seem to be very useful to the other party. Although he only used less than 1% of his strength. Hearing this, Harry and others crawled and ran downstairs. Aaron also felt that they couldn't stay in this place. These 2 guys were more clever than each other, and they might be aware of his presence. At that moment, he ran along the shadow. Soon, he disappeared on the top floor. But Aaron didn't notice that when he left, Dumbledore glanced at his position very obscurely. Aaron went all the way to the 1st floor, and then slipped out through the partition window of the auditorium. Then he spread his wings and flew towards the Whomping Willow. The powerful potion has been refined. When not to use it now? Tonight's time cannot be wasted, and a low-profile version of Godzilla can also be built. When flying over the Black Lake, he glanced down and suddenly felt a chill. He saw a huge black thing that turned over in the Black Lake and then disappeared into the Black Lake. Although he only saw the thing once and it was not real, he felt a sense of threat in his heart. Damn, the wizarding world isn't as safe as it looks. In this world, besides the likes of the Obscurus, there are even scarier things. Aaron thought to himself that he should not act too high profile in the future. His arrival triggered the butterfly effect. Who knows what kind of things in the dark corners of this world will be provoked. Soon, under the moonlight, he saw the bare whomping willow. He increased his speed and flew towards it. 727 The top floor of the castle. Newt held up his wand and faced the wall, his expression heavy. Behind him, Dumbledore did not move, but judging from the way he held his wand, his heart was not as calm as his face. Although irregular bulges kept appearing on the wall. In the slightly surprised eyes of the two, a humanoid puppet in a tuxedo slowly walked out of the wall. Its big red nose and cracked mouth made the two frown. What is this thing? Even though the two of them have lived for more than 200 years, they have never seen this thing. Good evening, both of you. The puppet clown turned around and bowed to Newt and Dumbledore very gentlemanly. This caught them off guard for a moment. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. This monster is quite polite. Before Newt could react, the puppet clown spoke again. Its mouth did not move, and the voice seemed to come from its chest. Want to dance? Newt. Dumbledore. Chapter 99. Do you know it? Dumbledore shook his head. Newt turned around and said to the puppet clown, I don't like dancing, I like hide and seek. Then he opened the suitcase in his hand and said to it, well, you go in first, then count to tens, and I'll go in to find you. Dumbledore couldn't help but give Newt a thumbs up behind his back. It seems that not all Hufflepuff graduates are stubborn. The puppet clown was stunned for a moment, and it was obvious that the CPU couldn't keep up for a while. Hide and seek. Newt nodded yes, it's fun. Seeing that the other party was still hesitating, we all play, if you don't believe me, ask him. Newt pointed at Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded quickly yes, yes, everyone plays. Really? The puppet clown seemed to be persuaded. He walked towards Newt, his two pairs of empty eyes looking at the open suitcase. Yes, it's fun. You may not know, but I'm a Hufflepuff graduate. That is an honest and sincere college. Newt was delighted and appeared to be very sincere. If he could outsmart someone, he would try not to use force. This was his principle. The same was true for magical creatures. If he could trick them in, he would try not to use special means. However, the puppet clown was not a magical creature. Its owner was also a Hufflepuff. How could it not understand Hufflepuff? Although it was somewhat disrespectful to its owner to think so, it walked towards Newt and stopped in front of him. At this time, the man and the puppet were only half a step away. The puppet clown stared at the box that Newt opened and fell silent. Go in quickly. Newt urged. Dumbledore's heart was in his throat. Under Newt's instigation, the puppet clown stuck his head in to take a look. Before Newt could be happy, it suddenly raised its head. Is that so? Get in there. It pointed with its wooden, jointed fingers. Yes, you did a great job just now. It would be even better if you could get in right away. Newt tempted. He thought the monster looked stupid. The puppet clown was almost laughing like crazy. How could the two people in front of him be so stupid? They actually believed his poor acting skills. But the puppet clown said with some embarrassment, this box looks very small. Then it compared the box with its hands, and then compared itself. What it meant was that the box was too small, and I was too big to fit in. Do you understand? Ahem. Newt explained, this is a box blessed with a magic spell. There is a lot of space inside. You will know it when you go in. Oh. The puppet clown nodded, that makes sense. Pa. The puppet clown raised his hand and gave Newt a big slap in the face. He learned this from his master. When Newt came to his senses and looked down, the box in his hand was gone. Even Newt couldn't help cursing at this time. He looked around anxiously for the other person's figure. At the corner of the stairs, he saw the back of a man in a tuxedo carrying his suitcase in his hand. He ran downstairs. He looked back at Dumbledore in shock. Damn, this guy is smarter than us. Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, then hurried downstairs. The suitcase contained a bunch of natural disaster-level magical animals. If they were released by that thing. He didn't dare to think about it. Why are you still standing there? Chase him. Dumbledore went down half of the stairs and cast a lightning spell on himself. Seeing Newt still standing there, he felt very disappointed. Newt was smarter, but not completely smart. He was still the stupid kid who graduated from Hufflepuff. Newt also reacted at this time, and bloodshot came out of his grey eyes. This was the first time that his box was out of control. You know, he usually hugged his box when he slept. He cast a lightning spell on himself, and Newt followed behind. But when the two of them came to the next floor, they were dumbfounded. Where did he go? Newt looked at the empty corridor and asked anxiously. Dumbledore looked at him, said nothing, then closed his eyes and opened them after a moment. Follow me. Dumbledore continued to run downstairs, and Newt followed him without thinking. He knew that his teacher had spies everywhere in the castle. But he never admitted it. Snape had just collected some owl droppings and was in a good mood. He felt that he was about to develop the formula for the nagging potion. If he failed this time, he would go find Aaron. But suddenly he stopped. Because a man in a tuxedo ran over from the other end of the corridor. What? Snape was stunned for a moment. The other person was holding a box in his hand and running towards him happily. Snape looked closely and saw. Isn't this Master Newt's box? He was a little shocked. Is this Master Newt? Snape looked at the other person's makeup, and the big red nose was particularly eye-catching. Halloween isn't here yet. He thought this was Master Newt's new Halloween look. After all, Newt attached great importance to the box and almost never left it. That was all Snape could think of. Big shots always have some strange hobbies. For example, dressing up as Halloween costumes and running wildly in the castle at night. Although it was difficult for Snape to understand why he did this, he felt relieved when he thought about Dumbledore. Snape stood against the wall to give the other party enough room to run wildly. Soon, Newt in Halloween skin ran past Snape. Snape breathed a sigh of relief. When I was about to leave, I saw him coming back and standing in front of me. Dancing. Snape. Although he didn't understand, he respected. Snape smiled and said, no need, Master Newt. The other party was obviously stunned for a moment. Then do you want to play hide and seek? Newt, in Halloween skin, opened the suitcase in his hand and pointed. You go in and count tens, and then I'll go in and find it. Snape. Just as Snape was thinking about how to refuse, Dumbledore's voice came from the other end of the corridor. Severus, catch it. Snape looked over subconsciously and was stunned. His own headmaster was running towards him in pajamas with cute patterns, followed by Master Newt. This shocked Snape tonight. Do big shots like this? Wait. Master Newt. Snape suddenly realized something. That person was Master Newt, but who was the one who just spoke to him? He turned his head again in surprise. There was no one in front of him. He twisted his neck and looked at the other side of the corridor. The man in a tuxedo carrying a box had already run away. Well, what happened? Snape is very confused now. Chapter 100. Dumbledore and Newt had already run to his side. Newt did not stop, but just glanced at Snape, then quickly passed by him and continued to chase. Snape saw a hint of disappointment in Newt's eyes. But he still looked confused. What happened? Dumbledore paused for a moment. Oh, God! My dear Severus! Why didn't you stop him? Snape. Seeing that his potion master was still stupid and didn't know anything, Dumbledore explained briefly and quickly that Thing stole Newt's box. Then, regardless of whether Snape understood or not, he continued to chase after it. Snape was confused and digested Dumbledore's words. His eyes gradually opened wider. Master Newt's box was stolen. Who can steal Newt's trunk? And what on earth was the one who stole the box? Snape was confused. However, although he was still confused and didn't know what happened, he knew that Master Newt's box was stolen. Snape turned and walked towards his office, but he stopped after 2 steps. There was a moment of struggle in his eyes. 2 of the top wizards in the wizarding world are going, so it doesn't matter if I go or not, right? For Snape, the biggest motivation is to crack Aaron's advanced nagging potion formula as soon as possible. But now that I have seen it, if I don't go, what will they think of me? Although Snape's reputation in school and even in the entire British wizarding world is not very good. Most of the time, he doesn't care about other people's opinions. But he still respects Dumbledore very much. There are many factors involved. Secondly, Master Newt is also a person he respects very much. After all, in the entire wizarding world, contrary to his reputation. Newt's commander not only has a good reputation in the British wizarding world, but also plays an important role in the wizarding world all over the world. Therefore, even a wizard with an unpredictable personality like Snape respects Newt very much. Soon, he made up his mind, turned around and ran in the opposite direction, and did not forget to cast a light body spell on himself. Newt watched the other party carrying his suitcase and reaching a dead end. He was delighted and raised his wand to cast the petrification spell, but halfway through the spell, he felt that the spell might cause little harm to him. So he switched to another quick binding spell. But just like this delay, the clown puppet jumped into a door at the end of the dead end. Damn it! Newt stopped chanting and chased to the door. There was a big lock on the door, and the other party went in directly through the wall. What on earth is this thing? Even though Newt was good-tempered, he was still very angry. The other party was definitely a physical entity, but it had a strange ability to ignore the existence of matter. Allaho! Open! Newt chanted to the lock. The lock fell to the ground with a click. Newt didn't dare to delay, opened the door and rushed in. It was pitch black inside. Newt used fluorescent flash and looked around. Opposite him was a large cabinet full of trophies. This was the trophy room. But after searching inside, the strange puppet had disappeared. At this time, footsteps were heard outside. It was Dumbledore who followed. "Did you catch it?" Dumbledore asked, but he soon realized that he was asking too hastily. Sure enough, Newt glanced at him and raised his empty hands. "I caught it, look my dear teacher, it's in my hands." "Newt, you don't have to do this. I didn't steal the box," Dumbledore said helplessly. "Yes, this thing sneaked into your castle, and you didn't know anything about it." Newt was also anxious at this time, and he was in a bad mood. This box was like his life. Even if it was Dumbledore in front of him, he could still control it. If it was. "Did you catch it?" Suddenly Snape came in breathlessly, and as soon as he came in, he walked around the trophy room in a pretentious manner. No matter what the situation is, the attitude is right. But when he turned his head, he found that Newt and Dumbledore were staring at him. Snape stood there in silence and stopped talking. Newt moved his mouth and wanted to say something, but his good upbringing made him hold back. He took a deep breath and turned to look at Dumbledore. "My dear teacher, what are you waiting for?" "Waiting for the box to fly into my hands automatically. You have seen the animals in there before. If he lets them out," Dumbledore finally reacted. "Sorry, I'll find him right away." He glanced at Snape, thought for a moment and closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes. He went to the first floor. Then Newt rushed to the other door of the trophy room without saying a word, followed by Dumbledore. Snape was silent. He had always guessed that Dumbledore had many spies in the castle, but that was just a guess. Now it has been confirmed. Then he has been collecting bird shit every night when no one is around. Even Snape's face, which has never changed for thousands of years, is slightly red under the fluorescent light of the wand tip. "Hey!" He took a deep breath and suppressed his shame. He also followed. Dark night, starry sky. Across the black lake, Aaron looked up at the whomping willow in front of him, stunned. This formula contains hormones, right?" In front of Aaron, the whomping willow was no longer bare as before. In front of him, a whomping willow that was several dozen meters tall and as thick as 7 or 8 people hugging together was waving countless branches that looked like giant snakes. It made a whistling sound in the dark night. "It's a big win," Aaron whispered softly as he looked at the 2 willow branches thicker than his body that were stretched out in front of him and rubbed against him intimately.